What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
At Lowe's, save big every day when you buy in bulk. Save 10% when you buy 1 pallet or more of select shingles. Plus, save 10% when you buy 68 or more select OSB sheathing. And if you find a lower price in-store or online, we'll match it. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
As a parent, sending your kids off to school each morning can come with conflicting emotions. You might worry about who they're around or what they're being taught. At King's Schools, teachers truly get to know your student. Every decision is made with a Christ-centered commitment to academic excellence, and campus security is a top priority. See the difference for yourself. Schedule a tour at kingschools.org. King's Schools, building resilient disciples of Christ for 75 years.
Hi, this is Tracy Schneider. Together with my husband, John Schneider, GM for the Seattle Seahawks, we created Ben's Fund in 2012 to serve Washington families with children and young adults with autism. 1 in 36 kids are diagnosed with autism, and the number rises every year. Ben's Fund, in partnership with Seattle Foundation, provides grants to help cover therapies, communication devices, and other essential needs to support children and young adults on the spectrum. Learn more at bensfund.org.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, Caleb Williams' preseason is over after 43 snaps as Bears head coach Matt Eberflus announced that the majority of starters, including the rookie quarterback, will not play in the team's final preseason game at Kansas City. That one on Thursday night on NFL Network. So he said the Bears aim to play the first overall pick between 45 and 55 snaps in preseason games. So they got close enough, and he is done for the preseason. Meanwhile, Seattle Storm re-signed veteran forward Gabby Williams, who helped lead France to a silver medal in this month's Olympics for the remainder of the 2024 season.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Construction Loans.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. I hope everybody's having a great day out there. Not such an awesome day weather-wise. It's a little overcast, a little rain happening out there.
My heat hangover continued into last night.
You were hot at home?
I'm still Tennessee hot. And Shannon was like, it's freezing up there. And I'm like, no, it's not freezing, number one, because that's 32 degrees. All right, and it was actually, I had the air conditioner at 71.
You had to get literal with her. That's 32 degrees, Shannon. You're wrong.
Yeah, it's exactly right. Well, she says that all the time. It's freezing.
It's a boss mom move, Dave.
A what?
It's a boss mom move.
Lefko's talking about my cup. I just grabbed any cup.
Boss mom.
And it says boss mom on it. It's probably for Brenna, Brenna Rogers.
Yeah.
I don't.
He's proud to use that mug.
But it's fine. Anyway, yeah, the whole battle of the thermostat thing is still going on in our family. It's been going on it's maybe the biggest argument we have. That or
Costco.
No, you didn't. Well, Costco, gosh, that's another one too. Yeah, I talked about the big, by the way, we had a salad that had some lettuce from the Shannon's big tub that she bought.
Was she like,
She's very proud of that. See? And I'm like, yeah, this is like 5 pieces of lettuce.
That was worth all of the effort.
We have tomatoes coming, so maybe that'll be better. But the other one is, you never told me that.
No.
Yes, I did. No, you did not tell me that. You know why? Because I don't want to do that. And if you would have told me that, I would have said, no, I don't want to do that.
I would have remembered saying no to that.
So the thermostat thing, but for whatever reason, man, it was just, like we talked about it. You go, you get in a lather, you try to get some wind going. That's the only way to defeat the humidity out there.
Well, to me, it's always easier to combat being cold in a house as opposed to too warm.
Totally. Put a sweater on.
Yeah, you can't take off. I mean, unless you're just going to walk around naked, which I don't think anybody wins there, Dave. So
no, not at all.
So,
especially not at, your later advanced ages.
So it's easier for her just to put on a hoodie or, some sweats or whatever.
I have a thing that I will scream out every once in a while. Bad naked. Yeah. Bad naked. Or like from Bridesmaids. Look away.
Look away.
Look away. Yeah, but you're right. You can't, and that's why I always say about football games, I mean, I would much rather play in the cold than the heat. I mean, the heat, because you have all the pads on, you have to have pants on, right? And so.
They made you wear pants.
But that. Honestly, now the stuff they're wearing is so much lighter, but it's still it's
breathable.
You can always get warmer. You can't get colder.
Yeah. Is there anything else we can get into before talking about the Mariners? Matt, how's your day going? Everything good with you?
Great day. Just can't wait to talk about my M's.
No, that's not true. Lefko, everything good with you? Do you have a Boss Mom mug you'd like to show?
I don't, so I'm a little frustrated. Yeah. Mugs were the issue, and that's why I discovered Dave had the Boss Mom one. This is not the day for complaining, so
that's
I'll
a
wait.
big one. That looks like you could put
for a
soup
Boss
in there.
Mom, you need a big mug.
That's right.
Boss
and
Mom
I'm just
mug.
glad that when I picked it up innocently, it didn't just break in my hands, because that happened last week or 2 weeks ago.
It's still being used, Dave.
Yeah.
Let's not jump ahead of ourselves
true.
here. Hey, coming up on the show today, we're going to talk some baseball with Mike Blowers, as we do each and every week. Sean Casey is going to join us at 4 o'clock. You see him on MLB Network. He is universally regarded as one of the nicest guys in baseball. Yeah, they nicknamed the mayor. I interviewed him back when he was a player. Don't know him by any stretch, but super nice guy back then. And turns out he's a good buddy of Adam Ray's, who kind of helped us get this set up. So we'll ask him about that. But Sean Casey will be with us at 5. And then El Hombre, he's a different kind of nice guy. He's a nice, or 4 o'clock, sorry.
Yep.
At 5 o'clock will be El Hombre. He's a nice guy, but he's got an edge to him.
Deep down, somewhere that we haven't found yet, he's a nice guy.
He's good people. He just, he's going to come with some fight and some edge, and that's what people look forward to. So that's what's coming up today. Meanwhile,
it's 2:05, Bob. We can't go any further.
Is there anything else?
Go any further.
Is there anything else? Hey, text line is there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. You guys can weigh in on whatever you'd like, and I guess we have to get to it. The Mariners. I don't know that I went in expecting them to win last night, because the Dodgers are very good. And, if they do have an Achilles heel, it would be their pitching. But, Stone's been pitching pretty darn well this year. And he pitched really well last night, or the Mariners just weren't very good. But, you look at the other side, Brian Wu gave you another quality start, 6 1/3, gets into the 7th inning again, 2 hits, 2 runs, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts, 87 pitches. He gave you a great against that lineup, by the way. That should not be lost on anybody that he did that against Ohtani and Betts and Freeman and Hernandez. I mean, the Dodgers only had 4 hits. Problem is, 2 of them were home runs. So, but it's not like they went out there and just peppered the bullpen and peppered. Yeah, we'll get into Garcia. That wasn't good, but you had a combined 6 hits in this game. So this was truly a pitcher's duel on a lot of levels. Problem is, it's hard to call it a pitcher's duel when the Mariners don't hit, because we're used to them not hitting. So they come up with, a night where they strike out 12 times. They have 2 walks and 2 hits. And I feel like I'm getting numb to it, because I almost wasn't mad. I was still a little mad, but not as mad as I've been at other games. And I don't know if I'm just getting numb, Dave, or just like, yeah, okay, this is just how it goes. And Scott Service, I told you, there was a tone in his voice. He's saying all the right things. He's saying, what he should say after the games. But there was just a tone in his voice that sounded like fatigue. Like, what do you even say? What's the new thing to say? There is no new avenue to take or new perspective on anything when you just go out there and you're just completely absent offensively.
Yeah, I'm 12 strikeouts, as you mentioned.
2 hits, 12 strikeouts.
Yeah, that's so common. It's almost like we can just push play on whatever we said, last week, 2 or 3 times. So, and then the other thing that's equally frustrating is that the Houston Astros get a walk-off home run from Yanni Diaz that wins the game for him. Obviously, it was 6-5, and now they're just taking off, and they're a hot team. And that was what I was saying yesterday. I was like, well, I think we're going to have to start watching the Astros more because they have a tough. I mean, they got Boston at home, it's a good team, but they took care of them last night. And then they go on the road against Baltimore and Philly, so you hope those teams do some damage to the record. But you're not helping yourself. But you're right. I mean, a 70 and they're now 74-52 team in the Dodgers. It's like, yeah, I mean, if you're going to get 2 hits, there's just no way. There's no way you're going to win this game.
Yeah, you just can't. And this is a game where you can't even complain about, they left all these runners on base and they were 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. They were 0 for 1. They had 1 opportunity with runners in scoring position, and that was Cal Raleigh, who went 0 for 1. They stranded 3 the entire game. 3. Yeah. So they just weren't there, Dave. This wasn't even, I don't know if that's better or worse than seeing a box score where, hey, they had traffic. They had guys in scoring position. Mm-hmm. They didn't even have that. We're used to looking at box scores where they're, 2 for 12 with runners in scoring position. They stranded 9 or something like that. You had 1 opportunity with runners in scoring position. You had 3 total base runners last night.
Wow. Yeah, and the really frustrating thing, too, is that you only gave up 4 hits.
Yeah.
I mean, and
6 combined hits.
What is it? 4 is the magic number, I think, for the Mariners. And
4 runs.
Yeah, Moyer was doing that calculation, and I know our buddy Luke Arkins has done that. And it doesn't seem like a lot to ask, but that's just how it goes with this team. It's so baffling. I get so frustrated for Scott Service. I don't know what you say if you're him. I think lots of things happen in a football game, and it's fairly obvious, but still there's incomplete passes. What's our third down percentage? What's this? What about time of possession? What about field position? Mm-hmm. Turnovers, of course. But I mean, there's just one problem. It's just one, and you could say too, maybe it's the strikeouts as well. But I mean, if you're hitting bombs and everything like that, nobody cares about strikeouts. But really, it's just. It's offense. It's the hits, and this has just happened too many times. And typically, when you get 2 hits, it does accompanied usually by double-digit strikeouts. But man, it's that part of it is just very frustrating. And then, I was just so blown away by Brian Wu, and he just leaves one hang in there that that just gets hit out of the yard, and like that's everything. That's everything because you're not going to score.
Yeah, it was. That could have been the only run they gave up, and they still lose 1-0. I mean, it's just so it's hard to get mad at the bullpen. We're going to talk about that in a moment. But you give up 3 total runs, even on a night where you look at the bullpen and go, they weren't great. It was 3-0. You gave up 4 total hits and 3 runs, and that was way too much to overcome. And then after the game, Scott Service talked about it, said, this isn't due to a lack of hard work in the clubhouse, certainly.
Guys are frustrated. We have really struggled to do anything offensively on a consistent basis, and that's what it takes. You got to score runs, especially on the road. We have not done that. We've had some opportunities. Tonight we didn't have a lot, but when we did, I can't fault the guys with the effort. Once you square the ball up, you have no control where it goes. We line out a couple times, and if those aren't line outs, we probably put 3-4 runs up there tonight. But, it happens. We got to come back tomorrow and get after it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Dave, he's had to talk after games where the offense was a no-show so many times. I'm sure he's probably thinking, how do I even answer this question tonight? What happened to the offense tonight? Was it the opposition? Was it their approach? Was it? He's been asked every question, every single way to ask a question about this offense, and I think he's answered it every single way he could. At this point, you're just trying to get creative with what it is you're asking. And again, if there's a button that hasn't been pushed, I'd be stunned. If there was a speech that hasn't been made, if it, whether it's out of anger and yelling or, hey, you guys are great, giving them some positive feedback and you just relax. You guys are better than this. You've proven that. I don't know. I'm sure he's done it all. We're not in those meetings, but, we talked to Ryan Divish yesterday, and he kind of said the same thing that, when you don't score, when you're not hitting, it looks like the effort's not there. And if anything, they're probably overcompensating. They're probably trying too hard.
Especially in baseball where there's so much downtime. The manager's main job is to get guys to play hard and put in work to prepare. This team does that. They've always done it. I mean, it's probably, sometimes I think to their detriment that they work, they put in too many hours trying to, work their way out of it. When maybe sometimes you just need to take a break and take a mental break from it all. But these guys sit there and they believe in grinding and, working it out. And it's not like football or basketball. Like Griffey once said, the defense controls the ball. They have the ball. It's the only sport that does that. You can't dictate everything on an opposing team, on an opponent with your offense when you don't control the ball. Sometimes it's better, but it is suspect how bad they've played against some of these teams. They play down to the other team's levels.
It's something I never really thought about, that the defense has the ball. Huh.
Yeah, it was a very interesting observation. I think you heard me during him saying that go,
Yeah. Yeah. I was like listening to the Seahawks broadcast.
No, usually that's, oh, no.
Oh, jeez. Yes.
Man.
Oh. But, I mean, it's an obvious statement, but it's one you don't really consider. Like, yeah, I guess when you're on offense, they have the ball in baseball. Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That was really a good one, Bob.
Thanks.
Like listening to a Seahawks broadcast. And Matt shaking his head because he has to sit here and listen to it all.
Bob, you should really be proud of that one. Yeah, you really should. That was a good one.
When Matt's giddy and happy about it, you struck gold.
But only because it has to do with me.
That's right. He wouldn't be as satisfying with anybody else. But yeah, it just, he's right. Defense has the ball. You're adjusting to what they're bringing to you. But, we've talked about this before, and we'll ask Blowers about this, that guys make mistakes regardless of how good the pitcher is. Sometimes they leave it over the fat part of the plate. They catch way too much of the plate. And it feels like when Mariner pitchers do that, more often than not, the opposition capitalizes. Whether they hit it out of the yard or they lace it down the line or it's a flare, it doesn't even matter. It just feels that way. I don't know if the numbers bear that out, but it just feels like Mariner pitcher makes a mistake. We can talk about Wu. He just left that one. He gave up just 2 hits in this game, and one of them left the yard. It's punitive, whereas the Mariners are swinging at mistakes and they're popping them up, or they're fouling them off, or they're just missing a ball that's just center cut, just middle, and it's just, at best it's fouled off. So I don't know if that's a timing thing, an approach. They were looking for a completely different pitch and they were surprised. So I have no idea. And they don't. That's the frustrating part is nobody has an answer. You can point to a million, and it's probably unique with each guy up there. Each guy is struggling for a different reason, whether it's their timing, whether their approach is different, they're too patient, they're too aggressive, they're this, they're that. But it's just such a collective fail, and it's when it's like that, man, it is hard to deal with. It's hard to watch. It's hard to know what to do. I mean, you're going to bench somebody and put somebody else in, and the whole team is struggling.
Yeah, well, and also now all of a sudden, you're starting to get some struggling from your bullpen. I saw the stat the other day during the game that they dropped down to, I think it was ERA. I think they were 25th in the last, 3 or 4. I mean, if you could look at the stats now, I mean, they've been good all year, really, certainly. But, I think they've allowed the least hits. But, I mean, that gap between second, third, fourth has closed quite a bit. So now all of a sudden that's starting to, which it's too bad because you should have like your team, like you got offense, defense, special teams in football. I mean, you got offense and, defense and then, your bullpen. You can kind of have a down time when, maybe the rotation starts to deflate a little bit and you're giving up hits and everything, but you get picked up by your offense and your hitting and, or the bullpen and but there's just that part of it, the offense, there's just nothing. There's no help whatsoever.
No, there's no room for. We've talked about that all season. There is zero slack. You cannot make a mistake as a pitcher, whether you're a starter or reliever on this team. You just don't have the luxury of a cushion. More often than not, that is a true statement. You cannot. You have to be perfect, and they're not. And they are struggling, which is weird because this is a team we've talked about over and over, how well they've, just whether they bring in a no-name, a guy who looks washed somewhere else, and they bring him in the bullpen, and somehow they transform him into somebody who's effective and can be relied upon. And then you go get somebody who's established like Jimmy Garcia, and he's struggling. You look at it, he's 10 games with the Mariners. I was looking at this last night. He's got a 6 ERA. So 9 total innings. He's given up 7 hits, 6 runs, 3 home runs, 4 walks, 7 strikeouts in 9 innings of work. It's not been good. And I like the pick. I don't blame them for going and getting him. I liked it. That was a guy who was a proven commodity, who's been through it, who's effective. He's just not. And then you look at Thornton and Saucedo. Both of those guys have ERAs over 4 at this point, and they're walking guys. Saucedo had 2 walks last night. Between the two of them, they have combined 88 1/3 innings pitched combined. They've got 32 walks between the two of them. And just by way of comparison, George Kirby's thrown 150 2/3 innings. He's got 19. Now, I know he's the extreme other side of it, but these guys, many innings fewer than him, many more walks. And they're much more punitive when you're a reliever. Obviously, you're only in there for a short amount of time. You're brought in to put a fire out often. You can't put runners on base, and that's what they're doing. And it's just, and then I was looking at the defense, going, it feels like they have not been great. And if you want to get into the zone ratings and all the advanced metrics, help yourself with defense. But just looking at the basics, just they're 21st in fielding percentage. They're 10th in errors committed, and not 10th from the bat. They're 10th in most errors committed.
Right.
So what we're seeing is outside of that elite, maybe best in baseball 1 through 5 rotation, they don't really do anything very well. Offense, defense, bullpen, it's the rotation. The rotation is the only reason we are even in a conversation about the postseason. If not for that rotation, if they were just mediocre, this would be a team that would be submerged right now. They'd be well under 500.
Well, and I feel like Scott Service has probably come up with every kind of an idea possible to get his offense going, whether it's, hey guys, let's go grab a beer. We'll hear this from Blowers, go to a movie, or is it, hey, let's go do this or that? Or, even heard from Robles talking about Jared DeHart and how he has helped him with a couple of things that he said. And, there's been, those kinds of things, but nothing that has really taken hold.
Yeah,
it's pretty much been like this for the last month and a half.
Yeah, and we'll get to some things that Jeff Passan, who was on this morning, that he had to say about the situation, and Scott Service talking about the bullpen and different things like that. So we'll get into some of that conversation later on. But right now, let's take 2.
The Kraken just announced a 7-year, $49.98 million contract extension for Matty Beniers. So they haven't had a captain since Mark Giordano was traded midway through that inaugural season. Logic would say, hey, he's going to be here for a while. He might have a captain name soon.
Yeah, I was peppering Lefko with questions on this, Dave, because I don't really.
Oh, I heard it.
I don't really get it in that he's played 2 full seasons, so I don't know what the length of his original deal.
So I did look that up. Okay. So his contract's up after this year.
Oh,
so final year of his deal. It's only a 3-year. Rookie deals are only 3 years.
Okay, so that makes a little more sense. But he's coming off and I'm not saying you don't bring him back by any stretch, but a 7-year contract. Coming off the year he just had, by everybody's estimation, was really disappointing. I was a little surprised. Like, hey, we just locked this guy up coming off a pretty down year. Now, the whole team had a down year.
Yeah.
But he specifically did. Now, that tells me they're looking at it going, we got a new head coach. It might have been the coaching, and that he brought everybody down, and this guy's going to be the goods, so we're going to commit 7 years, $50 million to him.
And we got it for a good deal.
Is that a good deal? Hockey dollars?
Not based on what he's played. But if they see something in him that, hey, this guy is still fine, this happened, that happened, there was all kinds of exterior things that happened to his year last year, you might be looking back 3-4 years from now going, wow, that was a really good deal to get him locked up.
So it looks like the salary cap's also going up. Now, the NHL salary cap's a hard cap. You can't be over it all. It's very constricting, but it's going up by about $5 million this year. So maybe kind of what the NFL has done, where they sign a deal now expecting it's going to get more and more because the salary cap keeps going up. So will be kind of a lesser percentage of the cap. But yeah, they're kind of building around him. So.
Did you notice how Matt was kind of just done hearing you
done
talk?
with hockey, yeah.
I hit it once they're done talking, not once you start talking.
Well, Dave was mentioning the Astros and Red Sox. That was a tough one to watch because I was kind of watching. It's a race, so I had that on the side screen and watched the Astros come back against the Red Sox last night. They came back from a 2-run deficit, had the walk-off home run. 5:10 first pitch tonight. Ronel Blanco's pitching, but tomorrow, this is also not great news. Justin Verlander will return and make the start tomorrow. He's been on the IL since June 9th with neck stiffness.
You know what? I hope somebody hits a rocket off him right away and he jerks his head to look at it to see where it went, and the neck just tightens up on him again.
I thought you were going to say he gets plunked in the forehead.
No, just a re-aggravation of what's kept him on the IL to this point. So if he could just somebody laces one and he just, quick head twist, looking to see where it goes, and he's just, I'm out.
Well, I don't think you should have pushed the little laser beam sound effect at all, so we wouldn't have to talk about the Astros, Matt.
That's not how the segment works, Dave.
How does that sound? Would you say that that's like a laser beam explosion?
I don't know if I've ever given it a second ahead's thought.
Let's try it.
Even though we can't do it again.
Push the button.
For Pete's sake, fine.
Look at this guy.
Now I got to think of a new story. It just jogs into my memory.
In other news.
Speak now.
All right, there you go. Not a laser beam, though. I don't know what that is. Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/Cyberknife Prostate. Coming up, there was a concerning update or non-update from Mike McDonald yesterday. We're going to get into that next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Who better to bring on than Jeff Passan, ESPN?
This really is, guys, one of the best rotations I've ever covered. In my 20-plus years of baseball, I'm going to look back and say the 2024 Seattle Mariners were about as good as it gets in terms of starting pitching.
Don't even say that. You're just making it worse. You're being a wet blanket by being positive. It's unbelievable.
Honestly, it's a real gift that I have, man.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Homeowners, Bob Stelton here. Now, I'm sure you've seen metal roofs on commercial properties, but did you know they're an option for your home? Ever since speaking with Anthony at Asset Roofing about their metal roofs, I've been seeing them everywhere, and maybe because Asset Roofing is installing a ton of metal roofs this season. A metal roof lasts longer, is more eco-friendly, and is a great option for adding solar panels. Asset Roofing is leading the local push in metal roofing, and they can even offer metal roofs for up to 30% less than their competitors. Asset Roofing cuts each metal panel in-house, which speeds up the production process and saves customers money. If you're redoing your roof this year, get a quote from Asset Roofing on a metal roof. I recommend Asset Roofing because they're honest, do amazing work, and prioritize safety within their work culture. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Head to AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Are you looking for a new vehicle? Then discover why Chevrolet of Everett has become one of the very top volume Chevy dealers in the state of Washington. The difference? Better sales, better service, and better selection. My friend Ward Fleischman and his entire team at Chevy of Everett are all about your better experience. So find your next vehicle today at Chevrolet of Everett and tell them Brock Heward sent you. Proud part of the Harnish Auto family. It's Chevrolet of Everett, where a better experience truly awaits you.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit ConsumerCellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY. Let's talk about summertime. bikinis, the occasional Speedo, sunshine, and almost always more drinking. But don't let the wine coolers or hard lemonades fool you. Too many drinks at the beach can get you in a whole lot of trouble. You're sporting a farmer's tan, but the police are wearing heavy, dark uniforms, and it's not because they're comfortable. If you don't take preventative measures, your summer tan can become a costly burn. Take a designated driver with that aloe vera and SPF 50. Call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com to set up a free private consultation. Jail is no place to ask, missed a spot? Mind getting where I can't reach? Be reasonable this summer. And always remember, 1-800-DUI-AWAY has your back.
1-800-DUI-AWAY. Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
You're gonna feel a puff of air.
Jong's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Raid wants to know, what would you do if you could confidently face every day knowing you and your loved ones are protected? Would you sing along to your favorite song at the top of your lungs? Turn off the GPS and let your heart do the guiding. Go to the drive-thru and order one of everything. Feel the buzz of confidence of knowing you are protected with 65 years of insect science in your hands. Raid. Protection for everyone.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Construction Loans.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Dave, it's good when the listeners come to your aid. They are trying to rescue Dave and his temperature control situation in his house. Some of them are very advanced. There's some technology involved, some almost computerish type things you'd have to do, at which point Dave's eyes just kind of glaze over.
Yeah, I was going to say the 570, which is Pennsylvania, I guess. If you think I have the wherewithal to pull off some way to manipulate the thermostat and the indicator,
put your hand over the infrared thing.
You haven't been listening to the show, but I appreciate you.
Yeah,
I really do.
Well, you can get Lefko or Matt to come to your house, and they could do it.
I was going to say, we have another thing we have to explain to you coming up, so.
Go to his house?
Yeah, that's right.
Matt,
no.
Can you come to my house and deceive my wife?
Let me be clear. If I come to Dave's house, I'm not coming out alive.
You're not coming out alive.
I'm going to end up under the bucket in their yard.
Under the bucket.
Shannon's planting bucket.
Fertilizer.
That's right. I just got a big bag of fertilizer here, Shannon. Don't ask where it came from. All right. You guys can text in 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. So some potentially concerning news yesterday from Mike McDonald, and something we've been talking about pretty much since the guy's been here, and that's in regards to Abe Lucas, who nobody doubts his ability. Nobody questions whether he's a good right tackle, whether he's arguably the best tackle, best O-lineman they've got when he's healthy. But that's the problem, is when he's healthy. And Mike McDonald was asked if Abe Lucas will be ready for the opener. It was short and sweet here.
Right now, probably don't want to answer that question.
All right.
That was it.
Thanks, Mike.
So,
Mike's very concise with his answers.
I mean, he's not practicing. He's certainly not in games. He can't be ready for the opener, can he?
Doesn't look good. You know, I think he's one of those players, like some guys need to practice into it. And, you know, I have no idea what kind of guy he is. If he is one of those guys that needs a couple of games, I felt like I was that guy. I needed a couple of preseason games. It took me a while to get going. I played,
or even practice, right? I mean,
yeah, absolutely. But I mean, just the speed of the game and everything. I think it comes back to some guys immediately. I would say he probably is, though, just because he's so good. I've seen so many good things out of him, and it's funny because, you know, we always talk about Ray Roberts and how he is like, you know, he's got an eye for the offensive line, but a lot of the things that Abe Lucas that he does, I think, kind of stands out to everybody. You know, you can see what, you know, when he drops his weight, or, you know, just his savvy and also his nastiness and the leadership. And he's a very serious guy. I mean, there's so many good things about him. And I think pretty much everybody can see that. But I think also there's probably a lot of pressure on him to come back, because that's all we've been talking about with the offensive line. And by the way, you know, over the weekend when we got a chance to talk to the coaches, Ryan Grubb was just raving about Charles Cross. You know, that, and we talk about he needs to take that step and take control. And this is the offensive coordinator, and he just said he absolutely has taken that, basically. You know, with all the things that he was saying about him, said he's, you know, a great dude, a great leader, everything, and that he has absolutely taken that step. So it's kind of nice to know that part of it. But if Abe Lucas can come around, and it just never sounded good the entire camp, everything that they said, and just the way that they were treating it, you were just like, this doesn't look good.
Well, even in previous seasons with Pete, you know, and everybody else there, it sounded chronic. It didn't sound like, hey, he's got an injury, he's got to go get it fixed, it's going to be rehab, but then he's good to go. Sound like a situation you have to manage.
Yeah.
And we've heard that, and sometimes successfully. Marshawn Lynch had a back issue they had to manage. They had to manage that with practice and how much they exposed him to that, the rigors of playing that position. And then other guys, you hear that and they're just not able to. I mean, remember they brought in, what was the guy? Was it Jesse Williams? Remember he was Alabama. He had a degenerative situation.
Tackle.
Yeah, he was a really good player, yet he was drafted lower because of the chronic knee. I think it was a knee. Could never get out there. It just never happened. So we've seen examples on both ends of it, of being able to manage it and have the guy go out there and be impactful. Another where they just can't get out there at all. I'm hoping he's going to be the guy that they manage, and he's able to get out there. Maybe he doesn't practice during the week. You're right. Maybe he's a guy they can throw him in the game and he's going to be fine. And we're going to limit his action during the week in between games, and he's going to be available. But I don't know. That one didn't sound great when he was like, I'm not going to answer that right now. And then he was asked how he just feels about the O-line in general right now.
Feel good. I mean, they're coming together. You know, we're still battling out there at guard, but I think you've seen improvement throughout, especially in the last week, from Wednesday to Thursday to Saturday. So I'll expect that growth here over the next couple weeks.
So are we thinking it's Lincoln Tomlinson and Bradford are your starting guards, or are you thinking that Christian Haynes has a shot as a star? What's your feeling?
I would say Christian Haynes, based on what they've said. I love Laken Tomlinson. I think he's as solid as can be. And maybe Connor Williams at center. I don't know if he's going to be ready. But, I think Bradford, there's some really good things about him, but I think also there's some downside. And I talked about finishing, you know, and you asked a good question, like, what does that mean? I mean, I think I was thinking about it because sometimes it's just one of those things that gets said, but really it's like finishing a block. You know, he'll get like a great punch, you know, and just, you know, jolt the guy back and then just not continue with the block. You know, it's like that, or just finishing off a play, meaning, you know, running down field, whatever. And so I think that's what kind of the issue is with him. But Christian Haynes, he's pretty, like, he's got a little bit of nasty in him, which is interesting so did Anthony Bradford last year, his rookie year. But for a rookie, that's kind of nice. So, yeah, we'll see about that part of it. But right now, the right tackle probably the biggest concern, I think, because you got a couple of choices at least at right guard, right? And then I don't know, is that more of a concern? I mean, you got George Fant filling in. I feel like we know more about George Fant at right tackle than we do about Connor Williams at center.
Right.
So, but look, I mean, this is like a starting rotation. We always talk about you're not going to have, unless you're the Mariners, have all 5 just studs, right? You're going to have a couple of where you're like, hey, he's a good player, but like we'd like this guy better if he was healthy. And by the way, that's not something that the Seahawks ever do, is bring in guys with chronic injuries. Latu, I mean, that was a guy that I can't wait to watch him play. I hope his neck thing doesn't come up at all. And, the Seahawks were wrong about that, but I understand why they wouldn't draft him, because they talked to doctors who failed him.
Yeah.
So then he goes to UCLA, and he is a fantastic pass rusher, just the best by far out of any defender last year in the draft. But they just don't draft guys with chronic problems. So, I think the Abe Lucas thing kind of popped up, and you mentioned the guy Williams from Alabama. I think that was kind of a shock to him.
Yeah, it's I don't know, that you're right in that they've got these options. They got a bunch of guys that they could throw in different spots. Now, are they the best options? I don't know. I don't think Stone Forsythe is the best option, but he's an option to at least plug a hole for a while. You just need them not to be a liability, right? It'd be great if they were studs, but, you got McClendon Curtis out there. You've got Bradford. You've got, Christian Haynes. So you've got a lot of different names available to you, but it's, same with the center, whether it's going to be Williams, whether it's going to be Oluwatimi. So you've got options. I just don't know. It doesn't seem to be any clear answers to who are the best options outside of Cross and Lucas when he's healthy. And everything in between, you're like, well, we're going to find out. So, and now with Lucas not being healthy, you got 4 questions as to, well, who are the best options and how do we get by with that?
Yeah, I mean, Laken Tomlinson, to me, maybe I'm wrong about this, but just because he's a proven commodity in the NFL, I really like him at left guard. And Connor Williams may be that kind of guy. The beauty of him is he can play. He could possibly play tackle. He can play guard, tackle, but what they really need is a center, I think, and to have that part dominant, as far as that position goes. But and then we'll see what happens at right guard. But yeah, it's that. I mean, look, there's a lot of things. This is an entirely new offense, and it probably hurts a little bit more to not have your offensive line set and entirely healthy when you're trying to put in a new offense, because a lot of really good plays can get blown up because your offensive line.
All right, coming up, college football begins this week, and the state of the game is more uncertain than it's ever been. We're going to get into that next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
Our confidence in the Seahawks defense is growing. Is it just scheme and how he was using guys that made your confidence grow?
It's the scheme and the execution of the scheme, like the discipline of the players. It just feels different. It's tight out there. Guys are where they're supposed to be. They're flying to the football. There have been more turnover opportunities in the last 2 games than I remember in the last 3 or 4 games. And it seems like everyone is where they're supposed to be. You still got to make plays, but that's a great place to start.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Everyone always asks me, what were your top reasons for choosing Advanced Hair? Well, allow me to share, along with some details on, get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. Okay, first off, Advanced Hair stands by the results, and I'm living proof those results are second to none. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. Secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, creating a concierge quality experience that blew away my expectations. And lastly, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. It is quick, simple, and easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for that special savings opportunity, well, it's here. Advanced Hair's Summer Savings Event will get you the most hair for your dollar. It's their best offer ever. For details to schedule your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Can't fix everything for everybody, but you can be there and listen and try to help with what you can. You're there to support them, and that's the best that you can do.
Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of the 380 people who consider Lee Johnson their home.
This is my life. This is my family's life. The people that work here, they're my family. When something's not right with them, it's not right with us. My wife and 3 kids in the house, there's always something wrong with somebody at all times. And if there isn't, then something's wrong. When you have 388 employees, there's never a day that everything is good everywhere. You have to be okay with that. You have to look at that as opportunities to gain a better relationship with people and help them through what they're going through.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Seattle knows how to hustle. There it goes! 40, 30! Every day, we prepare, we grind, and we go to work. Still on the move! He can go! Because we live for these moments. Touchdown! Seahawks! This city lives for Sunday. Get your tickets for Seahawks game days at Lumen Field and experience what this city lives for. Visit Seahawks.com today.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Fall Classic Collector Car, Truck, and Boat Auction. Saturday, August 31st at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Events Center. Gates open at 9 a.m. Auction starts at 10 a.m. Up to 200 collector, vintage, and classic vehicles. Many going to the highest lucky bidder with absolutely no reserve. Get lucky, get local, and get in line. Visit LuckyOldCar.com. That's LuckyOldCar.com or call 206-467-6531 for bidding and consignment details.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft, and we've got an offer you're not going to want to wait for. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves. Whatever you like, we'll help you create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, and expense than a tear-out. Stop waiting. We're having a trade-in sale. You'll save $30 per door and drawer front off the cost of your new kitchen. Count them up and see how much you'll save. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Call today and let one of our pros come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up at 3 o'clock, Mike Blowers will join us on the program. Stay tuned for that. We'll demand answers from him, see what he can provide for us in relation to what's going on with the Mariners. We're running out of questions, Dave. We're asking the same questions every week about
you know what?
what's not happening with this team.
I love Blowers more and more every week this year because what do you say? I mean, he does a great job of, like, you know, telling us stories and stuff, and we'll get into, like, his career and things like that and what he sees. But, I mean, it's got to be difficult because there's not, like I said, for me, you know, explaining the team, I mean, there's all kinds of different stats that affect a game. Sometimes it's just takeaways, you know, just turnovers, that's it, you know, or, you know, maybe it's an excessive amount of yardage or whatever, your time on the field. There's so many different things, and it's just hitting. That's really all there is.
Yeah, but there could be so much involved as to why they're struggling at hitting, whereas you could look at a linebacker and say, oh, he took a bad angle. What he should have done is gone this way instead of this way. There's your answer. You saw what was wrong. What was wrong was much more obvious, where, yeah, it's obvious the offense is terrible, but why is it terrible? Because you've got guys who are proven to be decidedly better than what they're putting out there. So is it their mechanics? Is it the approach? Is it their philosophy? Where I think it's easier to correct what you see in football, where if you're the linebackers coach and you're going, no, he took a step this way, he should have gone this way, the gap discipline wasn't there. I feel like maybe some of the problems are much more easily addressed.
Yeah. So, like, okay, you're bad at taking on guards. Let's get you, you know, better. But the guard's not going a different way every time, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
you know, but I mean, for his sake, I think for Mike's sake and his defense, I mean, he's got. What are you going to say? I mean, you can't hit. You got great pitching. We've said it over and over again.
Yeah.
So he does a great job.
He does, and we'll put him to the test coming up at 3:00. But meanwhile, college football is going to get underway, and something I didn't know existed in my entire time in this business, Dave. I had never heard of a football GM at the college level. Certainly in the pros, we're all familiar with that. John Schneider, of course, but Alabama football general manager Courtney Morgan will be paid $825,000 per year. And I saw that story and went, wait, GM? What is it? What is that at the college level? Have you heard that, Lefko?
It's a pretty new position. Basically, when NIL kind of got free reign, they needed someone to kind of manage everything. So the player situations, the transfer portal.
So they created a new position.
They essentially created a new position, and it's the schools that have unlimited money to do so, because he's not even an on-field coach. This is just a separate staff position. You can hire as many guys as you want, and he's getting paid, well, I don't know if you said it yet, but an inordinate amount of money.
Yeah. Wow. And he's a Kalen DeBoer guy, right? He spent the past 2 seasons with DeBoer at Washington.
He was here in the same role.
Yeah, well, I guess it makes sense because, you know, it's pretty much like professional football now.
Was it called a GM here at Washington? Was that his title with the Huskies? He was the general manager?
Yeah.
I don't recall.
I don't remember that. I don't know. Maybe it's something that's been going on, but we just haven't heard of it. But, you know, here's another thing, Bob. How about a QR code, which I can barely work at a restaurant? A QR code
to get the menu
on the back of each helmet. What do you put your camera on, right? And then it just automatically pops up, right?
Yeah, you're going to have to do it for the team.
It's all sorcery to me, Matt.
I can barely do it at a restaurant.
It's the devil's work.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, and that's coming from Oklahoma State, by the way, which is what you're talking about. The school announced that they're going to sport QR codes on their helmets, linking to a donation page for the school's NIL fund, believed to be a first in college football. So for fans at home, it's going to be on the back of the helmet. It's 1.5 square inches, and the television broadcast will be going, and fans will be able to do the phone, Dave. You put it on photo and you put it up there, and then it'll bring the page up, and they can make donations to the NIL fund.
If I tried to do that, I think a menu at Denny's would pop up, probably.
I like that you can barely work it at a restaurant.
Well, look, I've been accused of being an old head on stuff like this, you know, and I'll say this, man. All of the innovation, electronics, everything that has developed the technology has developed so quickly, but human nature just doesn't. It takes much longer for human nature. So the people that want to say, "Oh, you're an old head," and this, I'm like, this doesn't sound good to me. I don't know what could go wrong. I mean, I'm sure there's lots of different things.
You're talking the mechanics of it, or you just don't like that people anywhere can donate money to this The school. That's the
the
part you don't
idea
like.
of it. I just wonder how. And like I said, it's human nature. Like 200 years ago, we used to go to bed when the sun went down.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, look, yeah, they had the kerosene lamp and things like
Yeah.
that. But I mean, you know, now you see all these people that, you know, I just don't know that that technology, that human development and behavior has caught up with technology. And, you know, I think it's going to take a while. So this is just one of those things I think that falls into that category. I'm not trying to say it's the devil's work or anything like that. Okay?
Sorcery.
Yeah, I mean, I'll use it at the restaurant. I joke
When
about
you can.
Yeah, when I can get it to go. But yeah, I don't know about college kids. I mean, and I think really the crux of it is that, you know, you have kids that, I mean, look, here's how you typically make money. And even for pro athletes, like normal people, you start off as an intern and then you get this and then you get that and then you grow and then you get a family and then all of a sudden, you know, you gain wealth as you hit your 40s and 50s and 60s. And that's typically how it happens. It's the exact opposite for, you know, I mean, I always say, if you'd have given me all the money that I made in the NFL when I was like in high school and college, which is kind of what they're getting now,
Yeah.
I don't know that I'd handle it well. I mean, I have a great mom and dad and everything.
They
and
would have kept you in line.
Yeah, I would think so. But I mean, still, I think that there's a lot of trappings and things like that. And so now it's just a little bit too slick to me that you can, you know, hey, I'm going to give that guy, and I don't know, what are they talking about? Is it like $5? Does it pop up and say $10? Does it say $1,000?
It doesn't specify in the article. Coach Gundy is talking about this, and he said, this is a revolutionary step forward to help keep Oklahoma State football ahead of the game. It gives a chance for everyday fans across the world to have a real impact when it comes to supporting the NIL effort for Cowboy football. I'm thrilled about this opportunity for our players. That's a very well presented statement that somebody handed him to read. Because he was talking about just the other day about the NIL being problematic and saying, all right, we're done talking about it. In fact, he said, we have those conversations with the players. Tell your agent to quit calling us and asking for more money. It's non-negotiable now. I'll start again in December. So now we're able to direct ourselves just in football, and that is part of the fun. So it's, you know, so he was sick of it on one side, and then an obviously prepared statement there about, you know, keeping Oklahoma State ahead of the pack and blah, blah, blah. And people from around the world can donate to their NIL fund.
Yeah, that's pretty slick. I mean, I got to say, it's very creative, whoever came up with it. What a great idea.
Well, how long till it's universal? Every school has QR codes, and they show a picture of it on the back of the helmet. And apparently you're not going to be able to do it from the stands there. It's too small, but on your TV screen, Dave, you put it on the photograph thing. And
well, look, I'll say this, you know, and I've always said, look, at the time when I was in college, it was a fair exchange for a scholarship for me to Stanford, and that, you know, they made money off of, you know, and I never felt like they made money off of me. I felt like, yeah, I mean, this is fun. I like what I do, and I get a free education out of it. It was a fair exchange at the time. You know, and you could make the argument now. You look at how much money is in college football. I mean,
billions.
Who's getting it?
Yeah.
You know, and so you would think the players should get, you know, a certain amount of it. So I understand that. I just don't know that the whole thing is sustainable. I mean, I think that there's lots of problems that are going to pop up. I'll say this, though. I'll admit this. Haven't really seen it, right? Like, we talked to Michael Penix when he came in. He's perfectly well-adjusted, nice kid, you know, and we haven't seen people going overboard. I mean, there's probably a few, you know, somewhere.
We saw that quarterback that was going to Florida because he was going to get some like $20 million thing. Remember that? And then it got pulled at the last minute. And then he's suing because he went to some other school. It was an exorbitant amount of money.
Right.
That one stuck out, and I can't remember how it was resolved, but there was a lawsuit going on because somehow that got pulled, and I don't know what happened. But the fact that some kid who was coming out of high school was going to get tens of millions to go play at Florida.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
I would say, like, I haven't put my finger on exactly what I think is wrong about it, but I mean, and I guess I don't think it's wrong. I just think that it's going to be fraught with some.
Yeah.
There's going to be some roadblocks. There's going to be some bumps in the road.
There'll be
along the
shenanigans.
way. Yeah, shenanigans as well. What else? What other kind of tomfoolery?
Yeah, somebody's going to find loopholes to take advantage of the system and make this school better than this one and have more advantage. Yeah, there is always somebody to find that avenue. Meanwhile, we're going to get a hitter's insight on what the Mariners lineup is dealing with right now. Mike Blowers will join us next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
Let's head to the station for a hype train. JSN finishes with more receiving yards than Tyler Lockett. Bump is boarding.
Jason's taking a step forward. Doesn't mean Lockett is taking a step back. It just means that, look, Lockett, you can get paid the same and not have to do as much. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. He is a mentor. He's a leader. I'm riding with Jason, though.
Also, it's just a good thing for Seattle, no matter what.
Yep.
Curtis, are you?
Make room, Bob. We got another passenger on this train. We're boarding.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed!
5 years of advanced security.
Security win!
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited!
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping. Woo!
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
John here with Happy Hauler. Furniture and household items you plan to throw away? We'll take them and prioritize donating and recycling, keeping items out of the landfill. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
If your home has slow-draining sinks, bathtubs, or showers, that's a danger sign. You might have a blockage building up downstream. Don't fear. Call Deere Services. Visit deerservices.net. Make an appointment, and we'll arrive at your home within 3 hours or give you a $100 credit. And get this, no service fee. Our experienced technicians will eliminate any blockages, making sure your plumbing system flows as good as new. But don't wait before it's too late. Visit DEARservices.net today. Deere Services. There when you need us most.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Seattle is home to Swedish CyberKnife, a non-invasive and highly precise treatment for prostate cancer. Swedish CyberKnife is the only CyberKnife center in the Pacific Northwest. Compared with other radiation treatments, which can last 6 to 9 weeks, CyberKnife treatment is much shorter, typically 5 days or less. CyberKnife advanced robotic technology can track your slightest body movement, adjusting in real time to deliver radiation with extreme accuracy, sparing healthy tissue. The vast majority of patients experience minimal side effects and can continue normal activities during treatment. CyberKnife offers curative cancer treatment while minimizing side effects and disruption to a patient's life. The experienced CyberKnife team has helped advance the field with research, protocols, and published findings. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over Washington state. If you, a friend, or family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Send off summer with thousands in savings at Kendall Chevrolet of Marysville. Whether it's a new 4-wheel-drive Chevy Silverado
or a new all-wheel drive, all-electric Chevy Blazer.
Shop Kendall Chevrolet of Marysville and save up to $3,500 off and get 5.9% APR for up to 84 months on any new 2024 Chevy Silverado, half-ton or heavy-duty.
Or get a $7,500 federal tax incentive when you lease a new all-wheel drive 2024 Chevy Blazer EV. Use it as a down payment and pay no money out of pocket.
Rugged, proven performance of a Chevy Silverado,
or the perfect balance of size, range, style, and value in a new Chevy Blazer EV. Stop by Kendall Chevrolet of Marysville today.
Chevy, together, let's drive.
Kendall, let's start something great.
VIN number RG254034. All financing at approved credit. Price does not include taxes, title, or license. A negotiable documentary service fee up to $200 may be added to the sale price of the vehicle. Subject to prior sales, see dealer for details. Offer expires 9/3/24.
You know, there's still time to get your roof done this summer with Riverside Roofing's quick quote at riversideroofingllc.com. Enter the details of your project and you're only 60 seconds away from starting on a new roof. At Riverside Roofing, the roofing company you can trust.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Seattle Kraken making a move today. They signed forward Matty Beniers to a 7-year extension worth just under $50 million that locks him into the franchise's future. He's 21 years old. Kraken's first ever draft pick, number 2 overall when they entered the league as an expansion team back in 2021. Meanwhile, Caleb Williams is done for the preseason. He had 43 snaps. Now, according to head coach Matt Eberflus, he said the majority of starters, including that rookie quarterback that we've just talked about, will not play in the team's final preseason game at Kansas City on Thursday. At the beginning of training camp, he said the Bears aim to play the first overall pick between 45 and 55 snaps in preseason games. So came up a couple snaps shy, but that will be it as far as the preseason goes for Caleb Williams.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
It's time.
He really moved the ball around today. That was a lot of fun to watch.
For Seattle's best baseball analyst, Mike Blowers.
The 1-1 pitch to Blowers. Swung on and belted deep to center field. To the track. The wall. Fly away.
With Wyman and Bob.
It's the conversation we look forward to each and every week, talking Mariner baseball with the best in the business. He's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. He is Mike Blowers. How are you, Mike?
I'm doing okay. How are you guys?
As Mariner fans, it's a little rough go right now.
We're like you. We're okay.
We're searching. We're all searching for answers. It's.
I understand.
Let's talk about the positive that we focused on all year, and it's really good to see Brian Wu go out there and at this point of the season still just go out there and deal the way that he does, and this rotation is just, even as a baseball fan, even if you weren't a Mariner fan, I would think that you would have some level of admiration and respect for 1 through 5. Just going, man, what I don't know what the closest rotation you ever played with to this, if you had anything remotely close to this, but just as a teammate, what do you think it's like just to go out there and watch those guys go out there and just shove every night the way they do?
Yeah, well, to answer your question, no, not 1 through 5. I never played on a team that had 1 through 5. I played on teams that had, obviously, with Randy Johnson and Ramon Martinez and some other guys that they were really good, but not 1 through 5. And this is something special, and it's something that we hear about every time. Just going into Dodger Stadium yesterday, the other broadcasters and people around there just talking about how great this pitching staff is, and it is. They've been terrific this year. So it's been a lot of fun to watch. Wu last night was terrific again. That's his 4th in a row where he's able to work his way into the 7th inning. And just the way he goes about his business is terrific. The main next, and I think that's been the next step for him, is to get into the 7th inning. And they're letting him go a little bit further now, which I think is great. And, and he's your 5th starter. I mean, it's fantastic to watch.
Yeah, Mike, tell us about, how frustrating is that? He looks so good, and then he makes one little mistake, and and all of a sudden gives up the home run. But what is it about him that makes him so hard to hit? Because it's not like a Matt Brash pitch or anything like that. It just looks like he's I don't want to say ordinary, because it's certainly not. But what is it that you see from him that you think it's so hard to hit him?
I think there's a couple of things. One, if you look at his arm angle and where his elbow is, the fastball that he throws, which is 95, which is a good fastball, he can touch 97, but it stays on the same plane. And as a hitter, you're used to the ball actually working its way down. And you see a lot of foul balls off of him and guys swinging through his fastball because it stays on that plane, and they just don't expect it. The other part is his delivery. If you look how smooth he is in his delivery with that arm angle, that makes it even tougher because it doesn't look like he's throwing with any effort at all, and the ball is on you. And I think that he's had a really good game plan. He and Cal have come up with a game plan, especially over the last 4 or 5 games that he's pitched, where he's going to use his fastball, which he always does the first time through, and then he's going to start to mix it up with his breaking ball and his changeup. And I think that once he starts to do that, it makes his fastball even better. It's something that is really special. I haven't seen anything like it. I made the comment the other day, and Scott Service was giving me a bad time about it, but I said in spring training next year, I want to stand in at one of his bullpen sessions and just take a look at it, just kind of, to your point, Dave, to kind of see what does this really look like. Because it's one thing to see it on TV or up in the booth where I'm at, but to be actually in there and look at it, I'd like to see what that is all about.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think I heard somewhere that Cal, well, first of all, Brian Wu said, I never shake Cal off, right? And then I think, are they roommates or something? I think maybe they're just on the road, but I feel like that connection between those two guys is almost as special as, you look at like Kirby and, some of the other, but I feel like that's maybe the strongest relationship right now anyway. I know you used to hang out with Logan a lot, but I'm pretty sure they're teammates and roommates and pretty much on the same page.
Yeah, I think that the main thing is that these guys really trust in everything that Cal does back there. So they're going to go and stay with him for the most part. And if you have a disagreement with Cal, he's going to come out to the mound and talk to you about it. And he wants to know why you don't want to go with what he's going with. And I think that's a really strong thing, especially for a catcher to be able to go out and have those conversations because of the relationships that he has with all these guys. He and Logan Gilbert have been together forever. And Logan will shake him off every now and then, but not often. And Cal wants to know why. This is what we're going to do. And I just think that the game plan that he comes up, and they're all different. They obviously all have talent, and they all throw hard. They're all 95 plus, but they're different in the way they go about their business. And I think Cal just builds that relationship around them, and they trust him because they know if something isn't working, he's going to get away from that and change things up and get him through 6 or 7 innings, and that's his strength. And I think he's that way with all 5 starters.
Hey, one thing that's sort of lost in the struggles of the offense is, Julio's come back. He's clearly not 100%. I mean, when you watch him run, he's just not there. He's still DHing, yet he's played in 7 games since he's been back. He's got a 6-game hitting streak. I mean, the first game was dreadful. It was 5 strikeouts, 5 plate appearances. But since then, he's had at least 1 hit in every game. And I'm curious what you've seen from him, because we were talking about, well, what's fair to expect? He's been out for a while. It's going to take him a while to get that timing, and it seemed like it took 1 game. I mean, he's not hitting for power right now. He's not legging out doubles or hitting home runs. But does he look like he's dialed in, and it's the ankle that's sort of maybe inhibiting some of the damage he would normally do? Or what do you see from Julio in the plate?
Bob, I think that we'll know when he's at full strength and completely healthy when he's back in the outfield. I think at this point he's somewhat limited. He still has a presence at the plate. And that's the next step for me, is to watch him start to drive the ball in the gap and hit it out of the ballpark. So I think he's not quite there yet, but he's finding a way to get on base and make some things happen. But he's not going to be at full strength until we see him in the outfield.
And Mike, is it anything special going down to Dodger Stadium? I mean, you were down there, and is it just something kind of special? Everybody always talks about how that's like their favorite destination in pro baseball.
It's a really cool ballpark. It's in great shape now. It's in the best shape that I've seen it. But as far as the older ballparks go, it's one of my favorites, that and Fenway. For me, what's special was to watch the return of Justin Turner. yesterday and the ovation that he got from the fans. He spent 9 years there, and I thought that was really cool to see that. But Dave, I'm sorry, I'm so far removed from it that it's just another ballpark for me to go to. But I thought it was really cool to see the way the fans reacted to Justin.
Come on, Dave. Blowers has seen it all, done it all. He's not impressed.
Well, everybody,
I'm getting old. I'm getting old.
Getting old, yeah. Well, the other thing is, I know this happens in football. For whatever reason, it must be L.A. They just blare the PA system down there. I mean, you can hardly hear yourself think. Hopefully it wasn't that way on TV, but it sounded like it was on radio. And I don't know if that's an L.A. thing or what.
I don't know what it is either, but I'll tell you this. When I was just trying to get my homework done and sitting in the booth and getting things done before the game, and they were blaring it, I had to get up and walk out into the concourse just to get away from it a couple different times. So I can't imagine what Shannon was having to deal with on the radio side of things with her pregame show, because it was ridiculously loud. And why they do that, I don't know, but yeah, I got 2 more days of it.
That also is us getting old, Mike. Yeah. I'm the same way. I can't stand it.
I was just going to say, I can see the text come rolling in now. Oh, you old man, it's too loud. Turn it down.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a fact.
Hey, Mike, are there players you look forward to seeing on other teams that, just as a baseball fan? Because we've talked about this before, I'm sure, but Mookie Betts is my favorite non-Mariner. I just love that guy. By all accounts, a quality individual, but to see somebody excel the way that he does in the outfield and win Gold Gloves and in the infield at shortstop and second base and wherever they put him, and just obviously a tremendous hitter, but so he's somebody that in this series, I'm not rooting for him to do damage against the Mariners, but I appreciate him as a player. Are there guys you still, when you go to different cities, maybe it's Ohtani, maybe it's Betts, that you look forward to looking at and seeing them in person?
Yeah, I think that's something that, for me as a former player, I really appreciate and respect the way guys go about their business and just, how great they are. Ohtani certainly is one of them. I mean, he's going to be a 40-40 guy this year. Mookie Betts has always been one of my favorites. And the thing I like about Mookie is that he not only goes and plays everywhere when they ask him to, but he does it at a Gold Glove level, and he never complains about it. Some guys, when they finally get their star, they don't want to move around and they expect certain things. He doesn't seem to be that guy. He seems just whatever the team needs is here I am. So I would say yes, Bob. There are definitely, in most of the cities that I go to, there are players that I look forward to watching.
Yeah. What about going down like on the field? I don't know if you do that or not. A couple of years ago. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Mike, a couple of years ago, I went to Kansas City. They have this defensive tackle named Chris Jones. And I got a chance to stand like right next to him, and I'm going, I couldn't play these days, even at my prime. I mean, it is amazing how huge they are and how fast they are. But have you got a chance to like stand next to Ohtani? I mean, he's kind of like Aaron Judge. I mean, just so impressive. Just you don't see baseball players built like that.
No, you don't. And yes, I have. He's but the thing that's incredible to me is just to see somebody like Ohtani, he's a big man. I mean, he's put together, but to watch him run is something that you have to appreciate, because I don't know how he does it with the size that he has, but he can fly. And he's a long strider, and I think when you start to see all those things come together, then to watch him in batting practice when you're down by the cages, that is really impressive. It's just how much harder he hits the baseball than most people. And I think that you have to really appreciate that. Aaron Judge, you mentioned, he's a monster also, and he can go play center field. It's ridiculous where some of these guys are at. I certainly felt that way about Mike Trout for a number of years before he started having the injury problems. But you go down and you stand next to these guys, they're a lot bigger than you expect them to be. I'm not a small person, and I just feel like, man, this is just a different level of game that these guys are playing at.
Mike, what is it about certain players when you look at them? And, I look at somebody like Dylan Moore or Josh Rojas, who are crucial to your ball club. You love having those guys on your team, but you also look at them, or at least I do, and go, yeah, they're not everyday players. They can be really impactful in short stints, for a couple of weeks perhaps. But, over a full season, you sort of see their limitations. Is that a skill set that just isn't exposed much, so they can be effective for short stints, and then once the league sees them throughout a season, they adjust, and maybe the skill level isn't quite what an everyday third baseman should be? Or how do you do that? It feels like calling somebody a utility player. I know Mark McLemore, would bristle at that, but what separates an everyday player from a utility player in your mind?
I think consistency overall, just, the consistency of the play and what the numbers are going to look like at the end of the year. I mean, we've talked about this. You look at the back of the baseball card, you're going to have one year that you're going to throw out because it wasn't there. Another year that they were great, and that's probably not it. But you look at the rest of it in between, it's the consistency that they have every day. And I think that that's the hardest part about playing in the big leagues. For me, I just watch guys, and I think that is probably the separator. And it's hard to find those guys. It's a difficult game, especially in today's world with the pitching that you're seeing every day. But I think the consistency is the separator.
Mike, do you remember that time when you had 8 RBIs in one game? Do you remember that?
Yeah. Yeah. It was funny because when it came up on the screen last night, I just kept looking in the air, and I'm like pointing at it like, are you going to talk about this?
Yeah, there you go.
He was intentionally avoiding it.
I don't have too many of those moments, Dave, so I just wanted to make sure I got that out there on the air. But yes.
Hey.
Yeah, that was a great day. That was a great day for me.
Yeah, I would say like 3-4 times a year you show up on one of those records, man. I think it's cool. But my serious question is like, how did you feel? Were you like, man, this is my day? Or did you look at it at the end of the game and go, wow, I didn't realize I had 8 RBIs? I mean, what was the feeling?
The feeling was that I'm going to survive another day at the big league level. All right, that was a pretty good day. I remember Lou, after the game, they were talking to Lou about it. He didn't even know it. They mentioned that I had 8 RBIs in the game. And he said, that's a pretty good week for most players. So, I felt pretty good about that. And for Lou to at least recognize it was great. But, that was a special year for me. Things went pretty well. And in all seriousness, I felt like at that point, Dave, and, you turn a corner, and I felt like I was a legitimate big league player, and I could do things like that from time to time. And it was a lot of fun to go through it, and it was a great year with the team and what we were able to accomplish and the things that we did. So it was a lot of fun.
Hey, do you think analytics would have helped you, or helped even just not you just specifically, but maybe players back in your day if you had the access players have today? Because I'm sort of torn on analytics. I think they can be relied upon too heavily, and they can alter the gut feeling of a manager at times. But it's some people live and die with them. If you knew your barrel rate and your exit velocity and all that good stuff, do you think that would have changed what you did in your career?
I think that. And I learned this from Edgar Martinez, one of the greatest hitters I've ever been around. But I learned this from Edgar after a couple of years, and that was to know what pitchers are going to go to when they are in trouble. And so many times you think 2-0, okay, well, I'm going to get a fastball, and they end up throwing you a breaking ball. Well, you have to understand that. So I think in that part of it, the analytics today will help you as far as what the pitchers are going to do, especially when they're in trouble and you're trying to drive in a run, and you need to know what the best information that you can get. And if he's throwing this breaking ball at 75% of the time, well, that's what I'm going to look for. So I think that there's some positives to that, but I also think that it can be overbearing at times. And all players are different. Their personalities are different. The way that they think about things are different. And I think you have to understand that also. But I think that there's a place there where it can be helpful, but it can also be a burden if you're not prepared for it.
Hey, Mike, last night I saw a highlight of, unfortunately, the Astros winning a walk-off home run or walk-off game with a home run from Yanni Diaz against Boston. And he, the batter before that was Yordan Alvarez, and he just kind of said something to him. And I don't know if I think he said something about timing or whatever, and just kind of gave him a little advice. And then, when Diaz hit the home run, he kind of pointed into the dugout at Alvarez. Tell us about those kinds of, conversations, where you have a guy that like, hey, watch out for this or watch out for that, or, be on this pitch or whatever. It was kind of interesting to me because, maybe it happened because of that. I don't know, but it just was very interesting to me that, kind of passing off that kind of information. It was kind of cool, even though the Astros won.
It's a little bit different today. Like I look down into the dugout all the time when I'm broadcasting and see what's going on, especially when there's a pitching change, and they'll all go over and they break the iPad out and they'll go over the pitching and all that kind of stuff. But I think that there is still a lot of value when your teammates are telling you what they've seen or what they think that he's going to do in a certain situation. And I think that basically it just gives you more confidence when you walk up there. So I think that there's still a lot of value to that as opposed to just going over the analytics, which they should do. They should look at that stuff too and have a better idea. But I think when you have a teammate, especially somebody like Alvarez and his resume, I think that holds a lot of weight, and I think it can certainly help hitters out.
All right, Mike, let's get to the serious stuff here. 36 games to go. This team is 5 games out in the division, 6.5 out in the wild card. It's going to be a tough stretch. I mean, they're going to have to play at a level that they have not been playing at, certainly in the second half of the season. So we make Mike Blowers the hitting coach. What's your message? Do you say more batting practice, no batting practice? We're going to a movie. We're going bowling. We're going out for drinks. What are you doing to sort of shake things up or to try to get a different vibe going with such a small amount of time?
You know, it's funny that you mentioned that because that's something that I think that Scott and the hitting coaches and everybody has done, especially in the second half. They tried all of those things. You know, we're just gonna show up and we're gonna get our uniform on and we're gonna go play, or we're gonna get out there at 2:00 in the afternoon and we're gonna work harder. All that stuff has been tried. I watch it every day. I mean, at the ballpark. I think that something that Scott has been saying, which I really appreciate and believe in, and I know that's where his conviction is, and that is somehow, some way, to a man in that lineup, you have to be more aggressive in what you're doing early in counts. I think that stop trying to work yourself into a good count. Stop looking for a certain pitch. Just be ready to hit. And if you're ready to hit and you're ready to swing the bat, I think that would be something that would certainly help them along the way. But you have to have all the guys buy into that. And, you know, everybody's different. But I think that message from Scott is the right message, especially where they're at now. They have to be aggressive. I think Aaron was saying after last night's game, if they want to get to 90 wins, they got to go 26-10, something like that. That you're going to have to score runs. They can live on their pitching. There's no question. The pitching is going to be there, but you're going to have to score more runs than they have, and the offense has to get better. And I think just being more aggressive and having that kind of mindset would help.
And I agree with that because it does feel like you see a lot of guys, and it's not specific to any one guy. You'll see a heater right down the middle, first pitch, and they'll just kind of look at it like, okay, and then you're down in the count, and then you're chasing off the edges and things like that. But does that him going, hey, just be ready to hit, so jump on that first pitch fastball, does that counter the control the zone theory at all?
No, I don't think so, because I think if you're ready to hit, it doesn't mean you're going to chase out of the strike zone. I just think that if it throws you a strike early in the count and you're able to hit it and put it in play, it gives you a better opportunity, right? Obviously, you're putting the ball in play. So I don't mean swing at everything. I mean, right. If it's in the strike zone, let's be ready to hit. And I think that, if you're able to do that, you buy into that, I think it increases your chances. And I think also, to me, watching them this year, there's a lot of times when the guys are fouling pitches off, not just taking them, Bob, but they're fouling pitches off that they should move forward. Mm-hmm. And I think that there's just not that aggressiveness to it. And with that kind of mindset, you're going to chase pitches from time to time. That happens at the big league level, but I just think it's a better mindset to be in. But I'm not saying swing at everything. Swing at pitches in the strike zone.
Right, but when they're fouling them off, and I agree, you see other teams they'll crush a mistake, whereas the Mariners will foul off a mistake. Is that them not prepared for that particular pitch? They're sitting on a fastball. Here comes a breaking ball that's a cookie over the middle of the plate, or is that mechanics that they're not squaring the ball up? How do you explain them not capitalizing on those mistakes?
I think that more than anything, it comes down to timing. And I think if you have an aggressive mindset, like for me, it's a great example of it. And I know that Cal isn't hitting for a great average, but he's doing damage when he's up there. And Cal is ready to hit. And he hits everything. He hits the breaking ball, he hits the fastball, he hits it all. And I just think that kind of mindset would be helpful for the guys as a team, just as a collective group. And I think it's more timing than anything.
I don't want to ask you to make a prediction, Mike, but you got Bryce Miller going so far. Don't quite have the starting lineup out yet, but anybody that you've seen that's kind of poised to get hot tonight?
In this group, I would say that Cal is always a threat. I mean, I love Cal at the plate. He's a threat. They need to get a Rosarina going again. We'll see if he can get that going tonight. He's somebody that, to me, has been a little bit more where he's taken too many pitches lately. But hopefully he can get that going. And, this team, when it plays well, Robles at the top of the lineup getting on base, he's a problem, and he causes a lot of things that happen out there because he can steal bases, he can run the bases, he does a lot. So hopefully Victor is somebody that will get on base 2 or 3 times tonight.
He also does some weird things at the plate, doesn't he? Like every once in a while he'll just put his hands on his hips or something.
Very animated.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Love it.
He's unique. There's no question about it. I mean, when we were, I think it was in Pittsburgh, and he ended up catching a fly ball, made a really nice catch out there, and he ended up sitting up on the fence by the bullpen.
Yeah.
And he sat there for, it seemed like 4 or 5 minutes. I'm like, what is he doing? Come on in. But he's unique, but you know what? I really like it. I think he's somebody, and I think Scott encourages it for him to be himself. And, yeah, he's different, but I like that, and I think it really helps the team out too. So hopefully he can get it going again.
Yeah, I thought he pulled something. I thought he was hurt because you're right. He did sit there until you guys went to commercial break. I'm like, oh, no. Oh, no, he can't walk off the field.
I didn't know that he was going to come back in. I mean, we're almost out of the commercial break before he started jogging back in. So he's fun. He's a lot of fun to watch.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He is Mike Blowers with us each and every week talking baseball. Always a fun conversation, Mike. We really appreciate it. And as we always say, let's hope when we talk next week, we're talking about the Mariners on a run. They have turned the corner. So let's just keep our fingers crossed for that.
Let's try to finish up this road trip and have a good homestand. I agree with you.
There you go. There's Mike Blowers with us each and every week. If you didn't catch all of that conversation or you just tuned in, it will be available on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, there seems to be a wait-and-see perception of this Seahawks team right now around the NFL. We'll get into some of that coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Kudos once again to Brian Wu. He was the pitcher du jour who pitched well. And
he's your fifth starter, dude. And he's got like an under 2 ERA. I mean, it's
unbelievable.
It really, I mean, so much of what we talked about all off season and what we have talked about for years and years and years and years is this thing's built not on rock and roll. This thing's built on pitching. And you know what the starting pitching has been? Historic. That's in the history of your club. I mean, they just keep getting better.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
You guys have heard me reference my meeting with Anthony, the owner of Asset Roofing, many times at this point. And in that meeting, I learned something new, and that was about the metal roofing craze that's going on right now in residential homes. I've certainly seen metal roofs on industrial buildings or commercial buildings, but for residential homes, wasn't aware of that. But Anthony educated me and talked about the appeal of metal roofs. First of all, they've got a lifespan of almost double a traditional roof, which immediately makes it more appealing. It's more eco-friendly, and it can be made in any color to match your home. And Asset Roofing is there leading the local push in metal roofing, and they can even offer metal roofs for up to a 30% discount over their competitors. And I'll tell you how. Asset Roofing cuts each metal panel in-house. They do it right there at their headquarters, which speeds up the production process and saves you, the customer, more money. They're not bringing it in prefabricated from out of the state or out of the country. They do it right there, custom to every job. So if you're redoing your roof this year, reach out to Asset Roofing. Do yourself a favor. Get a quote. No harm in getting a quote on a metal roof. Asset Roofing is a company I've worked with. They're honest. They do amazing work, and they do prioritize safety within their work culture. And their owner, Anthony, founded Asset Roofing to bring value to homeowners making a big investment in their home. So you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Head to assetroofingco.com. That's assetroofingco.com.
If you're injured in the state of Washington, here's what matters. Who represents you matters. The experience of their staff matters. Their investigation team and track record of success matters. Davis Law Group was founded in Seattle and has been winning cases for more than 30 years. We know Washington State, we know our courts, and we know how to deliver the highest level of client satisfaction. And that's what matters.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow. provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
Oh no! Your air conditioner's blowing hot air. Don't fear. Call Deere. Deere Services. We'll be there within 3 hours guaranteed. Bookmark DEARservices.net.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Send off summer with thousands in savings at Kendall Chevrolet of Marysville. Whether it's a new 4-wheel drive Chevy Silverado
or a new all-wheel drive, all-electric Chevy Blazer.
Shop Kendall Chevrolet of Marysville and save up to $3,500 off and get 5.9% APR for up to 84 months on any new 2024 Chevy Silverado, half-ton or heavy-duty.
Or get a $7,500 federal tax incentive when you lease a new all-wheel drive 2024 Chevy Blazer EV. Use it as a down payment and pay no money out of pocket.
Rugged, proven performance of a Chevy Silverado,
or the perfect balance of size, range, style, and value in a new Chevy Blazer EV. Stop by Kendall Chevrolet of Marysville today.
Chevy, together, let's drive.
Kendall, let's start something great.
VIN number RG254034. All financing and approved credit. Price does not include taxes, title, and license. A negotiable documentary service fee up to $200 may be added to the sale price of the vehicle. Subject to prior sales CD for details. Offer expires 9/3/24.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks once again to Mike Blowers, who joined us in the previous segment. If you guys missed that conversation, it will be on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab. Scroll down to our picture, click on that, and anything you missed is waiting for you right there after the show each and every day, and click subscribe. That's the key to all of it. You never have to worry about it again after that. Meanwhile, we're starting to see we're not starting. We've been seeing this for a while, Dave, but I saw a more recent preseason NFL power ranking. This was from ESPN. They had the Seahawks at number 22. And I'm not making the case that they're going to go to the Super Bowl this year. But are there really 21 teams that are better than the Seahawks going into the season?
Yeah, including like Tampa Bay,
and Jacksonville,
and
Chargers.
I think a lot of people say, "Oh, you beat the Chargers."
The Browns. I mean, I don't know. And then they do a little blurb as they do after each one. It says they're talking about Geno Smith. Saying Smith could go from the hot seat to the catbird seat, as in position well for a new contract next offseason in a matter of months if a strong start of training camp leads to a bounce back in 2024. But his future in Seattle beyond the season has appeared to be in question after his up and down 2023, non-committal comments from John Schneider, and the GM's decision to trade for Sam Howell as an immediate backup and potential heir. Smith is under contract for 2 more years, scheduled to make at least $25 million in 2025. So it's mainly about Geno, but it's just interesting that the team as a whole, according to those outside of this market, they're just that we talked about the general lack of optimism. And again, not saying they're going to be, a top 5 team. We'll see what happens, but are there really 21? I mean, what, 32 teams in the league, and there are 21 better than the Seahawks going in there, huh?
Well, I don't think so, but, I think if you're a national guy and you look at it, okay, let's look at the head coach and the quarterback. The head coach is new, so just instantly, and he's 36 years old, right? And so, of course, he doesn't – and he's got a offensive coordinator coming from, college. And by the way, Ryan Grubb – I really enjoyed listening to all the coordinators and especially, Leslie Frazier. We heard from him. But, listening to Ryan Grubb and some of the things that he was talking about and what they do on offense and, some of the things that his interaction between him and Gino. He said they already have the kind of relationship where Gino will just come up to Coach Grubb and just say, I'm stuck here on this one, give me some ideas of like what we should do on this play or that play. And, so they're already having that kind of interaction. And those are two guys that are probably getting judged the most and why a lot of people think are at number 22, their ranking because of Gino, and they have him on the hot seat. So, I don't think it's out of the ordinary. And then also I try to guard for, we're listening to all the good stuff and the positive stuff and everything, maybe it will take a while to get going, but I sure have liked everything I've heard so far. And especially I've loved what I've seen on defense.
Yeah.
That is, and we complained ad nauseum about the defense really over the last 3 years.
Yeah.
And so, and unfortunately there's some good players in there that got kind of caught up in that. And by the way, speaking of two good players, it was really nice seeing Quandre Diggs and Jamal Adams down there, but in Tennessee. But I just thought that the defense was broken. So you got a guy who is pretty much an expert at it, albeit very young, in Mike McDonald. And so I don't know. To me, I think they should at least be in the top half of the league. Which means 1 through 16. But
they got the Bears ahead of them. Bears have and I know Caleb Williams has hype, but he's a rookie.
Yeah,
he's a rookie quarterback on a team that was a 7-win team last year, and they've got them at 17. They got the Seahawks at 22.
Yeah.
So we'll see how this all shakes out. Again, it's achieving its goal. It's a conversation. They got the Steelers at 16. They got the Jets at 15. They've got Jacksonville at 14. I mean, I don't know. Some of them are going, really? You expect them to be that good, huh? Falcons at 19. All these teams are ahead of the Seahawks. So, it's remains to be seen what happens. But they've got. I'm sure Lefko looks at this as accurate because they've got the Titans at 24. You feel like that was too high or too low?
Yeah, too high, of course.
Too high.
Brand new coach, no quarterback.
See, they should have been 32.
They should have been 33. Yeah,
33. That's right.
No, late 20s.
Well, I think that combination will get you knocked down like 5 slots. The new coach and the quarterback off of an off year.
Yeah.
Kind of a mystery year with Gino. Has the great Pro Bowl year and actually was a
Caleb Williams a rookie. I know, number 1, but still a rookie.
Still a rookie.
And they're 17.
He could get hit by a bus, Bob.
He could. And they were a 7-win team. They were worse than the Seahawks last year, yet he's the man. I don't know. A lot of confidence in what he's going to do for that team. And maybe they'll prove it. He'll prove them right. Maybe that'll happen. But if that's a knock on other teams, rookie quarterback or even new quarterback and or new head coach, doesn't seem to apply to the Bears.
Well, and also, you look at Pittsburgh. I mean, look, I know they got Mike Tomlin, but, if Russell Wilson isn't their quarterback, I think they're going to be in trouble. So we'll see. And I know that he was 8 for 10. We talked about this yesterday. Over the weekend, he was 8 for 10. And he got sacked 3 times, and that was that big debate, which Michael Bumpus and Dan Orlovsky disagreed on. And, I don't know. I just think if Russ isn't the quarterback, I don't see how they're going to go with Justin Fields. I don't get it.
All right, so there you go. Conversation piece. Latest ESPN Power Rankings have the Seahawks at number 22. Meanwhile, how do we avoid watching the exact same Mariners game every night for the rest of the season? It's like Groundhog Day. How do we avoid it? We'll talk about that next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
It's a new era for the Seahawks.
Oh, my word, what a catch! What a catch by JSN!
I always expect us to go out and play hard and play physical and be clean.
I would think he's going to come in and be pretty disciplined about this is what we're doing, man.
A new season kicks off September 8th when the Hawks host the Broncos at Lumen Field.
Touchdown! Seahawks! The Seahawks defense! They awaken the crowd at Lumen Field!
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Seattle is home to Swedish CyberKnife, a non-invasive and highly precise treatment for prostate cancer. Swedish is the only CyberKnife center in the Pacific Northwest, and compared with other radiation treatments, which can sometimes last 6 to 9 weeks, CyberKnife treatment is much shorter. It's typically 5 days or less. CyberKnife's advanced robotic technology can track your slightest body movement, adjusting in real time to deliver radiation with extreme accuracy, sparing healthy tissue. And the vast majority of patients experience minimal side effects and can continue normal activities during treatment. CyberKnife offers a curative cancer treatment while minimizing side effects and disruption to a patient's life. The experienced CyberKnife team has helped advance the field with research, protocols, and published findings. And Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over Washington state. So if you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
I don't want to dig up my yard if I don't have to. That's why I hired O'Neill Plumbing. They're Seattle's trenchless plumbing pros. All rooter, all trenchless, always professional. O'Neill Plumbing since 1917.
Hey everyone, Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. If your summer list includes 18 holes and a new roof, give Techline a call and we'll come out for a free inspection. Trust Techline. They shoot from the tips.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
The Puget Sound Boys and Girls Club means a safe place for our kids to grow, to have fun, to build relationships, and become themselves. Because of partners like Boeing, we're able to do a lot. It's super exciting for our kids to know that Boeing volunteers are here to help them, to have fun with them, to create good experiences. It provides a brighter lens for their future.
At Sound Pain Solutions, some of the most difficult cases we see are patients suffering from failed back surgery syndrome. Bill is an avid golfer, but his pain got so bad he couldn't play and was considering surgery.
My back was killing me. I could not play any more golf. I could not walk more than half a block.
I did not want surgery on my back, and I researched many different ways of getting this fixed. Behind that was horror stories from my friends who had back surgery, but it wasn't worth it, and I just made conclusion to that. There's got to be another way.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. We were able to get Bill back on the course without the risk of surgery. We did this using non-invasive, FDA-cleared procedures like non-surgical decompression, laser, pressure wave, and bioelectrical treatments. Now, Bill is back to playing golf and enjoying life. Schedule a free consultation to learn if you qualify for our non-surgical and drug-free treatment by calling Sound Pain Solutions or visiting soundpainsolutions.com.
Tired of slow play? Kickstart your day with an early round of golf. Get a round in before work with early morning light and faster pace of play. From Bellingham, Everett, and Marysville to Linwood, Bellevue, and Seattle, even out on the coast, there's a premier course near you. Play Interbay, Jackson Park, Jefferson Park, West Seattle, Bellevue, Legion Memorial, Walter E. Hall, Linwood, Cedar Crest, Lake Patton, Ocean Shores, or the Crossroads Par 3. The courses are in great shape and ready for your next round. Go to premiergolfcenters.com to book your tee time today.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up at 4 o'clock, Sean Casey of MLB Network will join us on the program. Make sure you stay tuned for that conversation. Sean Casey, truly one of the nice guys in all of sports, so it'll be good to get an objective view. Some people will complain because you talk to somebody who works on the Mariners broadcast, or they're not unbiased. So we'll get the unbiased opinion coming up here at 4 o'clock, Dave.
Yeah, we don't get that, though, because, like, Blowers is a very serious, objective guy who's around, and look, I know he works for the team, but he's never not told it like it is.
Yeah, he's not going to lay anybody out and say, well, this guy stinks, or he's a terrible sign. They're not. If you expect any team employee to say anything like that or on the team broadcast, they're not going to be there for long. That's not how that goes. But they can be critical.
Yeah.
And we'll see what Sean Casey has to say. Meanwhile, just talking about avoiding watching the same Mariner game every year for the final 36 games. Jeff Passan was on with Brock and Salk this morning, talked about a few different things. He was asked if he would consider making any in-season changes right now, fire anybody right now.
Front office, no, that's not going to do anything. Manager, you have to be considering it at this point, yes. But there's enough going on there that I do not know about where I'm not sure how big of a boost it would be. I think it ultimately comes down to the Mariners front office asking, will getting rid of Scott Service or somebody else in that clubhouse make a clear and demonstrable change? And unless the answer is an obvious yes, I just don't know that it's worth it.
Yeah, 36 games. By all accounts, the players love him. I don't know that his absence changes somebody's approach at the plate. I don't. To me, it's an organizational philosophy that's being implemented there when it comes to their offense. It's not Scott's philosophy. I don't know. I think if they thought, hey, that would light a fire under this team, they would do something that they have not been doing with him there. And if he's gone, they're going to do this, and we're going to find our way in the playoffs. Then they would do it. I don't see that happening, and I don't see him as has he made mistakes? Certainly, as every manager does. They make moves that don't work. There's a million opportunities within one game, but when it comes to, they can't hit. They can't collectively. It's just it goes beyond the manager. It should, honestly, more of the conversation should go towards the team's hitting philosophy and their hitting coach. And they fired Brant Brown, which was a weird move because this team does not make those moves midseason, and it wasn't even midseason. They did that pretty quickly, and nothing got better. So there's going to have to be a massive self-evaluation in the offseason of what we've been doing for the offense and what are we going to do moving forward, because it can't be the same.
Well, look, the Mariners have played 126 games. At this point, there's just no way that firing Scott Service would make, and this is one of the things that people say, oh, you're in the bag for the team. Really? Does that really make sense to you? And seemingly everybody loves him. We've not heard any necessarily criticisms of Scott Service from anyone.
Never. Not players or
players especially. So, yeah, to me, would that make him like angry maybe, or is that supposed to fire them up? I don't see where that would do any good. But yeah, I mean, you look at they're number 30, and it's by a good distance, a good stretch. Like you go to like the 28th, 29th team as far as batting average goes, and they're a ways away.
Oh yeah,
from that
they're down in everything. If you want to go to on base percentage, slugging percentage, OPS. They're number one in strikeouts, though, Dave. They still hold that top spot.
Yeah, that's a good one as long as you're hitting a ton of home runs.
They're clinging to that spot.
But yeah, to me it's a little bit late for that. And I'm surprised when people text in that part of it, just because over the years you've gotten kind of a sense of who, and I heard some things about Service before he came here, and you're always going to hear negative things, and all of those negative things, to me anyway, were dispelled almost immediately once we started talking to him, seeing what he's about. So yeah, I don't know what you do. I feel like at this point they've pretty much tried everything. So maybe you just wait and see. I like that Julio doesn't really feel he doesn't really feel like he is the leader and like he needs to get up and play that role. He knows who he is. But, since he's come back, I think he's batting close to 300.
Yeah, he's played in 7 games. He's got a 6-game hitting streak.
Yeah.
First game was a disaster, 0 for 5 with 5 strikeouts.
Which you can understand that.
And immediately, Scott's stupid for putting him in. He's not ready. He's done. You see, this is why he stinks. And Julio's had a hit in every game after that. Is he?
Right.
He's clearly not 100%. That much has been made clear. Otherwise, he'd be in the outfield. He'd be playing defense. So he's not close, but he's out there grinding and trying to provide something for a lineup that has a lot of nothing right now. And he's in the midst of he's had at least 1 hit in every game since he's been back, except for the first one.
But the whole thing with Julio, and I know we'll hear from Divish about Julio, but in the clubhouse. But to me, even if he is, let's say he was hitting 300 all year, if that's not him, and that, again, we always go back to this because it's true, and I've been in locker rooms where you can always tell the guy that is getting up there and it's like contrived, like he's trying to pump himself up into saying something. We had a backup linebacker one time that all of a sudden stood up and said something, and I'm like, I didn't say it out loud, but I was like, why are you talking?
Yeah. Who are you?
Yeah. So, yeah, and I think he was in his 2nd year, and he was like, come on, guys, we need to do this and that. And I'm like, oh, man, this is bad.
Yeah.
So, yeah, be yourself. And I like that about Julio. I like that he hasn't been the guy that's, tried to give the big rally speech, because that's just, I think he senses that's not who he is. And he also kind of senses that, look, I'm probably not the guy to do that right now, which I really appreciate.
Yeah, he's kind of deferring to Cal and JP and to a lesser extent Haniger, guys that are older. He's still finding it, but he did do it. He did after he struck out to end the game with the bases loaded. He called himself out, called the team out, apparently, and we talked to Ryan Divish about that yesterday.
He's always been deferential to the players and to the older players and the veterans, and I think that's a very respectable thing. But when you're the most talented guy on the team and you make the most money, you also have to kind of step up sometimes, and the times when you fail are the times when you really need to step forward, because it's a sign of respect that you respect your teammates. Like, hey, you know what? I didn't do it here. I didn't come through on this. Go talk about it. Being willing to talk about your failures sometimes is probably more important than talking about your successes.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I don't know that this is going to be a regular thing for him, or he'll grow into that role and be that sort of voice in that clubhouse. But I think it's much more impactful, and you're talking about it in a different way because it's kind of the first time we've heard of him doing that. So it has impact. It's sort of like we talked about. Cam Chancellor was a really quiet guy, but everybody said when he does speak, everybody in that locker room listens. Because, you talk about, the train going by so often, you don't notice it anymore. Somebody who's always yelling and screaming, it loses its impact. You sort of just tune it out. So I feel like Julio has gone about it the right way, as Divish said, in a very respectable way and deferential to the veterans in there. So
yeah, you have to love that about him, especially for a young guy. And this is what we were talking about, this NIL thing. And I'll say this for Julio, because you talk about these young people getting all this money and that it might, kind of screw them up. It hasn't screwed up Julio, as far as I can tell. I mean, I don't know how he is off the field, but I think he comports himself very well, and he always has shown out very well. And for him to be like that, I think, a lot of kids, I mean, like we talked about yesterday, and I don't mean to dwell on it. I just thought it was so odd, but the whole Caleb Williams thing where he comes in and he's like, I want everybody to pick up the trash. That's not how you do it, man.
Yeah, that doesn't fly when you've not played a down at that level.
Yeah,
so.
And Julio has been he's been a dream, really, from that perspective. You haven't heard anything bad about him, none of his teammates, nothing that's happened in the clubhouse. So I really respect that about him.
All right, coming up, he might have some questionable friends, but we think you'll enjoy this conversation with Sean Casey anyway. Sean Casey of MLB Network will join us next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Kudos once again to Brian Wu. He was the pitcher du jour who pitched well. And
he's your fifth starter, dude. And he's got like an under 2 ERA. I mean, it's
unbelievable.
Really, so much of what we talked about all offseason and what we have talked about for years and years and years and years is this thing's built not on rock and roll. This thing's built on pitching. And you know what the starting pitching has been? Historic. That's in the history of your club. I mean, they just keep getting better.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Roof now, pay later. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. Take advantage of our 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to a year. We've partnered with leading lenders to make the replacement or repair of your roof affordable. Flexible financing options are available to take the worry out of an unexpected expense. Call us today at 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule a free no-obligation estimate or visit us at stateroofing.com. That's stateroofing.com.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers who chonk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Hi, I'm Scott Rurecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. With rising interest rates and banks and credit unions continuing to tighten, the demand for our private portfolio loans has never been stronger. Therefore, for a limited time only, Legacy's Opportunity Fund is paying 7% interest on short-term cash with just a 90-day commitment and a 30-day notice to withdraw. It's the perfect place to park your short-term cash, and at 7%, I would challenge you to find a better short-term opportunity in the marketplace today. Don't let your short-term cash sit in a savings or money market account when you can get 7% with Legacy's Opportunity Fund and join the over 800 local investors with over $200 million invested.
Act now to receive Legacy's Opportunity Fund one-time offer of 7% on short-term cash. Visit Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. Legacy Family of Funds investments are available to accredited investors only. 7% APR is current rate for the Legacy Group Capital Opportunity Fund. Terms and conditions at legacyg.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. You know, Dave, I love sport. You love sport. And I love sitting with coaches and hearing their game plan each and every week. What are the keys to a First Mark Insurance game plan?
It's a great question, Brock. I think there's really 3 keys to a great game plan with us. Number 1 is we want to make sure that our clients have the correct coverage for their unique specific needs. So that's number 1. Do you have the right coverage? Number 2, once we have the right coverage, are we getting that coverage at the most competitive price possible? And then last and not least would be, once we have the right coverage at the most competitive price, are we providing world-class service to those customers so that when they need it, they have someone there that's got their back?
Those are the 3 keys to a First Mark Challenge victory. And man, am I so glad Molly and I took the challenge. We are one of so many through a decade plus of being a First Mark Challenge victory. You can too. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Oh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Shane Company is your trusted spot for fine jewelry. Whether you're looking for a meaningful gift or something that's just so you, our in-house design team travels the world to dream up pieces you won't find anywhere else. We have looks for every occasion and for any style, from modern to classic to vintage inspired. Or you can work with one of our expert jewelry consultants to create a piece that's exclusively yours. Get inspired at shaneco.com or just stop by. We're here to help you find jewelry that feels like it was designed just for you. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Having quality care matters. So, let's talk about it. Nobody likes not feeling their best, but it's comforting to know top local doctors are nearby when you need one. Optum Care Washington is here with exceptional primary and specialty care, from OBGYN and family medicine to urology and gastroenterology. We also accept most Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, with over 45 Puget Sound locations, Optum offers peace of mind close to school, work, and home. Discover all the ways Optum is here for you at yourhealthwa.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Taking a look at your baseball scoreboard. Some games underway. Diamondbacks out to a 1-0 lead over the Marlins. That one in the top of the second in Miami. In Washington, the Nationals trailing the Rockies 1-0. That game just in the bottom of the first. Other games set to get going shortly. The Guardians are on the road taking on the Yankees in New York. It's the Blue Jays playing host to the Reds. Mets will host the Baltimore Orioles. Phillies on the road taking on the Braves in Atlanta. Cardinals and Brewers get together in St. Louis. Cubs and Tigers in Chicago. Rangers host the Pirates. The Red Sox on the road taking on the hated Astros. Rays and A's in Oakland. It'll be the Twins and Padres in San Diego. And, of course, the Mariners are in L.A. Game 2 of their series against the Dodgers. Bryce Miller on the hill. You can catch all of the action of this one starting at 6 o'clock with the pregame show right here, Seattle Sports on 710.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Well, we get a chance to speak to a guy we don't normally speak to, Dave. I love talking baseball with anybody, but this is a guy who I've interviewed years ago and has had a reputation being one of the true nice guys in baseball. And for some reason, he's hanging out with our buddy Adam Ray. I can't figure out that connection, but he is with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. You see him on MLB Network. Sean Casey is with us. How are you, Sean?
I'm doing great, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, sometimes when I'm hanging out with Adam Ray, after I get done hanging out with him, I'm like, why am I hanging out with this guy? He's crazy. You know what
I mean? Yeah, he's no. In all seriousness, just one of the true good guys himself. So the pairing makes sense between you two. But
such a great guy, and super funny. And I was fortunate enough. I met him at the Innings Festival back when Chris Stapleton played last year. We were in the same section, and I was like, man, what a great guy. And we've kind of struck up a friendship, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah. He's a regular on this show, or a good buddy, so we appreciate him hooking you up with us and all of that, and looking forward to talking to you about this Mariner team, Sean. It's a rough go, to say the very least, and I'm curious from your time in the league. I mean, you were a great hitter. You've certainly experienced ups and downs and things like that. We're watching a lineup out here that, you know, if you look at the names, should be decidedly better than they have been. But to see an offense kind of 1 through 9 more often than not just fail, is that philosophy? Is that guys past their prime? Is it just a bad collection? They don't fit together? What do you attribute something like that to?
Yeah, you know, the Mariners have been a crazy team to watch this year, because they came out the gates with that rotation is probably the best in baseball, and you just thought, man, that's a recipe to win. If they get a little bit of hitting, they don't even need a lot. If you get a little bit of hitting with that recipe, it looked like at the beginning they were going to run away with the West and just, all of a sudden we're going to, the Astros were buried and, here we are flip-flopped right now with them being 5 back and but I look at that offense and I think one of the things that's really hurt them this year is just Julio Rodriguez. I really believe your stars need to be stars. And, when obviously Rodriguez is a star and stars do have down years, but, when you're looking at a guy that's had below a 700 OPS for most of the year, he's just been an okay player, had a little, been banged up a little bit too. I think, I think that's hurt them a lot. And then, up and down the lineup, I mean, none of the guys have really had good years. It seems like, I know Justin Turner said after the game when they got shut out in LA 3-0, he said hitting's contagious and it's contagious both ways. I feel like that's what the Mariners offense has been all year long. It's been almost like a little bit of a flu of their offense. Just it can't get going. And it's been contagious that, no one's really been super hot and no one's caught fire at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, other than him, though, I mean, you look at some of like a Cal Raleigh and, you look at Victor Robles, who's been kind of a little bit of a spark plug. And, it's just, where do you value that guy, Cal Raleigh, as far as, he's all about slugging and OPS, but, he strikes out a lot, but he also does such a good job with the, with the starting rotation. Is he a guy that you would say maybe is in there about, a second behind Julio as far as a guy that can really inspire this team?
I think so. I mean, a guy like Cal Raleigh, I mean, listen, you can live with the batting average being, just above 200, but, he's got 27 bombs, driven in 78 runs, which is good. So he's a run producer. That's a big deal. And the way he handles that staff is huge. But that's your number 3 hitter. You have to look at your number 3 hitters hitting 209. Yeah. So, I mean, something about the power and the RBIs is great. But, like, when are you hitting those home runs? Is it 6-1 in the 8th and making it 6-2? So when I look at the lineup, I just say you got Raleigh hitting 3, Rodriguez hitting 4. Polanco hasn't had a great year either. Luke Raley's been okay. You go get a Rosarina and Justin Turner trying to, kickstart this thing. Robles has been the one, bright spot. But yeah, I just think top to bottom, it's not just one guy. It's really the lineup in itself. I love Cal Raleigh, 27 bombs, 78 ribbies. But when your number 3 hitter is hitting 209, that's not a great thing for your whole offense.
Sean, when you played, a dozen years in the league, so you've played for different managers, you've been in different clubhouses, different teams. And when something like, and I don't know if you ever experienced anything like what the Mariners have gone through this year, but when
I have. Oh, yeah, I have.
Okay, so I'm curious what you experienced in the way of the manager, because it's out here. There are a lot of people pointing their finger at Scott Service. He's the problem, and I'm like, he can't get in there and hit for these guys. He's not the hitting coach. But you tell me the role of a manager in a situation like this. Is it incumbent upon him to go in there and give him a fiery speech and tip over the tables or talk to him one-on-one? What have you experienced that you think is positive or has worked?
I mean, one thing with Scott is, his track record's pretty good. I mean, obviously they've won since he's been out there, and I think that maybe they haven't gone to the next level of like getting to the World Series or getting where they really want to go. But I think the role is when you're right, he can't get out there and pitch it and hit it and all that stuff. The role at this stage where you're 64 and 62 and you're treading water is to try to keep everybody afloat. To try to realize, hey, listen, at the end of the day, you still got 30-some games to go and, 40 games to go or whatever it is, and there's still a shot. There's still time. You just got it. You cannot go all the way under here. You as a manager, you got to continue to, be a great communicator, make sure that everyone knows every guy on that team is super important for us getting to go where we need to go. And we're a winning streak away from being right back into this thing. So I think it's just a big thing where you as a manager, you just got to make sure that you lead from the front and you don't get down on yourself or the team will follow.
Hey, Sean, it's always amazing to me when I see a guy hit 300 for a season. You did it for 12 years, man. Along the way, and we heard this from Victor Robles about Jared DeHart and how there was just a couple little things that he said. Have you experienced that where it's almost like a golf coach that, you know, he says the right words or something? You know, obviously you're a good hitter no matter what, but did you ever experience that? And do you think maybe that's kind of what the Mariners are missing?
I mean, I think one of the toughest things about the hitting is just like, you know, at the end of the day, it's you versus you up there. You know, I mean, it really is. Like, I mean, you're in that box, you're by yourself. So I think when you have coaches or hitting coaches or guys that are, you know, I remember Dave Magadan when I was in Boston. I really liked him, and I liked a lot of different hitting coaches. But I remember his approach was like, give me two things. At spring training, he would go around to every guy and say, hey, give me two things you're doing when you're going well and two things when you're not going well. Usually it's this. And I used to be like, hey, when I'm really relaxed at the plate and I'm calm and I'm looking left center, that's when I'm at my best. And when I get in trouble is when I'm a little too geared up. You see my hands moving a little too much and I start getting pull happy. So, I mean, Dave would, you know, and on every guy would kind of be there. Oh, hey, this is what you said to me. Are you doing that? Are these your keys? And so I think the more simple you can keep it and really know yourself, I think at times, especially nowadays, we have all these analytics or all these different numbers on pitchers and percentages and what they throw. Like sometimes we get caught up in that. And at the end of the day, if you're not seeing the baseball, your job as a hitter is to see the ball and see it really well and see it late and hunt quadrants that you're successful in and take pitches that are balls. You know, I know that sounds so basic, but I think that mastering those basic fundamentals is what really makes the best hitters the best hitters. And you're always looking for coaches or managers or guys that can continue to realize how hard this game is and continue to, you know, keep your mind in the direction where you're continuing to grow every day as a player.
You know, one thing that gets brought up in relation to the Mariners is T-Mobile Park. Now, as we just witnessed last night, their struggles aren't contained to just T-Mobile Park when it comes to offense. They just don't hit very well anywhere. But that has been brought up. Teoscar Hernandez made a comment about he felt like he was never squared up, right in line in the batter's box with the pitcher's mound, and maybe it's about the batter's eye, what have you. Toward the end of your career, you in the American League with the Tigers and I think the Red Sox. So I assume you. I assume you played at T-Mobile Park. What's your memory of hitting there? Did it seem weird? Did it seem as challenging as it's been made out to be? What's your feeling about the park?
No, I mean I didn't really look at it like I was off center or anything like that. The batter's eye in center field. It's just it plays big. It's a big park. I mean I played at Comerica Park for 2 years in Detroit, and some balls that I hit in Cincinnati in the gap that were homers. In Comerica, they were outs, and I was like, man, that's like disheartening. Like, oh, there's a rocket right there. You know, I'm like, oh, that's a double in the gap. Like, no, I'm out. The guy actually tracked it down. I'm like, this is incredible. So I know from playing at T-Mobile and, you know, talking to guys that play there, you know, hey, bottom line is it's not an easy place to hit. And I think because it plays so big. So when you're playing 81 home games there, you're going to lose some balls in those gaps or balls are going to hang up more than they might in other places, but that's part of the deal. Like when you play with the Mariners, you know that's that park's part of the deal.
Do you feel kind of, when you look at the Mariners, the urgency? I mean, you have such an amazing rotation. I mean, Brian Wu last night really was good, but I mean, I think for most Seattle fans here, Sean, it just feels like we're wasting such a good thing because really all five have been fantastic. But do you feel that urgency? You've been on a team like that?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost frustrating as a fan. You know, I work for Major League Baseball Network too, so watching the Mariners and knowing how good that staff is, you're like, oh man, it's painful that like Wu and Miller and Kirby and Castillo, all these guys and Gilbert are so. I mean, teams will die to have one of those guys in their rotation, and you guys have five. And so I think it is like it is tough to watch the lineup struggle the way they've struggled. And when you look up and down the lineup in the Mariners lineup, you know, name-wise, they got some good players. It seems like a lot of them are just having down years at the same time, and it just it's a bummer to see that staff's being wasted.
Yeah, I mean they've allowed the fewest runs in all of Major League Baseball. I mean it's 1 through 5, the best in baseball, and to watch. I can imagine, these hitters, it's as frustrating as it is to watch, Sean. It's not for lack of effort. I don't think anybody's looking at these guys going, they don't care. They're not trying. But there's a point of trying too hard and maybe, gripping that bat tighter, as you talked about, having more movement in your hands, and maybe your mechanics get thrown off. If you were the hitting coach, if they said, Sean, we're going to bring you in for a week and you're going to be our guest hitting coach and you're just going to talk to these guys, would you do it like you were talking about earlier, where you just kind of go up to each guy and work on the individual strengths with each one? Or would you have a universal message about, hey, attack that first fastball. Don't look at strike one down the pipe and then you end up chasing off the plate. How would you approach that?
Well, I would think, first thing, you have to think that these guys do care and they do want to win. And I think that's probably part of the struggles, is that you do care too much at times. And tension is poison in baseball. I mean, tension's poison. At the end of the day, if you care too much and you want to get it done so much, that means it's the opposite effect's going to happen. You're not going to get it done. So when I look at these guys, I would say, like, we got to continue to play with a calm aggression. We got to be able to slow the game down and, stay calm in our bodies and aggressive in our minds. That first pitch swinging, be ready to go, try to get in high leverage counts. When you get to 2 strikes, let's have some sort of 2-strike approach. If we're going to get beat on 2 strikes, let's get beat late. Let's not get beat ourselves out there early, not seeing the ball. So, that's what I would try to do. But these guys are big league hitters. They know what they're doing. And, the bottom line is a lot of these guys are having, tough years. But I think the biggest thing with the Mariners, I really don't think this season is over. They're 64-62. They've struggled lately. They got on a roll early on. I think there's another role in there, because that rotation, as we talked about, is the best in the game. And at the end of the day, in this sport, you're 1 or 2 big hits away from winning a ball game that a staff can keep you in. So if the staff keeps doing what they're doing these next month and a half, and this lineup can get a little hot, which they no doubt can because they have the players to do it, we could see them make a run. Like I said, they're 1 winning streak away from being right in this thing, and there's time. There still is time.
Hey, Sean, I love it when you're on MLB Central with Mark DeRosa. It seems like you guys are buddies and always have fun watching that. But did you ever think about getting into coaching, or have you done a little bit of that, or maybe at a lower level?
Well, you know what? I got hired as the Yankee hitting coach last year in the second half. Aaron Boone's a good friend of mine, and he's asked me for a few years to, maybe get in on the staff. And so last year I did have a chance to be the head hitting coach for the Yankees in the second half, and, got to work with Judgy and Stanton and Volpe and those guys. So it really did give me an appreciation for what's going on in the game now, how the analytics are used day in and day out, having processes, having routines, being able to, what it takes to win. So yeah, one of these days, I have a daughter that's 14, that's a freshman in high school. I do think about getting back into the game when she's off to college. I have 3 kids that are already, 2 are about to be done when one's off, and then when she goes off. So I love it. Nothing like being back in the dugout, being in that grind with those guys, trying to do something to help the team win or make an impact on the players. So it was that experience I had with the Yankees last year. I'm very grateful for.
Where are you at with analytics? It obviously wasn't when you were playing where it is now, and it just seems like teams vary in terms of how much they lean on them and subscribe to it, if you will, and it becomes part of their overall approach. Is it too heavy on analytics in some cases, in your opinion, or do you think that it's all a good thing? Or where do you sit with analytics in relation to performance out there?
Well, probably player by player evaluation. And I think also each player needs to know himself. This game is tough enough, and at the end of the day, it's tough enough to see the ball and hammer it. I swear, it really is. It's tough enough to have that on your mind, let alone sometimes I think guys get caught up in guessing more often than, just hunt the fastball and work off that and trust your eyes to see something up. I think times where this guy's a 53% slider first pitch. And I'll tell you what, I don't care if you guess right on slider because you saw the analytics say 53% time he throws the first pitch. If it's a nasty slider, you're not hitting it. It's the bottom line. So you might swing at it and be like, hey, they were right. I was right. Everybody's right. Yeah, but it's a ground ball to second because it's a nasty slider. You're ultimately looking for something that's hanging. So, listen, I think the analytics are great because to have the information you need to deliver to the players so that they can perform on the field, that's the biggest part of analytics. So some guys might want a ton, and some guys might not want any, and that's all good. It depends on, hey, listen, at the end of the day, we all have to be accountable for how we play on the field, and if that means you need more analytics to play great, we have them for you. If that means you need less analytics to play great, we as coaches need to be able to deliver the information that you want. So I think at the end of the day, it's accountability for the analytics department, for the coaches on the field, for the players that are performing out there. Everyone needs to be accountable to what they need to be the best player they need to be.
Sean, I lived with some baseball players in college, and they always were the most humorous, pretty much. Maybe that's what attracted you to Adam Ray, that maybe he could like write some material for players or something. But I mean, you got to have a sense of humor just because there's so much downtime and in between, and you know, it's a game of failure and all that. And I imagine that that links up pretty good with comedians.
Oh, I think we're attracted to the comedians because it's such a game of failure. You know, at times you have to be able to look at yourself, laugh at the game, laugh at how hard it is at times. I know, like, dude, that's why I love Adam Ray, man. The guy's like one of the funniest guys I've been around. I just saw him the other night in Pittsburgh. He left a couple tickets for my wife and I. We went and saw him, and we were dying laughing. So I think there's definitely something to be said about laughter in life, laughter definitely in baseball, because if you take yourself too seriously in this game, it'll just eat you up. And I've been there before where you have nothing but insomnia in the hotels. You're looking at the ceiling like, I got to get my swing right. You know, the fans are booing me. I don't know what to do. You know, I'm overwhelmed. So, you know, you need guys, especially a guy like Adam Ray or something like that in the clubhouse where, you know, they can keep it light.
Hey, I'm curious, did you see his first pitch, by the way, or pitches?
You know what? I didn't see it. I talked to him about it. He said he was going to. Did you see his first pitch? Did he put it in there?
He apparently took two because he bounced them both up there. So he asked for a second one, and he bounced that up there as well. So.
Oh, no. That's like the one thing you don't want to do is bounce it. You can airmail it, but don't bounce it, you know?
Yeah, I think he bounced both of them. He sent me a video that Rick Riz took, and that press box is like on the roof, so it was hard to see the ball. But, yeah, he had two out there. But
it's so great. It's so great.
One thing I want to ask you, not related to the Mariners, you mentioned you were working with the Yankees last year. A guy on that team that is a marvel to me, not because he's the greatest player ever, but Giancarlo Stanton, to me, has got one of the most awkward-looking stances and swings I've ever seen, yet he can mash a ball 500 feet plus. It is. I'm just curious aesthetically, when you look at just the way he stands in the box with that closed-off stance, and he's got kind of a swing like he's chopping wood. It's like a very choppy-looking swing. When you see that, do you ever marvel that he's been as successful as he has been with that?
Well, one thing with G, I've never, ever, and I played with Adam Dunn, I played with Ken Griffey Jr., I played with David Ortiz. I've never seen a person hit the ball as hard as he hits it.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like that. I mean, the ball just is so loud off his bat, and it jumps incredibly. And maybe a couple of those guys, I mean, Ken Griffey Jr. and Adam Dunn, maybe they did hit the ball as hard as G hits them, but maybe as I got older, you haven't not been around it for a while to see it. But that's the way he likes it. Giancarlo, you know, at the end of the day, we all have to be comfortable in that box with how we stand. And, you know, obviously G's not the most flexible guy in the world either, so I think he just kind of, you know, is a big guy in a big body. And he likes that closed-off stance. He feels like it keeps him closed off. He's won an MVP with that stance.
Yeah.
He's at 420 home runs with that stance. Probably going to get to 500 homers, maybe in Cooperstown one day. Been an MVP. So, you know, I think for G, it's just you know, that's what he likes. That's what makes him comfortable. And as long as he, you know, is putting up numbers and producing, you know, he feels like that's the stance and the mechanics that he likes.
Yeah, I marvel every time I see him because you're right. He just mashes the ball, but it's such an interesting look, the way he chops at that ball.
It really is. Yeah, it is interesting. You're like, man, how do you do that? But that's why he's a freak. I mean, he's one of the strongest guys I've ever been around as far as just like body composition.
Just like Adam Ray on the mound.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Throwing heat.
Yeah. Just like Adam Ray on the mound. Yeah. Same exact build, same exact technique. Adam Ray and John Carlos Stanton could be more alike.
He is Sean Casey. You see him on MLB Network, and he is truly one of the nicest guys you're ever going to speak to in sports. And an absolute pleasure to speak with you, Sean. We really appreciate you cutting out time for us. Thank you so much, and hopefully we get a chance to talk to you again down the road.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me on. Looking forward to talking to you guys down the road. And like I said, man, hope your M's have one more run in them to get to the postseason this year.
How about that for a nice guy?
What a guy. That's why they call him the mayor.
He is just a sweetheart of a guy. Sean Casey, everybody. Meanwhile, Aaron Judge just hit another home run. So our thanks to him. If you guys tuned in the middle of that conversation, you'll be able to find the entire conversation on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab. Scroll down to our picture. Click on that. And anything you missed is waiting for you right there. Click subscribe. That's the key. All right. Our
Aaron Judge looks bored. I'm sorry to interrupt, but he just looks bored trotting around the bases.
He's like, it's so easy.
Yeah. I got to run all the way. Can I just point to the bases?
Can I just walk back to the dugout? I've done this so many times. Here's Giancarlo Stanton. Look at this stance and his choppy swing.
Yeah.
But then he'll hit the ball 515 feet. But yeah, 45th home run of the year for Aaron Judge. Unreal. All right, our 20 most important Seahawks countdown works its way into the top 5. That's coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
It's a new era for the Seahawks.
I can't wait to see what this defense looks like.
He is the complete opposite in so many ways of what we've seen.
It's a work in progress since the day you walk in the door of where we're at, where we want to go.
And Seattle Sports will take you behind the scenes as the team gets ready for the 2024 season.
I feel like this game was very explosive.
A defense where everybody knows what they're doing, and so that frees you up to just fly around the field and go make plays.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Motorcycle riders, Bob Stelton here. I love this time of year. The weather's nice. I'm out on the bike as often as possible. And knock on wood, I've never been in an accident. But maybe you have. And if you have, you need to call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS. First of all, your case evaluation is completely free. They don't get paid until you get paid. And they should be the first call you make after a motorcycle accident. And I'll tell you why. Because they fight for you, the motorcycle rider, and your family to get you the compensation you deserve. With over 20 years of experience, they're going to handle your case with the respect and dignity you deserve. The insurance company wants to get away with paying out the lowest settlement they can as quickly as they can. With the Law Tigers, you don't have to handle your motorcycle case alone. So why should you hire Law Tigers after an accident? They can help you get your motorcycle and gear repaired or replaced. Law Tigers knows how important your motorcycle is to you, so after you've been in an accident, give them a call at 1-800-LAW-TIGERS. They will get you the help that you need. Again, that's 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or lawtigers.com. The Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers, Mateer Law Firm, LLC.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1932 $10 gold Indian coins have been found. These gorgeous 1932 gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 500 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling the secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1932 dated gold coin featuring Lady Liberty with an Indian war headdress and a majestic eagle. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1932 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster that is 92 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-495-6468. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus over a $55 value free with every order. Call 1-800-495-6468 now to secure your 1932 $10 gold Indian coins before they sell out. Don't wait. You must act fast. Call now.
It's the last days of summer and everyone's trying to squeeze in just a little bit more. It's Mike Salk here, and making the most of your summer could mean a road trip camping around a golf with some old friends or that big home project, right? If a roof was on your checklist this year, now's the time to make it happen. The days are slowly getting shorter, the temperatures are starting to decrease, and the window is closing on getting that quick roof replacement. Worry not. You can still get it done with Riverside Roofing. Here's what you do. Go to riversideroofingllc.com. You'll be prompted with a quick quote. Enter your information, and they'll give you a quote in less than 60 seconds. Do it right now. Putting it off any longer won't make it go away. It only makes it more difficult. So trust Riverside Roofing with your roof replacement. I did, and you should as well. They're also certified Tesla roof installers, so they can go that direction, and they'll use the catch-all system to protect your lawn. They're Master GAF Elite certified. You can find them online at riversideroofingllc.com. It's Riverside Roofing, the roofing company you can trust.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Have you been searching for a local, trustworthy group of professionals to assist with your mortgage? Hey, this is Brock Heward, and you can count on Tila Mortgage. They've been the go-to mortgage experts in Washington for over 25 years. If you are 62 or older and want to learn more about reverse mortgages, well, Tila can help you decide if it's the right choice for you. If monthly payments are impacting your credit score and just killing your cash flow, Tila can assist you in consolidating your debt with proven programs like a refinance loan or a home equity line of credit, a HELOC, enabling you to maintain your low fixed rate first mortgage. Additionally, if you're purchasing a new home, well, Tila can guide you through the ins and outs of a home loan as well. With hundreds of 5-star reviews, Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is a trusted source for honest and ethical mortgage advice. Call Tila today at 206-766-8888 or
Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. NMLS 2472046.
You know, being out of camp this time of year, you get to see some absolute physical specimens. Guys that have trained all summer to be in the best shape of their life. Now, most of us don't have that kind of time, energy, resources, or genetics to look like some of those guys, but we can certainly look our very best with a little help from Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It's Mike Salk here, and I used that program last year to lose 35 pounds. That's right. Lost 35 pounds, and it only took me 8 weeks to do it. Guess what? Wasn't that hard. It wasn't that painful either. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic devised a plan that was right for me. I ate real food that you buy at the grocery store. I lost weight, and I looked and felt my very best. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is safe, healthy, sustainable weight loss. So schedule a free, no-obligation consultation right now by going to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Just see if it's right for you. 425-588-0080 is the number, or eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Again, 425-588-0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All is well, Dave. All is well. All here and accounted for.
You know what? I'm giving this job 100.
That's the boss mom attitude we've been looking for all day.
That's a boss mom. Where'd that go?
I took it in, put it in the dishwasher.
All right.
It did its purpose. Served its purpose.
It's still in one piece?
Yes, it is.
More importantly?
Good question.
Okay, good
question.
Good. All right, well, we're continuing with our 20 most important Seahawks as we approach the 2024 season getting underway. So, again, I think that's a pretty important distinction because you got a lot of athletes. You got a lot of just stud athletes on this team, but guys who are crucial to their success. Like in my case, I put 2 special teams guys on. I put the punter, Michael Dixon, and Jason Myers. They're crucial to them winning, to doing well, as we saw with the missed extra point.
Hey, you don't have to convince me, Bob.
So just for the listeners who may be new to this, Dave and I have been doing 2 a day, working our way from 20 up to 1 of the most important players. Now, we're up to number 6. Now, my number 6 is more about the position as opposed to the person that's playing it.
We had some developments since we made this list.
So initially, excuse me, at number 6, I put Olu Oluwatimi / Nick Harris, because I didn't know who was going to start. But the center is crucial to what they do. Absolutely crucial to that offense. That's the general of the offensive line. He's making the line calls. He's that guy, that leader out there outside of hopefully your left tackle. But Nick Harris has moved on. He was traded back to Cleveland. And then they just signed Connor Williams
from Miami.
Yeah. So I think he'll be the starter based on what they're paying him. So it's more about the center position as I see it. So we've got a cut on each guy here. So it'll apply to if it's Oluwatimi that becomes a starter. Here's what he said he's learned from the games he got to play in last season.
Luckily, like the games that I played in, we weren't like down by a lot games that I played in, I think we ended up winning. We were able to win 3 of the 4 games that I got offensive snaps in. So that's always better for offense linemen, just because if you're down, then the game gets really tough, the game really shrinks, and you feel like people are just barreling in on you just because you're just sending pass for the whole day. But, I just learned that D linemen are crafty. They're powerful. They have great length. They know how to get to the spot that they want to get to put you under pressure and things of that nature. So just knowing that you have to combat that on each down. So those are the things that I learned from my time last year, and I'm, just taking it now into training camp because, if I'm being honest, I think training camp is probably the hardest time of the year. We got some great D-line. We got Leo, we got Jay Reed, we got Draymond, we got
you got the little fire hydrant with legs that they took in the first round. Fun and pads to move.
All right, that's enough, Brock. But he sounds like a center, right? He's a very cerebral guy.
He said we're crafty, deceptive, cheaters.
Yeah, there's that.
He didn't say that.
He left that part out. So it's him / now Connor Williams. And just quickly, Mike McDonald yesterday explaining why they brought in Connor Williams.
I don't think it's anything we didn't have. It's just like I said, when we're talking about bringing in any player, you're saying, hey, we think this is a heck of a player that can help us, and that's the way we feel about Connor. But we also expect him to do the things that he does well. On the move, block, pass block, making the calls, taking charge up there. So it's not anything against the other guys. It's more of a vote of confidence in him and what kind of guy we think he is.
So that's my number 6, Dave. Whoever's playing center. It's a crucial position. Yeah. It's absolutely imperative that they get somebody in there who can function properly and set the tone for that line. So whoever that is, that's my number 6.
Yeah.
And yours is?
Tariq Woolen. And let's hear from our guy, Adden Dirty.
Is it Adden? Adden. Yeah, you're right.
He came into the production meeting, and Mike Robb, that was the first thing he said, please tell us your name. Because what happens was whenever you ask, he goes, just call me AD. I'm like, well, we can't really do that. So it's Adden Dirty.
Adden Dirty. Here he is just talking on working with Tariq Woolen to develop his coverage skills.
Yeah, he spends time with K. Scott, and K. Scott's doing a great job with him. Les works with him there. And I think, like, with people like that, like I said to you, like we talk about all the time, like with the coaches, like how are we developing these guys, how are we moving them forwards, and where are their areas of development. So he spends those areas of time with the coaches, and then we kind of review those areas and see how we can keep improving them. But he's doing a great job.
He's talking about Carl Scott, who's one of my favorite coaches down there, just because
one of the holdovers.
Yeah, exactly. That they kept him, and the reason why they kept him is because he's a teacher. And that's exactly what they wanted. And he has a really special relationship with Riq Woolen. Like, he always gives him kind of a hard time for being, because he'll like roll his eyes like, yeah, but he loves Riq Woolen. And by the way, he's had a fantastic camp. Mm-hmm. You couldn't do better than what he's done. He was great down there. The other thing that we heard from Adden Dirty is that, because he kind of brushed over it, and I was like, well, hold on, who are the 3? He said, we have 3 corners that can match up. And I was like, oh, okay. And then he kind of moved on. I go, wait, for sure, who are the 3? And he said, of course, Riq Woolen would be number 1 of what I would think. And he said, yes. And I said, Spoon. And I said, Trey Brown? He says, yep. So, I thought that was interesting on Trey Brown. Interesting intel.
I think he's had a really good spring.
He's had a great
preseason, I should say.
Great preseason. Great camp, everything. So, but I think Riq Woolen, if you could get a guy who can, travel, or as he said, match, then you can. Did I get my English accent in there? He's match. Not really.
Not so much.
Anyway, that really does a lot for your defense.
All right, moving up to number 5. Mine is the guy you love, Big Cat. Leonard Williams is my number 5. Here he is explaining why he's looking forward to playing in this defense.
Yeah, I'm really excited about playing in this defense just because I feel like that's when I'm best utilized is, being multiple and not just playing one position, because I think I'm strong enough to play on the interior, and I'm, quick enough and, understand the game enough to play on the edge as well. And, I think our D coordinator and head coach are both doing a great job of, moving us all around, making sure we know multiple positions, and, is going to keep the offense guessing.
Yeah, looking forward to a full season of him.
Yeah. He's that's right. He was with the Giants the first half or so, maybe less than that. But, yeah, him and the fire hydrant with legs that Brock was talking about, I guess.
Yeah.
Those two together. And another guy that they mentioned, Ed and Dirty talked about, he said that Jay Reed can overwhelm offensive linemen. So my number 5 is Devin Witherspoon. It's chalk, right? But, I mean.
He is what he is, man. He's elite.
He is. Also, he might be the funniest guy to watch on the sidelines and
He's
at
animated.
practice. And
He's Victor Robles.
he is Victor Robles. That's a good comparison. But I was afraid he was going to start a fight because I couldn't see what number it was because he picked off a pass and he went over and handed it to one of the Titans in practice. It was Jamal. So Jamal was like, okay, get out of here. But, yeah, he is just constantly talking and going. And you see, like, he's just not that big of a guy. And yet he might be the hardest hitter on the defense, as Brock says, pound for pound. But what a great player he is. And, I think – yeah, it's important for him to have a similar year than what he did. Don't take a step backwards.
Well, and quickly, here's Mike McDonald. He was asked why it seems like he's hard on Witherspoon.
Devin Witherspoon's having a great camp. Not a lot of ball. He always he actually was just calling me 2 minutes ago while you guys were on the line.
You seem hard on him. Are you a little hard on him? Is that part of it? Just listening, it seems like you challenge him a little bit.
Yeah, he's a second-year guy. He needs to get challenged. I mean, he doesn't. I mean, he thinks, whatever he thinks doesn't matter.
What does he think?
He should think that he's a great player. He is a great player. And he does, and he thinks he's a great player. But there's more there. There's greatness in there, and so it's our job to pull it out of him.
Wow. I like that about him because you could sit there and rave about the year that he had, and he's going to take even a bigger step, but he's like, oh, no, not yet. Not yet.
That's good.
He told Tyrese Knight, he goes, this might take you 3 years to get it down.
Yeah.
So I like that.
There you go. That's Wyman's number 5 is Devin Witherspoon as we continue our march towards number 1, most important Seahawks for the upcoming season. Meanwhile, we've got a bitter, angry ex-NFL player, and it might come as a surprise to find out who that is. You're going to hear about that when we sweep the dial. Coming up with Wyman and Bob, that is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Kudos once again to Brian Wu. He was the pitcher du jour who pitched well. And
he's your 5th starter, dude. And he's got like an under 2 ERA. I mean, it's
unbelievable.
Really, so much of what we talked about all off season and what we have talked about for years and years and years and years is this thing's built not on rock and roll. This thing's built on pitching. And you know what the starting pitching has been? Historic. That's in the history of your club. I mean, they just keep getting better.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
High five. Up top. Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep. Dave's feeling it, but it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
When the hot water needs to be hot, when the drain needs to drain, when the toilet needs to flush, you need to do 2 things. Stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical. On call and there when you need them most. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, Bob Stelton here, and have you heard that metal roofs are all the rage? A metal roof lasts longer, it's more eco-friendly, and is a great option for adding solar panels. Asset Roofing is leading the local push in metal roofing, and they can even offer metal roofs for up to 30% less than their competitors. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Head to AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Hey everyone, Tom Nelson for Cressy Door. Since 1952, we've been installing garage doors for your home, building, or dealership. If you need Cressy Door service or a whole new set of doors, visit our friends at Cressy Door. Make your next garage door a Cressy Door.
Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Big Trees has certified arborists and site experts who help you select the right trees for the right location on your property. When Big Trees installs a tree, we offer a 1-year warranty and 1 free aftercare visit from a board-certified master arborist. To learn more about our process, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Listen throughout the week to the Mariners Player Spotlight.
Ever since I got here, I want to win a World Series in Seattle, and this city's starving for another winning team.
Presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Oh no, your furnace died. Your hot water heater's leaking. Your drains are clogged. Your AC's blowing hot air. Inconveniences? No, they're emergencies. Don't fear. Call Deere Services. Visit DeereServices.net. Make an appointment, and we'll be there within 3 hours, or give you $100 credit. And get this, you will never pay a service fee. Bookmark DearServices.net, because if you're a homeowner, it'll happen to you someday. Deere Services, there when you need us most.
Tired of slow play? Kickstart your day with an early round of golf. Get a round in before work with early morning light and faster pace of play. From Bellingham, Everett, and Marysville to Linwood, Bellevue, and Seattle, even out on the coast, there's a premier course near you. Play Interbay, Jackson Park, Jefferson Park, West Seattle, Bellevue, Legion Memorial, Walter E. Hall, Linwood, Cedar Crest, Lake Padden, Ocean Shores, or the Crossroads Par 3. The courses are in great shape and ready for your next round. Go to PremierGolfCenters.com to book your tee time today.
Send off summer with thousands in savings at Kendall Chevrolet of Marysville. Whether it's a new 4-wheel drive Chevy Silverado
or a new all-wheel drive, all-electric Chevy Blazer.
Shop Kendall Chevrolet of Marysville and save up to $3,500 off and get 5.9% APR for up to 84 months on any new 2024 Chevy Silverado, half-ton or heavy-duty.
Or get a $7,500 federal tax incentive when you lease a new all-wheel drive 2024 Chevy Blazer EV. Use it as a down payment and pay no money out of pocket.
Rugged, proven performance of a Chevy Silverado,
or the perfect balance of size, range, style, and value in a new Chevy Blazer EV. Stop by Kendall Chevrolet of Marysville today.
Chevy, together, let's drive.
Kendall, let's start something great.
VIN number RG244034. All financing at approved credit. Price does not include taxes, title, and license. A negotiable documentary service fee up to $200 may be added to the sale price of the vehicle. Subject to prior sales, see dealer for details. Offer expires 9/3/24.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Okay, so we know that Mike McDonald can be direct, maybe a little blunt, and to the point in his praise. So it's pretty interesting that yesterday he was very expansive in discussing where and how Derek Hall has improved.
I'm glad that he's improved his entire game as a football player, and then you can play him all 3 downs. His fastball is power on the edge, so use it. It's okay. It's okay to do things that you're good at, and then have a changeup. I mean, people have all these moves these days off the edge, and that's good, but there's only so many that you're gonna be able to throw. So, we encourage guys to have their fastball, and then, have a changeup or 2 off of it. But I think you've seen the power, and then, how we're running our games and how we're kind of rushing 4 as 1. I think he's generating a feel for what we expect and the timing of some of the movements and things like that. So, as a whole, I thought our pass rush has improved. We have to be careful getting past the quarterback and those step-up lanes, which have happened a few times in the preseason, but not unnatural right now, and where you're at with the learning curve and guys rushing the way that we're rushing.
Listen to with the baseball analogies there with the fastball and throw your changeup and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
How about that?
I like that. Well, I've mentioned that a couple of times with taking on blockers. Like, if you run under a block, it's kind of like a changeup, but you only do it every once in a while. You don't throw changeups every time, right?
Yeah.
Derek Hall, I'm glad you put this in here, Mike, because I don't think we've talked enough about him. If you go back and look at he has maybe 3 or 4 plays in that game where I'm like, wow, this is like a game changer for him. And I thought that was the case at the end of the season, but like he might be a good example of like him. John Radigan, like I said, I think John Radigan is playing faster because of this defense, and I think Derek Hall they've kind of captured like his job is what he's best at, and that's just smashing tight ends. And he's taken on double teams, and he's been a monster. An absolute monster in practice and then in that game. Now, it's a small sample size. Can he do it the entire time? But I don't know. I look at that outside backer position, and real quick, there was a lot to like from Darrell Taylor as well. So now you got 4 guys. Because Uchenna, I talked about him setting the edge and how when he got hurt, the run game defense like doubled. I mean, they were running for twice as many yards against the Seahawks defense when Uchenna got hurt, as opposed to, I think it was like 83 per game when he was setting the edge. So and Boye Mafe, you got 4 guys there. Darrell Taylor, the most, I would say, suspect that has the most to prove, but I'll tell you what, Derek Hall proves a lot. Now all of a sudden you're like, okay, who are you going to put in there?
Sweeping the dial.
I wonder if Tom Brady listens to this show, because he's kind of getting a little grumpy and old manish. He was in an interview with Stephen A. Smith. Yeah, we're just the grumpy show. We're all old.
You
Even
too,
Matt and
Lefko,
I.
by the way.
No, the two of us.
A young man.
The two of us in here are the angriest, oldest, and grumpiest.
That's
so,
right.
Yeah.
You and Matt?
Yeah, absolutely. So Tom Brady, in an interview with Stephen A. Smith, kind of sounds like an angry old man yelling about how quarterbacks today are much worse than when he played.
I didn't start my first year. I think it's just a tragedy that we're forcing these rookies to play early. But the reality is the only reason why they are is because we dumbed the game down, which has allowed them to play. It used to be thought of at a higher level. We used to spend hours and hours in the offseason and training camp trying to be a little bit better than next year. But I think what happens is it discourages the coaches from going to deep levels because they realize the players don't have the opportunity to go to a deep level, so they're just going to teach them where they're at.
They dumb it down.
Well, I mean, I think the guys from today would say we work smarter. I mean, you're limiting the amount of plays and everything, but like the goal now is more to get the guy out there. And I think in the past it was more about, well, let's get him seasoned, so.
Well, and didn't the quarterbacks prior to him say, we used to call our own plays, man. What are you doing? They're telling you what to do. Terry Bradshaw would get in the huddle and call his own play.
Well, and the pass game wasn't nearly as efficient as it is now. Now, a lot of that's because of the rules and everything, but I mean, you got a guy who's throwing 55%. That's not bad, but yeah, it's just become such a, I don't want to say over-analyzed, but I mean, a focal point for, your entire offense. But
I had to dumb it down.
That was, a little harsh there.
All right, Tom, we hear you. We see you.
Sweeping the dial.
So this week, Saints head coach Dennis Allen learned something new. So I guess it was a successful week. You learned something new. You called it a success. He learned what a metaphor is.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave the metaphors to you guys. Thanks. All right, but what is a metaphor?
What's that?
What is a metaphor? Like, what's the official definition of metaphor?
A metaphor is like using something as comparison as like an example. Right?
Okay, I got it.
I like that. I'll leave the metaphors to you guys. What is a metaphor?
That was awesome. That's funny.
I like that. Got it. All right. I thought he was then going to try to use one and use it in a sentence. Work with it.
I think every once in a while, that's something that should get brought up. Like, there are sometimes people that use certain terms that they don't really know what it is, and if you kind of question, like, oh, what does that mean to you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that he's using it and then just, what does that mean? How do you define that?
We're going to get lots of people texting in something that you can Google.
Yeah,
That's what happens. Like, how does he not know it's figure of speech that describes an object or action in a way that isn't literally true, but helps explain an idea or make a comparison?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. There you go.
I just Googled it.
Yeah, we get a lot of copy and paste here. That happens a lot. All right, coming up, we never know where the conversation with this guy is going to take us, but it's always entertaining. El Hombre Michael Bradley joins us next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
Let's head to the station for a hype train. JSN finishes with more receiving yards than Tyler Lockett. Bump is boarding.
Jason's taking a step forward. Doesn't mean Lockett is taking a step back. It just means like, look, Lockett, you can get paid the same and not have to do as much. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. He is a mentor. He's a leader. I'm riding with Jason, though.
Also, it's just a good thing for Seattle, no matter what.
Yep.
Curtis, are you?
Make room, Bob. We got another passenger on this train. We're boarding.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
To me, the LJ way is to provide an experience that people really enjoy being a part of. And they enjoy being a part of it because they're getting great service. They're talking with somebody that actually they feel cares about them. They care about what their impression is going to be walking away. It's also understanding you're now part of our family, and thank you for doing the business with us. And this is how we're going to show our appreciation through customer service. We're going to show our appreciation with taking care of you if you ever have an issue. The majority of the people that are coming to see us are within our community. These are people who are providing maybe services that we also use in our community. So the LJ way, to me, somebody can come into a retail setting and not feel like they got to have their guard up. And that's been a long-standing thing in the car business that, we've tried to shake.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
At Shane Company, we'll help you design an engagement ring as unique as your love story. We have the widest selection of diamonds and gemstones for you to choose from, and you can compare them side by side right here in our store. Only at Shane Company can you sift through exquisite diamonds, rubies, and a rainbow of sapphires in a variety of shapes and sizes. We'll help you create your dream engagement ring no matter your price range. Choose the ring setting that speaks to your style, from classic to modern to vintage. We offer so many ways to personalize your ring. Pick your favorite center stone, add a decorative crown and a custom engraving, or select a perfectly preset ring that's ready to go. At Shane Company, our jewelers know how much your ring means to you. They hand-set each center stone with precision and pride in our jeweler's workshop, so you can feel confident knowing your ring is crafted with the greatest care and comes with an unmatched free lifetime warranty that lets you know we'll always be here for you. Your love story deserves to shine bright. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier.
Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's wrong? My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation.
Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card?
Uh-huh.
Well, switch to the Capital One Venture card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase.
Really?
Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the One. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Baltimore Orioles are suffering yet another loss to their starting rotation as they placed right-hander Zach Eflin on the 15-day injured list, taking another pitcher out of that depleted rotation. He was scheduled to start the series finale against the New York Mets, but manager Brandon Hyde said he felt some shoulder soreness after he pitched 6 effective innings in their win over Boston on Thursday night. He takes up another spot on the IL. He's the 5th Orioles starter to hit the injured list, with John Means, Kyle Bradish, Tyler Wells all on long-term injured list because of Tommy John surgery. Grayson Rodriguez is rehabbing from a lat injury, so they have been riddled with injuries over there in Baltimore. Speaking of that, they are winning right now. They're up 3-0 over the Mets. That game in the bottom of the 3rd. Top of the 4th in Toronto, Blue Jays up 6-1 on the Reds. It's the top of the 3rd in New York. Yankees and Guardians tied at 2 apiece. You got a home run from Soto, home run from Judge, as they have been wont to do. 80 home runs combined between the two of them this season. Meanwhile, Mariners get back to it tonight. Game 2 of their series with the Dodgers. They send Bryce Miller to the hill. You can catch all the action starting at 6 o'clock with the pregame show right here, Seattle Sports on 710.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
Yeah, you know what you can get me, Pee-wee?
What?
El Hombre. That was a catastrophe.
I know.
That's a new low.
Yeah.
Roz is better. El Hombre. The natural meets Rudy meets... I don't even know how to describe it. El Hombre.
He's here, everybody, every Tuesday at 5 o'clock, barring preemption from the Mariners. We bring in this man for a conversation. He joins us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. He is the one, the only, El Hombre. Michael Bradley is with us. How are you, man?
What's happening, everybody?
How's everything in your neck of the woods? How are we feeling about things?
Well, I'm seeing Springsteen twice in the next 3 days, so I'm very happy.
What is he still doing, like 3-hour shows?
That's a step down. The last time he played an outdoor show in Philadelphia, 2 times ago, September 6th, 2016, he played for 4 hours and 4 minutes without a break. Now he's taking it down a notch. He's only doing about 3-hour shows.
That's too long, man. Come on.
You know what?
No.
That's too much, Bruce.
I'm going to quote the Grateful Dead. I'm going to quote the Grateful Dead. Too much of everything is just enough.
Yeah.
It's too long to sit in here. There are bands I love, and I can't sit there for 3-4 hours. That's too long.
You know, I saw.
Sit, you stand, you dance, you jump up and down. At least I do.
Yeah, you're a dancer.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, he's a tiny dancer.
Oh man, we got to get you on film.
Oh, I'll send you the film of my wife's 60th birthday party. It was unbelievable. People thought we choreographed it. And we were just winging it, ballroom dancing style. I'm telling you, I can move.
I was thinking like more, Rodney Dangerfield type of dancing is what I was thinking, like in Caddyshack.
Yeah.
No.
And now also put a 1970s disco song on, and then you'll really see a show. I was dancing at a at a bar at New Year's Eve, I don't know, like 10 or 15 years ago, and I had this move where I fall flat to a push-up on the floor and then come back up. and I did it, and the bouncer came running over because he had thought I had a heart attack. I'm like, get away from me, I'm
dancing.
You're ruining my best move.
Come on, this is my tune, Disco Inferno.
That is my tune. I'm not talking about burning down a building.
Man, I'm kind of with Seinfeld on that. Like, my wife loves to dance, and I would do it, but it's just so stupid. To me, dancing is just stupid, but she loves it.
Oh no, it's great.
Dave talks about just going out there and being a prop, and he just kind of stands there, and she does everything.
Keep it real simple. Keep it real simple. Yeah. Not
What,
trying to
like
stand
the kids
out.
in high school with the old prom where you wrap your arms around each other and go in circles?
That's right.
Just make out. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, right, exactly.
So we're out here, and we're sweating out the final 36 games of the season, Michael, as the Mariners are in a bit of a free fall. It's amazing that at one point in the middle of June, this team had a 10-game lead in the division. 10 games they were up, and now they trail by 5. And the offense is amongst the worst in baseball, no matter which category you want to look at, average, on base, slug, OPS, whatever. When you see that, where do you, and I know you're not watching every moment of them, but it's kind of a collective fail with the lineup. It's not like you got 3 guys who have been hot all year and the rest of it stinks. No, everybody's taking their turn, and it's just sort of, I mean, they had 2 total hits last night. They had a couple games ago where they had 1 hit in a game. It's just they don't do it. So when you see something like that, do you point at the manager? Do you go to the GM for the players they've assembled, to the owner that didn't spend the money, to the hitting coach, or who do you give the biggest piece of blame pie to?
I mean, I can't really say that because I don't know the situation. For instance, in Philadelphia, when the Phillies go bad, and they often go bad altogether, it's because they start chasing pitches. And their plate approach is horrible. And last year in the NLCS, oh God, Harper, just perfect example. Harper just swung at a pitch at his foot in a 1-2 count. When they last year, the Diamondbacks basically said, we're going to stop throwing strikes to anybody after the 4th hitter, and those guys were flailing. It was horrific, and they lost 3 of the last 4 and blew the series that they should not have lost. We talked about in the offseason the fact that your owner didn't want to spend money, isn't out there going after free agents. The owner of the Phillies this week said, look, I got a lot of owners telling me, why are you spending all this money on these players? And he said, we owe it to the fans. And that's it starts at the top. If you've got an owner that says we're going to do whatever it takes, and I might spend some stupid money sometimes. Hey, they give Castellanos $20 million a year. That's horrible. They gave Taijuan Walker $18 million a year. That pitcher, he's rotten, but this guy doesn't care. So if you don't have proven hitters coming in the lineup, then that starts at the GM and owner. Pitching, what is your hitting philosophy? Do you have a hitting coach that can convince the players to go up there and say, look, you've got to look from the first pitch for the best pitch you get and swing at it, so you're not and hit it. So, and make contact, so you're not falling into 0-1, 0-2 counts where your batting average goes down. It's really tough to see it. You guys have let up the fewest runs in the majors. Your pitching staff is beyond reproach and should be walking past the dugout on the way to the bullpen before every game, just hissing at the hitters because of the lack of support that they've got. It's really tough. It's really tough to see it, but the modern ball player wants to hit home runs. And if you can get a group that wants to try to spray the ball and really, hit the ball the way you're supposed to, then you're successful.
The disparity that you mentioned is not exaggerated. I mean, where they are as far as they're dead last as far as average. And then, you look at the number of quality starts, the number of, hits they've given up. I mean, it really, I guess that's kind of a testament to Scott Service, the skipper, because this is you're right, man. The pitching staff should hate the hitters, yet they get along. It's a really well-run team, but there's got to be some resentment somewhere deep down when you're giving up, 1 hit, 2 hits, and you're losing, 1-0, 2-0.
Yeah, and that again, you're right. The manager keeps everybody together, and you're supposed to be a team. You're supposed to be a quote unquote family, to use the cliche. But let's face it. It's nobody wants to see people consistently fail, and it depends. Again, I don't watch enough Mariners games to know whether you've got a bunch of guys up there who will swing at anything and just have really bad at bats, or it's just they don't hit well. Rob Thompson, the Phillies manager, keeps saying whenever they get into a slump and the people start to get upset, he goes, "I just look at the back of the baseball card, and it means Bryce Harper's gonna hit. It means Scott or Trey Turner's gonna hit." So that's one thing. But I don't know the back of the baseball cards with the Mariners, but if they've got a bunch of guys who are 230 hitters who are striking out 150 to 200 times a year, then that's a bad aggregation.
So what? 36 games left for the Mariners, and you got people saying they should fire DePoto, fire Scott Service, fire this guy, fire that guy. And look, at the end of the season, if they don't make the playoffs, maybe some of that's going to happen. It's hard to imagine them bringing back the same crew. Do you think that's an effect? I mean, it's what are they going to make? Manny Acta the manager? Who's going to come in here and just all of a sudden, snap of the fingers, this is a team that can hit? It just doesn't feel like it doesn't feel realistic that all of a sudden this is going to be a new team when there's a new voice in there.
Oh, my God. If you just saw what I saw with Castellanos, this guy's head is made of cement. I'm sorry. He just played a double. What a moron.
He's a fan of, the best team in baseball, and listen to him. Come on.
No. That's a big series against the Braves. They can't afford to go in there and play crap ball on there, and this knucklehead played anyway. Look, you have to have someone who can acquire talent that's going to be successful. But again, what's your owner saying? Is he saying, no, I'm not going to give the $3 or $60 million contract to the corner outfielder because I don't want to spend the money? But if you don't make the playoffs this year, and there's a run. If you don't make the playoffs this year, after making them last year, you have to decide, was it the owner has to decide, was it the way the team was put together, or was it the fact that the manager lost touch? I don't think it's the manager in this situation because they made it last year. I think it's that there's a problem now. The hitting coach better be polishing up his resume because he's gone no matter what. Whether the manager stays or the GM stays, someone's going to have to be sacrificed. But this is, you're right. When you're up 10 and now you're down 5, that's astounding. And that is an epic collapse. But here's what I'll say to Mariners fans, and I've said this before. St. Louis Cardinals back in the last decade, they were sitting in August in a really bad spot. And John Mosliak, who at the time was the GM, now he's the president of baseball operations, was talking to the then commissioner, who said, well, tough year, regroup, get them next year. And then the Cardinals got ridiculously hot in September, made it into the wild card, and then ended up winning the World Series. So there's an awful lot that can happen. When the Phillies made it to the World Series 2 years ago, they snuck in as a wild card and then, got really hot against the Cardinals and the Braves to get into the World Series. So don't rule out a late run, because with the way you guys pitch, if the hitting just improves a little bit, you're going to be dangerous.
Hey, what was your take? I don't know if you saw this story or not. Oklahoma State putting the QR codes on their helmets, and I was making the comment that I can barely get that to work when I'm in a restaurant. But I'm just, what's your reaction to? I mean, I guess it's pretty clever, but I'm not sure how that's going to work, and if it's going to maybe get hacked. Maybe I don't know.
It's 2024.
Yeah,
that's what it is, and. You're doing whatever you can to raise money in NIL, with NIL, to get more of the players to stay, right? Ohio State is a perfect example of this. They had about 10 or 12 players stick around who could have gone into the NFL draft. They said, nope, we're not leaving, we're coming back. That means they got paid. Then they went out and got quarterback, running back, center, defensive back, and then I think another top defensive player, all through NIL. So any way you can maximize your NIL revenues that then get passed on to the players, it doesn't matter. QR codes, green stamps, Have a little message board on the back of the helmets with www.payme.com. Whatever you can do it.
Green
www.payme.
I love it.
.com. Hey, one other thing we were talking about with college football that I hadn't heard, and Lefko says it's been around for a little bit, and that is a general manager of the football program. We heard about the Alabama GM making over $800,000 a year with his new deal. I'm thinking GM, and I hadn't heard that title attached to anybody in college sports. Had you heard that before?
Yes. Teams, and this is at the upper echelons, right? This is not Middle Tennessee State and Louisiana Lafayette. The upper echelons are hiring personnel people and staffs. I was reading one thing in The Athletic. It was talking about the transfer portal. Teams now have groups of graduate assistants and video coordinators and whatever who are watching film throughout the year and identifying players at potential positions of need who might be coming into the portal so that when they enter, they have a good scout reports on them, whether they want them, whether they don't, and then they go out and get them. And it's up to the GM to negotiate, and you're going to cringe when I say this, with their agents so that the school can bring in the players under budget. And that's just the way it is now. And if you're a top team, it's funny, we used to talk about 5-6 years ago how great Clemson and Ohio State were with social media. And that was how they were attracting players. And everybody was playing catch up because their Instagram and Twitter accounts weren't as sophisticated as those schools. Well, now if you're going to be playing up at the upper echelon, you better have a general manager. You better have a personnel department, not just, the coaches identify the recruits. What happens with the other teams, the other players through the transfer portal and through the NIL payments, that's the general manager and the personnel staff.
Jen from Beaverton also really excited, like me, that you used green stamps. I remember my mom using green stamps.
What are green stamps?
S&H green stamps. I don't know if it was S&H out with you guys.
Yeah, it was like
green stamp. Sure.
It's like a discount stamp, basically, I believe. Right?
What do you mean, like a?
Well, you get them when you go to the grocery store. They give you a bunch. Like if you spend a certain amount of money, you get green stamps, and then you put them in a book. Like you stuck them in a book, like you collect stamps, and then you would redeem them. You could get a blender or get some other things for it back in the 60s and into the 50s, 60s, and 70s.
I thought you meant like a literal, like we're going to give you stamps so you can mail things.
No, like a reverse.
No. They weren't. They were little green stamps that said S&H on them.
Yeah.
And then you have the book, and you just paste them in the little squares in the book, and when you got enough, you could buy, whatever.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I remember.
It's like a punch card. It's like a punch card these days.
My dad was going through college and working like a night job or something, and got 2 boys, and the green stamps, familiar with that. Hey, you were talking about like the social media thing and how, there were teams that got on that. And then before that, I think maybe there was somebody else that did something, but Oregon with their uniforms, like that was pretty ingenious as well, as far as attracting players there, because, and having Phil Knight money obviously really, really helped, and, access to all of that. But that was, we talked to a lot of guys that went to Oregon, and you could pretty much tell the way that the things that they say, that it was because of all of the uniforms and how cool that was, and like their locker room. And I thought that was also a pretty innovative way to attract recruits.
You're talking about 18-year-old young men, 17-year-old boys. What do they like? Okay, girls. So that's the way it used to be, right? The cheerleaders had – if you've got an SEC media guide from the early 2000s or even the 90s, they used to put the pictures of the hostesses, they were called, the recruiting hostesses. And their job was to, whisper in the ear of the incoming freshman, can't wait till y'all come into town. When you're a freshman, I'll be waiting for you, sugar. And then, of course, they you never see him again. That was the first. Then Oregon was the first school that had the multiple uniforms, had the space-age locker room, and had the offense under Chip Kelly that people didn't understand. It was basically assignment football on defense. Once they figured out, you said, okay, I'm going to stick with him no matter what he does, one-on-one, and you win all the battles and the offense goes. But they had all that working for them at the same time, and that's why Oregon was so good. And then what happened was other schools said, oh, now we got to build crazy locker rooms. Clemson puts one in with a sliding board and a beach volleyball court and a barber shop. And now all of a sudden Clemson gets hot. Texas A&M does the same thing. LSU. So now everybody's got the big facilities. Everybody's got the crazy uniforms except Alabama and Penn State. And thank God Michigan doesn't do it too much, except the all blue thing bothers me. So you have to differentiate yourself now. How much money do you have in the NIL?
Man. Hey, just back to baseball for a moment. Your owner of the Phillies became very popular out here on social media a couple days ago. Yesterday, as a matter of fact, because there was a quote. I don't know if you saw this. They were talking during Alumni Weekend. John Middleton had a new ring for Phillies legends, and there's a quote here saying it may be a privately held business that we own, but it's not a private organization. It's a very public organization. We are accountable to the fans and to the city. If you don't approach it that way, you shouldn't be an owner, in my opinion. And as you might imagine, Seattle fans took that and said, now that's an owner. That's an owner that we want to work with. That's the model owner. What's the perception of him in Philadelphia?
Oh, he is beloved. And by the way, he graduated from the same high school as I did 6 years before me, was a tremendous wrestler. So he's a competitor. He was an unbelievable high school wrestler. And he is somebody who, made his money old-fashioned way. His father sold a cigar company. He got $4 billion or whatever. So that's nice. He was able to buy a team.
Blue collar, worked his way up. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the hard way. Haverford School, Harvard. It's a tough road. But he understands it, and that's the best way to get the fans. And he actually said even more. He said, when the Phillies went 8-18, he was like, "This is unacceptable. This isn't a hiccup. This isn't the regular. We don't like this." He acts like a fan. He talks like a fan. If you're the manager and you hear that, how do you think you feel? Oops. Now the owner's going to the fan, sounding like a fan and telling me that going through a tough stretch in a 162-game season is unacceptable. So Middleton is beloved. That attitude is beloved. And when he goes out and spends what he called silly money, like when he bought – or stupid money when he went out and got Bryce Harper, fans applaud. Except for my friend who acts like the money the Philly spends is his own. He gets actually aggravated. He was mad that they signed Whit Merrifield for 1 year, $8 million, when they could have gotten the same level of player for 1 year, $4 million or something. And it's like, dude, it's not your money.
Yeah.
What do you care? Ticket prices go up whether they win or lose. And we've proven that over the 25 years we've had our season tickets. So it's like, why do you care? It's like he wants to be the general manager, and he takes it personally when he finds some guy who's a backup left fielder for $1.2 million who can do the same thing for $8.
Well, there's no salary cap either.
Yeah.
So
I know
luxury tax, but
it doesn't make any sense. He gets really upset, really, really upset, and he loves prospects. He's the guy, we're going to really get burned on this trade, man. I'll tell you what. And then 5 years later, you're like, who is this guy? He's at a car wash now, the guy we traded for somebody.
That's a friend you hold on to. That's entertaining.
Without a doubt.
Your frugal friend.
He's we call him Uncle Tickets. He runs our ticket group. We call him Uncle Tickets.
Nice. He is El Hombre, Michael Bradley, with us each and every week. If you can catch him here, generally Tuesdays at 5 o'clock, unless we get preempted. And you can find him on Twitter at Daily Hombre is where you find him on Twitter. As always, Michael, great stuff. We'll do it again next week.
So long, suckers.
There you go. There he goes, everybody. Michael Bradley. Yeah, their owner, that took off on social media, Dave, as you might imagine. That comment from the Phillies owner. That was a big deal.
Yeah.
To have him say, hey, we're accountable to the fans and to the city, and if you don't approach it that way, you shouldn't be an owner, in my opinion, which I'm sure, down there in Oakland, they're probably going, oh, great, thanks for that. And every other market that doesn't spend a lot of money is going, appreciate that, John. Thanks so much for that, as if I wasn't taking enough heat. So...
I was imagining, he's talking about his buddies that he texts with that are fans and everything. I wonder how the Abandoned Boys are doing. Paul Moyer, his group.
It can't be good.
Yeah.
They needed therapy last week when we talked.
You know what? I should maybe recommend to them that they include me.
Couldn't get worse.
Could not get worse.
That's right. Maybe they get 3 hits. You never know. Yeah, let's lobby for you to get entry into that group.
Paul,
there.
if you're listening, just consider it. All right. We'll do anything.
Coming up, Mariners are trying to find level footing on 2 fronts right now. We'll tell you what we're talking about. Coming up next with Wyman and Bob, this is Seattle Sports on 710.
It's a new era for the Seahawks.
These players love to play for them.
We're trying to push the envelope, trying to win on the margin. That's the only way to go about it, to win in the NFL.
There's a person that we can believe in.
And Seattle Sports will take you behind the scenes as the team gets ready for the 2024 season.
This is a new coaching staff and a new philosophy.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach, just having the whole team buy in, and we all football geniuses. That's what it feels like for real.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks.
You know, after years of football and the injuries that go with it, my first thought was always go get surgery. Hey, it's Dave Wyman, but after a consultation with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, my eyes were open to an alternative to surgery, and I'm talking about stem cell therapy with Dr. Wagner. And it helps with severe osteoarthritis, including bone-on-bone, loss of cartilage, rotator cuff, labrum, and meniscus tears. And really, it's about getting people back to doing all the activities they love without pain and without surgery. Dr. Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, which can regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience. He's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures, and he's one of the few doing it the right way. So whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Hey everyone, Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. If your summer list includes 18 holes and a new roof, give Techline a call and we'll come out for a free inspection. Trust Techline. They shoot from the tips.
From the revolutionary Hummer SUV and pickup to the Chevrolet Blazer EV, Equinox EV, and first ever all-electric Silverado pickup, Chevrolet Buick GMC at Puyallup is the EV capital. Visit them in person or at Chevrolet Buick GMC at Puyallup.com for a better experience.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
The Puget Sound Boys and Girls Club means a safe place for our kids to grow, to have fun, to build relationships, and become themselves. Because of partners like Boeing, we're able to do a lot. It's super exciting for our kids to know that Boeing volunteers are here to help them, to have fun with them, to create good experiences. It provides a brighter lens for their future.
It's football season, and that means colder weather is on the way.
If it's time to update your windows and doors, talk to Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Local owner Keith Dashafee has a great deal just for you.
That's right, Steve. Now you can get 20% off qualifying installations or 0% financing for 24 months with equal payments. Just schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors at PellaPNW.com.
Thanks, Keith. Check out the unbeatable selection of windows and doors today at PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Having quality care matters to everybody. So, let's talk about it. Optum Care Washington is healthier primary and specialty care. Your doctor can connect you to the care you need with top clinicians in more than 55 specialties, including podiatry, orthopedics, sports medicine, and spine specialists. And if you ever need ENT, breast, or colorectal surgery, you can count on board-certified surgeons. For top local doctors focused on you, connect with Optum at yourhealthwa.com.
Metallica in the round. M72 World Tour, live from the 50-yard line of Lumen Field. 2 nights, 2 different sets. Friday, August 30th, 2024, with Pantera and Mammoth WVH. Sunday, September 1st, 2024, with Five Finger Death Punch and Ice 9 Kills. Get access to preferred tickets with your City Card. Single-day tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Metallica, presented by Blackened American Whiskey and Liquid Death. From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays, 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks to El Hombre and Michael Bradley, who joined us in the previous segment. If you guys missed any part of that conversation, it'll be available on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture, click on that, and it's right there waiting for you. And click subscribe. That's really how you finish the whole process there. Meanwhile, we've spent a lot of time talking about this Mariners offense, or lack thereof, for very good reason. It's cost them way too many games. But another element of this team that's really struggled this year has been their bullpen. And it started with the loss of Matt Brash. You brought over Gregory Santos, who was going to be a high-leverage arm, who's given you zip, zero, and nada this year. He started the year hurt, came back briefly, got hurt again. Haven't seen him since. Gabe Spire was a guy you counted on. He got hurt, comes back ineffective. I believe he's now down to the minors. So, and then you bring in Jimmy Garcia, who, you know, was a guy that was thought to be a proven high-leverage guy who can come in here and provide some stability at the back end. You traded Stanek. You got him out of there. And he goes to the Mets. You bring in Garcia. And as we talked about, Garcia's got a 6 ERA in his time here. He's given up 3 home runs in 9 innings of work. It's not been good. And Scott Service was talking about Garcia last night, just in terms of how his approach up there has gotten him in trouble. So, talking about, you know, getting in tough counts and then being forced to throw something that ends up over the plate.
Yeah, you know, the last couple times he's come in, and there's been mistakes made. You know, fastball over in Detroit, change up today to Muncie. Guys are good hitters, you know, locate, but, you know, controlling counts is a big thing. We talk about it all the time, and in those particular situations, he's behind in the count. You got to get back into the count, and they put good swings on him.
You know, at about this time last year, the Texas Rangers bullpen was, and I think it was going back to like the beginning of August or the beginning of July, they were like the second worst bullpen in Major League Baseball. So I guess my point of bringing that up is number one, I don't worry that much about it because it's so not the problem. But it's also something that the Mariners have always, the last 2-3 years, they've been very good at developing. Mm-hmm. And so,
but just not this year.
Yeah.
I'll disagree with you there. I think it's a big part of their problem. It's not the biggest. It doesn't trump what's going on with the offense by any stretch. But Lefko and I were back there looking at the stats, just trying to see, all right, where do they rank in terms of like inherited runners scoring? Right? I think that's a very telling stat. Somebody comes in, they're runners on base. How often are those guys scoring? They were third worst in all of baseball.
Yeah, this year, third worst. So 40% of the inherited runners have scored on them. And last year, third best, only 26%.
So completely flipped from last year. What else were we looking at? We're looking at
ERA, vastly different. WAR, big change as well.
Yeah, WAR, they're in the low 20s. It's just they're just not a good bullpen. They have guys who, certainly Munoz is your guy, and he's been great for the most part. And others have taken turns being great, but they have also taken turns being not so great. And it's in totality, the bullpen has been a bit of a liability, much more than it was last year. So the inherited runners, that's what stood out to me. Like, all right, these guys are coming in, their job is to put the fire out. How often is that happening? And then to find out they are the third worst in baseball to this point at it.
Over what period of time?
Beginning of the season till now.
Wow.
Yeah, and they were third best at that last year.
I'm just looking at like earned runs, and they're third, best as far as I want to say
their bullpen ERA is third best.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm looking at the beginning. The beginning of the season and where they started out, and it's had an effect so that they've dropped even more than that. But yeah, I mean, I guess to me, I feel like they've always been able to fix that, and it's always been something that they can repair and get a few guys in. But I mean, it's just so, to me, it's I just don't care. Because the offense is just so ridiculously bad.
Yeah.
So, it's just, I mean, it can crush you. There's no question about it. But, the starting rotation has been fantastic, and we've been used to, and you mentioned actually the fielding too. The defense has not been great. So that's something, those two things that you now all of a sudden you look at last year and you go, wow, I mean, it was a problem as far as offense goes last year, but at least you had the other things working for you. And now all of a sudden that's breaking down.
Yeah, it really, the only element that has been consistently good has been the rotation all year. The offense has been bad. The defense has been not terrible, but it's not good. They're in the lower half, and then the bullpen has been bad. So you look at that, and then Jeff Passan talking this morning with Brock and Salk talked about the bullpen and how that, may not be their biggest issue. It's certainly the offense, but it has not helped at all.
Watching Mariners games and looking at Mariners box scores recently, there's been a lot of relief implosion. And, I mean, even, like, you don't expect Munoz to blow a game. Like, even that happened.
Yeah.
And it's just a confluence of all the bad things happening around the same time, because the truth is the starting pitching has continued to be awesome, right?
Right. It has. So he went on to, he was asked if the constant amount of the high leverage situations takes its toll on the bullpen, because we've talked about the fact that it's a rare occasion they've got a true deficit to work with, in their favor, where they're up by 3, 4, 5 runs on the opposition. They're coming in, they're tied, they're down by a run, they're up by a run. There's just no wiggle room. They cannot make mistakes, and that's turned everything into a high leverage situation. And he was asked if that's sort of taken its toll.
Yeah, it's a great point, Brock, and it's really difficult to quantify that. But all you have to do is be a human being to understand that a 1-run lead is a lot different than a 4-run lead, and that the psychology behind that is completely different, and that whereas with a 4-run lead or a 6-run lead or whatever it is, you're likely to just go out there and let it eat.
All you have to do is be a human being, Dave.
Yeah, that's all. That's the only exercise, which I think is hard, especially for some of our texters. Oh, that's not right. That's bad.
That's the only qualification. Just be a human being.
Yeah.
And you'll see that it's taxing. But it makes sense, right? That you're coming in the 6th inning and it feels high leverage. 7th inning, it's high leverage, because there's just never that luxury of runs in your favor. I won't say never. I mean, certainly it's happened throughout the season, but more often than not, this offense has not produced enough for you to go out there and feel like I can get aggressive. When he's talking about let it eat, I'm gonna hit him with my fastball or my slider, whatever my pitch is, and I'm gonna get him to chase, or I'm gonna get aggressive in the strike zone. Well, maybe you're a little fearful of contact because you've only got 1 run to work with, or the game's tied, and it's 1-1, and you just can't make a mistake. And that I got to believe that's in their subconscious, if not in the front of their mind, feeling that way. And same with the starters.
Yeah. So, I mean, and also, you look at going up against the Dodgers tonight. It's interesting that they're actually, if you look at their record against, you look at their remaining schedule, and the teams that they are the hardest to face, they've had the better record against. Now I think it's up to 10-7 or something like this, something like that for as far as the Dodgers go. But yeah, it was interesting to see that they just don't take care of business when they're playing especially crappy teams.
Yeah. One more from Passan before the break here, and he just talked about if this team doesn't make the playoffs, he said everybody is to blame.
Because I still do believe that the future is bright, but I do think that this season and the inability to take this pitching staff and turn it into even a playoff, I'm not even talking a World Series appearance, like a playoff appearance. You can't do that. Something's wrong. And everyone to ask themselves, how did I contribute to this? Including, by the way, the players who are the ones who are on the field and who simply are not performing.
Yeah, he's not wrong. It's there's the blame pie, and everybody's going to get a slice. It's just who gets the biggest. And the players, they're going to get their slice. You know, they're being paid a lot of money to go out there and just be at least who they've been in the past. And few, if any, have done that in this lineup this year. Yeah, you know, we've talked a lot about like Seattle. Are they Seattle proof? And you know, we talk about the batter's eye have been brought up. The Marine layer has been brought up, but they're struggling on the road too. We saw 2 hits last night.
Yeah.
1 hit the other night. It's not just T-Mobile Park.
Right. So now all of a sudden you're like, okay. And they already tried to make a move to improve that, and that didn't work.
Yeah. All right. Coming up, no shortage of things that we learned today, that's for sure. And we're going to hear exactly what it was that we learned. Coming up next with Wyman and Bob, this is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Who better to bring on than Jeff Passan, ESPN?
This really is, guys, one of the best rotations I've ever covered. In my 20-plus years of baseball, I'm going to look back and say the 2024 Seattle Mariners were about as good as it gets in terms of starting pitching.
Don't even say that. You're just making it worse. You're being a wet blanket by being positive. It's unbelievable.
Honestly, it's a real gift that I have, man.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Motorcycle riders, Bob Stelton here. I love this time of year. The weather's nice. I'm out on the bike as often as possible. And knock on wood, I've never been in an accident. But maybe you have. And if you have, you need to call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS. First of all, your case evaluation is completely free. They don't get paid until you get paid. And they should be the first call you make after a motorcycle accident. And I'll tell you why. Because they fight for you, the motorcycle rider, and your family to get you the compensation you deserve. With over 20 years of experience, they're going to handle your case with the respect and dignity you deserve. The insurance company wants to get away with paying out the lowest settlement they can as quickly as they can. With the Law Tigers, you don't have to handle your motorcycle case alone. So why should you hire Law Tigers after an accident? They can help you get your motorcycle and gear repaired or replaced. Law Tigers knows how important your motorcycle is to you, so after you've been in an accident, give them a call at 1-800-LAW-TIGERS. They will get you the help that you need. Again, that's 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or lawtigers.com. The Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers, Mateer Law Firm, LLC.
Send off summer with thousands in savings at Kendall Chevrolet of Marysville. Whether it's a new 4-wheel drive Chevy Silverado
or a new all-wheel drive, all-electric Chevy Blazer.
Shop Kendall Chevrolet of Marysville and save up to $3,500 off and get 5.9% APR for up to 84 months on any new 2024 Chevy Silverado, half-ton or heavy-duty.
Or get a $7,500 federal tax incentive when you lease a new all-wheel drive 2024 Chevy Blazer EV. Use it as a down payment and pay no money out of pocket.
Rugged, proven performance of a Chevy Silverado,
or the perfect balance of size, range, style, and value in a new Chevy Blazer EV. Stop by Kendall Chevrolet of Marysville today.
Chevy, together, let's drive.
Kendall, let's start something great.
VIN number RG254034. All financing at approved credit. Price does not include taxes, title, or license. A negotiable documentary service fee up to $200 may be added to the sale price of the vehicle. Subject to prior sales, see dealer for details. Offer expires 9/3/24.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Yeah, my daughter needs a laptop for college, but I need to watch the budget.
Well, Staples hot deals on tech are backed by a price match guarantee, so our prices won't be beat.
Great. I can't believe my baby's starting college.
She'll do great.
I know.
Oh, let's get you a great deal on a laptop.
Save big on tech for school at Staples. Now get up to $300 off select PCs. Ends 8/24. Price match guarantee valid within 14 days of purchase. Exclusions apply. For details, visit staples.com/price match.
Looking for fine jewelry this fall? Good news! Seattle's favorite jeweler for more than 40 years now has 2 locations in the area. Come visit us in our beautiful new store with the biggest selection at South Center Square in Tukwila. Create your own engagement ring with the widest range of diamonds and gemstones and discover unique, fine jewelry designed by our in-house team. No matter your budget, our friendly team is here to help guide you in finding that perfect piece that speaks to you. Visit shaneco.com to find your closest store and hours. We can't wait to see you. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
You know, someone asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? Well, it's way more than I thought. I actually went home and counted how many connected devices I own, and it is more than a dozen, all to keep me connected to the good stuff. My streaming, my gaming, all my interneting, you name it. And Xfinity knows that the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year. That's why they engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds, for real. And now through September 21st, you can get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it, and then some. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to switch today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply, requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. So make the call to 1-800-XFINITY.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
This is a house of learned doctors.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
What did we learn today?
No one's a bigger idiot than me.
Stupidity is the easiest way out.
I can't imagine there was a lot of stupidity today. There was just a lot of learning.
A lot of learning. A lot of Wyman-related learning.
A lot of learning eliminates stupidity because we learn. Right?
Nothing's matched that.
We get smarter every day on this show. Let's do our listeners.
That's going to be Mike Ford's greatest contribution.
Only if you
Let's do that open.
Only if you remember your mistakes.
That's right. If you don't, you're doomed to repeat them.
Just forget it. Just wipe clean like every day is like... Well, not even like Groundhog Day, because Bill Murray actually in that movie would gain knowledge.
Yeah.
This is just wiping out every day and starting over.
And not realizing it.
Yeah.
What did we learn today, Mike?
Speaking of starting over, hopefully Shannon does not listen to this show. Otherwise, we learned Wyman's sleeping on the couch tonight.
It's been going on it's maybe the biggest argument we have. That or
Costco.
No, you didn't. Well, Costco, gosh, that's another one too. Yeah, I talked about the big, by the way, we had a salad that had some lettuce from
the
Shannon's
tub?
big tub that she bought.
Was she like, uh-huh?
She's very proud of it. See? And I'm like, yeah, this is like 5 pieces of lettuce.
That was worth all of the effort.
We have tomatoes coming, so maybe that'll be better. But the other one is, you never told me that.
No.
Yes, I did. No, you did not tell me that. You know why? Because I don't want to do that. And if you would have told me that, I would have said, no, I don't want to do that. Yeah, and My feelings about it had not changed. I knew that 2 weeks, if you supposedly told me that I would have hated it just as much as I hate it, that it's tomorrow. So.
Now, whose job is it to maintain that tub? The upkeep of the lettuce and the tomatoes or whatever's grown in there. Is that her or you?
I have offered to water it. Okay. And then she tends to it. So,
okay. So you'll just go out there with the hose and just...
Yeah. Spend like 10 seconds.
Okay.
So it's really not that big of a pain other than having to haul it back there.
Yeah. And look, you're getting salads out of there. You're getting
salad,
luscious tomatoes.
What's the plastic plant? Has that yielded anything when you
No.
water it?
He's still watering it, though.
Shannon watered a plant that I swear was plastic the other day, and she's like, "No, that's a real plant." And I'm like, "No way." So I took a knife and like cut off part of it. Sure enough,
it was real.
It was real.
It was in your backyard?
No, it's in a little pot in our house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'll bring in a picture of it. How about that?
Okay.
There you go.
What else did we learn?
We learned that Dave is probably never going to watch Oklahoma State football.
Here's another thing, Bob. How about a QR code, which I can barely work at a restaurant. A QR code
to get the menu
on the back of each helmet. What do you put your camera on, right? And then it just automatically pops up, right?
Yeah, you're going to have to do it for the
It's all sorcery to me, Matt.
I can barely do it at a restaurant.
It's the devil's work.
That's exactly what it is.
If I tried to do that, I think a menu at Denny's would pop up, probably.
I like that you can barely work it at a restaurant. Just picture you frustrated at a table at a restaurant going, this damn thing, technology working against me again?
Well, I think in the beginning I just put my phone up there. You know,
not putting it on the
put
camera.
the camera on. Like, what the hell? It's supposed to be magic. We don't need all that, you know. And is that laziness by the restaurant? I mean, that way they're kind of screwing us, right? They don't have to make up the menus and, wash them off. Like, that's a big deal. But I think that's when it kind of came about during the pandemic, because really, that's something you don't think about. Like, people hand you a menu.
Oh, I think about it, Dave.
I know you do.
Yeah.
I know you do.
As soon as I'm done with the menu, we
Bob's
go right to the bathroom.
Pulling out the Lysol wipes.
We go right to the
down.
bathroom and wash the hands after you put the order in. That's routine. But it's funny to picture you in front of a TV trying to get the QR code off the back of a player's helmet so you could donate to their NIL fund. I think you might be the last person in America I could picture doing that.
Yeah, that would be right. And the combination of not wanting to do it and then not being able to do it.
It is going to be tough. They're going to be running around. You're going to have to wait so you see the back of a helmet. I don't know how it's going to work.
You just hit pause.
Yeah. I don't think I'd want to donate that badly to pause a live game. And
you would for your favorite team. Who is it?
we'll
Syracuse?
See. I would probably
Purdue?
just log in. Yeah, that's the issue. I have too many teams to figure out.
Yeah, that's right.
It would get too expensive. It's
he gets
unwieldy.
$1. He gets $1. He gets $1.
Lefko would have to get a night job. What about this? What about a player going and like slipping a cameraman like an extra, $50 or something like, hey, can you zero in on the helmet there?
And how long until basketball players are doing Purdue? They're going to have
Shave
it on
it in
their
the back of their head.
It'll be on their jersey somewhere. There'll be a QR code.
Yeah.
Why would it just be football?
It probably will. Yeah.
There you go.
Well, speaking of that, it's all very complicated. It seems like technology has kind of taken over and controlled our lives. We learned that some of us just wish we'd have the good old days, when the sun and the moon and the tides controlled our every facet of being.
All of the innovation, electronics, everything that has developed the technology has developed so quickly, but human nature just doesn't. It takes much longer for human nature. So the people that want to say, "Oh, you're an old head," and this, I'm like, this doesn't sound good to me. Like 200 years ago, we used to go to bed when the sun went down. I mean, look, they had the kerosene lamp and things like that. But I mean, now you see all these people that, I just don't know that that technology, that human development and behavior has caught up with technology.
You got the whole room cracking up back there.
That's because they're all young heads. They don't understand what's happening to them.
They're all just
They really
bouncing
don't.
up and down, laughing as that's playing.
No, in a serious manner, we have talked about some of the things that
I think we said 200 years. That just kind of got us. But you did make good points.
All right, maybe 300 years.
Do you feel like you were born in the wrong era? Like you would have thrived when there weren't cars, it was horse and buggy.
I just wanted to go back to the 70s and 80s, Bob.
Yeah.
We were all fine then.
Disco Inferno playing on the...
Yeah, there you go. I think there's a lot of listeners out there. No, there's plenty of benefits, definitely. I'm not as old school as you think.
Is that it?
We don't have time for the rest. We did learn about Boss Mom, though, and then that Dave invited Matt over in kind of a creepy way, and he might bury him in a bucket of fertilizer. So we learned those things as well.
All right.
We got to get out of here.
We'll tuck those away for another time. All right, that does it for us. Want to thank our guests today, Mike Blauer, Sean Casey, and El Hombre, Michael Bradley. If you missed any of those conversations, you missed a lot. So head to the podcast page at seattlesports.com. Click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture, and click on that. And anything you missed is waiting for you right there each and every day. Click subscribe. Mariner baseball coming your way next. We'll talk to you tomorrow with Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
Bo Nix finished with a near-perfect passer rating. What's the real headline?
Bo Nix, once the Seahawks defense gets to him, it'll be throw picks. I wonder why Curtis is laughing so hard.
I mean, maybe there was a ghostwriter.
You know, 50 used to ghostwrite for all them New York rappers back in the day,
right.
man. So he's
and we're both named Curtis.
There you go.
That's a really good point.
I did that without knowing I did that, Curtis. Thank you.
Wow.
He's just assisting everyone out. John Stockton over here.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
High five. Up top. Heck yeah. Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
To me, stress-free means I don't have to worry. Everything will turn out great with little or no effort. That's exactly why more people choose Subaru Puyallup. Brock here. Look no further than Subaru Puyallup for the very best. Stress-free, huge selection, pricing, and ownership experience. Stop by, or if you know what Subaru you want, choose Subaru Puyallup's stress-free direct online car buying right there at SubaruPuyallup.com. Part of the great Harnish Auto family. It's my friends down at Subaru Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
Have you recently tried to get a loan to buy a piece of real estate? Are you tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and their endless guidelines? Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
I was having trouble getting up and down my stairs at home. And I thought, well, this isn't going to work because how am I going to go to Utah and do some hiking?
When Judy came to Sound Pain Solutions, her knee pain was preventing her from enjoying an active lifestyle. She was diagnosed with osteoarthritis. She tried numerous treatments and was told she should have surgery. I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. We were able to get Judy back to hiking with our comprehensive, non-surgical, and drug-free treatment.
I think that the Trigenics that they do along with the adjustment, the pressure wave, and the PRP are the best options for joint pain. And I would really recommend it to anybody who is suffering from joint pain and would like to avoid surgery.
Schedule a free consultation to learn if you qualify for our safe, drug-free, non-surgical treatment by calling Sound Pain Solutions or visiting soundpainsolutions.com.
Metallica in the round. M72 World Tour. Live from the 50-yard line of Lumen Field. 2 nights, 2 different sets. Friday, August 30th, 2024 with Pantera and Mammoth WVH. Sunday, September 1st, 2024 with Five Finger Death Punch and Ice 9 Kills. Get access to preferred tickets with your city card. Single day tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Metallica, presented by Blackened American Whiskey and Liquid Death.
Wherever I travel, I've learned that local knowledge is key to a great journey. But so is knowing the language. And that's where Rosetta Stone comes in. They're now offering a lifetime membership to all 25 of their languages. You can dabble in French, try a little German, learn Japanese or Swedish, and you can now get 50% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Visit rosettastone.com/radio today to purchase and then learn for life. That's rosettastone.com/radio.
Your gas light's on. We need to fill up.
Gas around here is too expensive.
Don't drive all over searching for the lowest prices. Just download the free Upside app and get cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying gas? I'm stopping now to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Cash out anytime to your bank account, PayPal, or e-gift card. Download the free Upside app now and use promo code RADIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. That's promo code RADIO.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. The Seattle Mariners pregame show is on.
Julio Rodriguez with a line shot, 2-run home run with 2 outs.
Mariners pregame is brought to you by
The new 2024 Chevy Colorado.
Beacon Plumbing
And McClendon Hardware.
Seattle Mariners pregame. The countdown to first pitch is underway.
Here's the payoff. It is strike 3 called. He splits the outer block with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Oh, just precision on the heater from Bryce Miller. And he strands a tying run at second base.
Bryce Miller has been one of the hottest pitchers in the month of August, and he finds himself on the hill tonight as the Mariners can put themselves in position to win a series if they get tonight's game. Baseball from Dodger Stadium coming your way. The pregame show starts right now. Good evening, and welcome to the Mariners baseball. Shannon Dreyer coming to you live from the Western Washington Toyota broadcast booth, found here today and tomorrow at the Dodgers' beautiful home in Chavez Ravine. Very hot once again, but you are already seeing the shadows start to make their way over the field. It should be pleasant-ish for the players out there. The early work, it's been in the mid to upper 90s here, but things do cool down a little bit, and this park kind of along those lines, perhaps positioned perfectly. That at about 7 o'clock, everything is in the shadows, and you can sit back and enjoy the view, enjoy the baseball, and everything that comes with it. We are hoping to enjoy some baseball tonight. Mariners, of course, you know the story. They have been struggling to put together any kind of offense while the starting pitching, well, it has been there. Even the young ones. Last night, Brian Wu making his way into the 7th inning. Bryce Miller, 7 scoreless against the Tigers, his last time out. In fact, Miller has really turned it up over the last month. In his last 7 games, he's running a 1.91 ERA. On the other side, Walker Buehler, you know the name, but since he's had some injuries, he has struggled since coming back. He's allowed 21 runs in the last 33 innings pitched, so you are hoping that there is opportunity there. Mariners come into the game with a 64 and 62 record. They are 5 games out of the division lead, 6.5 out of a wild card spot. The Dodgers, on the other hand, at 74 and 52, they are tied for the best record in baseball. Let's go ahead and take a look at the lineups that will take the field tonight. For Scott Service's team, it will be Victor Robles at the top in center field, followed by Julio Rodriguez, the DH. Cal Raleigh behind the plate. Luke Raley will be your first baseman and cleanup hitter. Randy Arozarena bumped down to fifth tonight. He will be followed by Jorge Polanco at second. Mitch Haniger back in right field. Josh Rojas at third base, and rounding out the 9 at shortstop. So good to see Mitch Haniger back in there. He's been struggling a little bit with a hamstring issue that he suffered after crashing into a wall in Pittsburgh. Good enough to go tonight. They like the matchup with Walker Buehler, who Mitch has seen a bunch of times. We will see where that goes. The injury report is brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Learn more at fredhutch.org/proton therapy. That's fredhutch.org/proton therapy. On the other side, you know most of these names and faces. Shohei Ohtani sitting on 39 home runs for the year. He is leading off as the designated hitter. Mookie Betts in right field. Freddie Freeman at first base. Teoscar Hernandez. It is his bobblehead night tonight, and I'm told they'll have another tremendous crowd on hand for that. Gavin Lux at second base, Will Smith behind the plate, Max Muncy at third base, Tommy Edman at short. Rounding out the 9 for the Dodgers is Kevin Kiermaier. Yes, he is a Dodger now. Those are your lineups. We'll get into the matchups a little bit later in the show. We've got a good show planned for you coming up on the roundtable. We got so excited about talking about being back in this ballpark yesterday, we forgot to cover the nice surprise. Teased that yesterday. We'll try again today. Hopefully coming up on the roundtable in about 15 minutes. On the Mariners Clubhouse Insider, I sat down with Cal Raleigh earlier today. We did a vibe check, but also talked a little bit about handling young pitching. I'm not sure anybody is any better at it than Cal, who's not that much older than the pitching that he's handling, but his experience goes all the way back to the minor leagues when he was working with Logan Gilbert. How's that kind of translated into how he works with pitchers today? Yeah, there is a connection. We'll get to that. We will have all of the usuals as well, picks versus Rick. We will take a look at what's going on around the rest of baseball and much, much more. But coming up next, Dave Sims sits down with the skipper. We're just getting started here. Stick around. You are listening to us on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
When you buy tires at Les Schwab, you're getting more than just tires. You're getting America's best tire warranty, 60-day satisfaction guarantee, no hassle road hazard protection, and free maintenance for the life of your tires. Other places make you pay extra for that, but at Les Schwab, it's included with every set of tires, because more warranty means less worry, and nobody stands by their tires like Les Schwab. Get more from less. Book your appointment at leschwab.com. Terms and conditions apply. See leschwab.com for details.
We love a quality Mariners win at home. But you know what else we love? A quality Mariners win on the road. That's why we're proud to team up with our official fuel partner, ARCO, where Mariners fans can always take the win with quality top-tier gas. So get pumped up for another winning season, whether that's at the stadium or at the pump, because a quality win is a quality win. Take the win at ARCO with quality top-tier gas.
It's Blackberry Smoke at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Thursday, October 24th.
I can feel a good one coming on.
Blackberry Smoke, the Be Right Here Tour, a live performance that'll rattle your core. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss Blackberry Smoke, Thursday, October 24th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
There are trucks, and then there's the truck. GMC Sierra. Not just any truck, the truck. Well-qualified buyers get 1.9% APR for 36 months on GMC Sierra light-duty models. See your Northwest GMC dealer. Monthly payment is $28.16 for every $1,000 you finance. Average example down payment 15%. Some customers will not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 9/3/24.
The countdown to first pitch continues with the Scott Service Show.
Presented by McClendon Hardware.
All right, Skip, let's talk a learning curve. Let's talk about Bryce Miller, where he's come, where he is right now, because he has really looked good his last few outings.
Yeah, Bryce is throwing the ball great. He continues to be on an upward projection. His growth this year has been awesome. The addition to different pitches, he's getting deeper in the game. He's carrying his stuff deeper in the game, carrying the velocity deeper in the game, which are all great signs. You'd love to see young pitchers continue to progress as the season goes along, and he and Brian Wu have been awesome.
What have you seen in terms of non-pitching days in terms of extra preparation that he's doing that has made this success happen?
You do different things at different times of the year based on how your body's feeling. Both those guys have thrown the ball great. Here we sit in late August. They're getting into certain parts of the season they haven't experienced before. This will be Bryce's first complete season in the big league. So, they're learning a lot. They're learning from maybe things that Logan does or The Rock does or talking to other guys in the league. But at the end of the day, you got to take care of your body, get the right sleep, eat the right stuff, make sure your workouts in between are really good because it does show up on game day, and we're seeing really good results on game day. So their programs in between starts are really working.
What should we look for from Bryce tonight against this Dodger lineup?
It's really important to be aggressive. We saw what Brian Wu did last night. You just don't want to pitch, try to get on the edges all the time. Get after it, trust your stuff. They have a good lineup. It's a very deep lineup. It's balanced. They've got a lot of lefties in there along with the righties. So it'll present some challenges, but you got to stay on the attack. When we do that, we're way better. And Bryce knows that. So he needs to get all of his pitches working as well. He can't just lean on the fastball all night.
Tell me about Walker Buehler. When he's been healthy, really good pitcher, coming off a second Tommy John surgery. What's the game plan against him?
Well, he's a very accomplished pitcher in the league. He's got good stuff. He still has good stuff. Maybe just the command hasn't been as sharp as he's typically used to having. So our guys got to be ready to hit early in counts. I thought last night we got down in the count a lot, first time through the lineup especially. So if that first pitch is in there and it looks like you can hammer it, go after it. Let's stay on the attack. Let's do that and see where it takes us. So again, offense is, it's been a struggle for us at times, but it'd be a good challenge for us tonight.
Last night, 12 strikeouts, 6 looking. Anything you can say, or hitting coaches can say to the guys, or is that just baseball?
Yeah, every day is a little bit different approach on the starter you're going to face and how he goes about it and whatnot. But it's really hard to hit when you got 2 strikes on you. So I think if you get the ball in play early, you find a pitch that you can handle, your chances of getting a hit and creating more rallies. Much better to happen if you can do that. So if that's the plan tonight, let's stay aggressive. Let's get on them early. Not to worry so much about grinding out his pitch count. Just trust your eyes. Yeah. Trust your eyes. If you see some spin that you can't handle, hopefully you can lay off it. But we want to be aggressive.
All right. Scott, thank you. Good luck.
Thanks, Dave.
What's really unique there is the Dodgers are going to be seeing, or could potentially see, the same thing. Bryce Miller can throw 6-7 different pitches as well. He'll usually limit it a little bit more, but if they're working for him, he's not shy about going to them either. So he could be having a real good night with the baseball savant, just kind of keeping track of everything that is going on out there. The Scott Service Show is brought to you by BECU. As a credit union, BECU's co-op business model means better rates and services. Walk in like you own the place, because you do. Shannon Dreyer coming to you from Dodger Stadium here, and it is just like it looks like in the movies. I think we'll have a little video I took when I walked in and on social media a little bit later on the Seattle sports sites, because it's worth sharing the experience of even walking into this building. If you come in through the top, where you most usually do, the top of the bowl, you turn around and you see the entire Los Angeles cityscape from the parking lot. Best parking lot view anywhere in baseball, without a question. Then you walk into the building and you're at the very top, and it's just massive. You look down in the field and you look at the mountains behind it, and you look at the iconic scoreboard and the light. It looks like it could be basically any year they've played here, which is a neat thing. They could do anything that they wanted to in this building, but they keep it the same. And there's some little nuggets around the ballpark as well, things that you want to stop by and see. I think we can talk to Gary Hill a little bit about that on the roundtable coming up. And also, we're going to get to the topic that we missed yesterday. All that comes up next as the pregame show continues on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Add Home Street Bank to your lineup card this season. Whether you're starting a family, buying a home, or nurturing a growing business, they'll help you navigate life's biggest milestones. And they've been doing it with a smile for over 100 years. Look no further than Home Street Bank for all your home loan, personal, and business banking needs. Go to homestreet.com/team. Again, that's homestreet.com/team. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender. All loans subject to approval.
Febreze. So my home is also my office, and before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up, then spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze. breeze. La 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 la.
Bring your whole crew to the game with the Mariners Suite at T-Mobile Park. Whether you're planning a special birthday party for friends and family or a company outing for up to 400 coworkers, there's no better spot for an unforgettable experience. Enjoy the suite life with premium catering, VIP parking, private Skybridge entry, and more. Plus, season ticket members get 15% off. Reserve your suite today at mariners.com/suites.
And the pitch up the middle, JP! Wow! What a play! Game over!
For over 45 years, Pacific Office Automation has been solving problems for business owners. However, the needs of our customers and potential customers have changed dramatically over the years, so we've changed too. If you run a business and want to find out how Pacific Office Automation can help improve your business processes and costs, call us today to request a free workflow audit. Whether it's managed print services, IT services, or data security, we're here to help. PacificOffice.com. Problem solved.
Hey, this is Justin Barnes from Seattle Sports with the Emerald Queen Casino League Leaders. The Mariners pitching staff leads the American League with the least amount of hits against and the lowest opponent batting average through the month of July. Keep tuning in all season long to keep up with this year's League Leaders, powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino, where you can bet, watch, and win on all your favorite sports. And now with the Bet EQC app, where you can place bets while games are being played. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
It's Toyota's national sales event with more all-wheel drive choices than anyone else, including Toyota's lineup of go anywhere, do anything trucks, like the new Tundra. Now through September 3rd, you can get a new Tundra with low-rate financing, special leases, or customer cash up to $2,000, depending on model. And the 2024 Tacoma is now arriving at your Toyota dealer with dominating power and captivating style. A dealer doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Get details at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
I'm Rick Griffin. I was the head athletic trainer for the Seattle Mariners for 35 years. I found out I had prostate cancer on opening day 2017.
Rick took charge of his treatment.
I had a friend who had prostate cancer, and I saw the side effects, and I thought there had to be a better way.
He chose Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center proton therapy.
It was much easier than I thought possible. If I had to recommend proton therapy, I absolutely would.
Rick chose proton therapy. Find out why at seattleproton.com.
Are you ready to hit a home run with your shopping? Look no further than the Fred Meyer Mariners Rewards Program. It's your ticket to win big while you shop. Here's how it works. For every $1 you spend on participating products like Isernio's Ground Chicken and Dairy Gold Bell Coffee Creamers, you earn Fred Meyer Mariners Rewards points. Redeem your points all season long for game tickets, merchandise, autographed memorabilia, and more. Program runs April 26, 2024 through October 31st, 2024. Participating products are identified with Mariners-themed signs and tags throughout the store. Terms and conditions apply.
Mariners pregame continues with a roundtable.
Presented by Miller Lite.
Welcome back to Dodger Stadium, where we are getting ready for Game 2 of the 3-game series against the LA Dodgers. Bryce Miller on the hill. He's been doing all sorts of good things. Time now for the roundtable, powered by Miller Lite. Shannon Dreyer, joined by Rick Riz, Dave Sims, and Gary Hill. And Dave, can I tell the story?
Go for it. Go for it.
This was awesome. So it's getaway day in Pittsburgh. We're on the bus. This is great. And Dave is always tuned into everything that's going on in baseball. And he looks and he's like, oh, so the Yankees and the Tigers, they played a game last night and now they're going to Williamsport? That's got to be a heck of a trip, or that's got to be a long trip, or oh no. Imagine that. Well, that's a long day for them. And I just looked at him and said, remember this smile at 8 o'clock tonight, Dave.
You nailed it. You nailed it.
I had some inside info on that. Later that day, we're on the plane. We all get the email. Hey, look, the Mariners and the Mets are going to play a series in New York and then drive to you fly to Williamsport. But man, watching that for the Little League Classic, they will match up in the Little League Classic in Williamsport. Just a one-day event. You leave the series, you take it to Williamsport, and watching it and watching the highlights, you got a better understanding of it, and that's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's like it's all about the kids, and they're everywhere in their uniforms, and they get the interaction with the big leaguers, and they're at the airport when you land, and I think, and Rick, you'll like this, it's an opportunity to be a little kid again.
I can't wait to get a piece of cardboard and slide down that hill.
Don't do it, Rick.
No.
Don't do it.
Rick,
Don't, no,
Rick,
no,
Rick,
stop.
Rick, have you learned nothing? We've had basketball games we do not do. There's no.
We're on record right now at 6:17 Pacific time.
No,
on
Gary's
the 20th
not saying
of August.
anything back here.
We're time stamping this. We told him not to do it, okay? We time stamped it. We told him not to do it.
No basketball, no.
Anyway, we get a chance to be a kid, watching all the kids play. We had a team from Washington, South Hill, take part in the Little League World Series, and everybody's going to have a great time. I can't wait. 2 games in New York, then we go over to Williamsport, then we go to Philadelphia, so the travel's not going to be bad at all. But just to see these kids, how good they are. We were just reminded that 10 years ago, Monet Davis was pitching.
From my high school.
A little girl from South Philly, and she did amazing, tremendous athlete. So I can't wait to watch all this happen, see the kids have a great time. The big kids, too, the Mariners and the Mets.
I love how the pros, major leaguers, how they interacted. This is where I wanted to be when I was a kid. Saw Garrett Cole, some video of him going out and interacting with the kids. He was fantastic. Aaron Judge, I'm told, was pulled every which way you can think of.
I cannot imagine.
He didn't get a chance to, for whatever reason, talk to the Staten Island team. And their coach was really hacked off.
And went public.
Yeah, he did. That was the only blemish of the weekend. But other than that, everything was outstanding.
I'm going to think with the proximity there, they can make up for that somewhere down the
Well, if you're judging, you say, hey, I got you, bring your 50 guys over.
26 tickets right here.
Yeah, right here. Here we go.
It's such a great game for baseball. I'm so happy this game has started, and I'm thrilled the Mariners get a chance to participate. I think about Cal Raleigh in that circumstance. He's a guy that really jumps out to me as he's going to be amazing. I mean, he talks about it all the time, playing for the kids, and just he's perfect. Julio is going to be, the kids are just going to be a magnet to him.
Again.
Yeah, it's going to be so fun to watch that.
Yeah, that's.
I can't wait.
That was a nice surprise that we had, and it's looking forward to that. I saw some of the video of. I didn't know if there was a big enough airport there, and there is. You saw one of the Delta charters landing there.
We were talking about that, yeah.
Yeah, so it's and I don't think they wore their. Did they wear their uniforms on the plane? They might have. I don't know. We'll get to the bottom of all of this. I wonder if there'll be any little junior broadcasters. We should make a play for that.
Yeah, and speaking of which, the Mets had some kid on last night that was unbelievable. He
was great.
He was. I mean, he was. You hear, he had a little hoarse voice, but technically he did everything right. It was. I was blown away. Got to call Gary Cohen. It was amazing.
All right. Well, we are all ready for that. I understand, Gary, you had another adventure. You went on a walkabout around the stadium today.
Yeah, I do not take our access for granted. So I got to the ballpark today, and I spent about 2 hours covering every single inch of this ballpark. And it takes that much time because it's enormous. This is a big ballpark, but it's very cool. I think my favorite parts, the Jackie Robinson statue in center field out in the rotunda there is marvelous. He's in a position where he's sliding. It's a great statue. And the other one out there is Sandy Koufax. If you ever go to the Sandy Koufax statue, I recommend standing directly in front of it because it's so well done. When you look at it directly, he's in his classic windup, and you just see his eyes peering over his shoulder. And in that moment, it feels like you're actually staring at Sandy Koufax. It's really well done.
About to see a 12-6 curveball, right?
Yes. It's very cool.
I learned today that the grass is real.
Yeah. It's like turf. It feels like turf.
It looks like turf.
I had to check it, too. I mean, I was out there all afternoon, and Scott said this is the fastest playing surface because that grass is about half an inch thick, or tall and thick, and, man, that ball just flies across the grass.
Well, Perry Hill told us that he has to be careful with the fungo. He has to really dial it back to like half speed. Otherwise, he's going to do in one of his infielders, which would not be. And we watched it, and it looked like he was hitting fungos on a gym floor to them. It was just absolutely nuts, but amazing, the grass that they have here, and they take care of it, but it is very different than anything that we have seen before. What else jumps out about being here?
I love the history of it, watching all those games in black and white, and they were in the postseason all the time, especially in the 1960s with Koufax and Drysdale. When we used to walk out to the buses, as you and I were, and everybody were talking about, stopping out there in center field and go, oh, Willie Mays was out here, and Willie Davis, pick a great player. And just the history of it, watching those guys play those games at this ballpark.
Wow. I still remember the 66 World Series where Willie Davis, who I really loved, he was a very good center fielder, and he lost a couple 3 balls in the sun, really cost him that series. Palmer pitched a heck of a game, beat Koufax. I believe it was here. Beat him for the clincher. Yeah. So I remember he was pancakes Palmer, because he always had to have the pancakes before the game. And the other thing too, Shannon, you talked about it, because you see this place so much on TV, you see it so much in movies, that it's like, wow, we're on a set. I mean, it's almost like going to Universal or something. It's really, it's super impressive. And the other thing too, Scott mentioned yesterday that if a ball got past him, it was a long way to the back wall. Well, all these 10 rows of seats, these dugout seats, this was enormous room here, foul territory.
Oh,
here
wow, that's all new.
Yeah, that's not maybe the last 10 years or so. But yeah, that was almost as big as Oakland. And that's saying something. You know how big that is.
Oh, that would be crazy. You would absolutely have a lot of strike three, and if it's a wild pitch, you might take
done.
Second.
Yeah, no kidding. I even said that to Scott. He said, yeah, somebody could score from second. Yeah, absolutely.
Man, interesting. Well, good to be here, but it would be much better to be here for a win today. Rick, I know we're going to get it with picks versus Rick a little bit later, but what do you most want to see out there today?
I just want to see him do what they did in that final game in Pittsburgh. Put the ball in play all over the place, have big innings. Too many strikeouts, stop rallies, and cut down the strikeouts, put the ball in play, have 2-3 hits in an inning, and give Bryce Miller some early offense against his team, because this is a good offensive ball club over here. They got 3 MVPs batting 1, 2, and 3.
I want to minimize strikeouts and certainly eliminate cold third strikes. 12 strikeouts last night, six looking.
Swing the bat, but don't. Swing the bat, but connect is what we need to see here. All right, good table, guys. Coming up next on the Mariners Clubhouse Insider. Sat down with Cal Raleigh a little bit earlier today. Did a real quick vibe check, seeing where they are. They do come back ready the next day. They put it away, they come back, but also got into some things that he did earlier in the day that you don't normally do on a game day, something very interesting. And also just what it's like to catch the young starters. We're talking Bryce Miller, Brian Wu, the incredible things they're doing and the growth that they have had in a short time. We'll get the backstop's perspective on that coming up next. And that was the Roundtable, which is powered by Miller Lite. Miller Lite, less calories, only 96 calories. When it's game time, it is Miller time.
The Subaru A Lot to Love event is going on now at Michael's Subaru of Bellevue. There's so much to love about a new Subaru, and you must check out the new 2025 Outback. Right now, take advantage of financing as low as 2.9% APR on new 2025 Outback models on approved credit. Michael's Subaru, off I-90 at Eastgate. Online at michaelsubaru.com. Michael's Subaru of Bellevue. For the life you live. Offer expires 9/3/24.
Hi, Rick Riz here. Do you need a new roof but aren't sure who you can trust? Call 3 Tree Roofing. A proud family-owned business, 3 Tree Roofing brings meticulous attention to detail to every roofing project. From your initial phone call to your free on-site estimate to the installation itself, you'll appreciate our outstanding value and unmatched craftsmanship. So call 3 Tree Roofing at 206-312-ROOF for a free roof replacement quote. That's 206-312-ROOF. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Holy smokes.
Hear Bumpin' Stacy on FM.
This is a good enough ball club to keep anyone on their toes.
97.3 FM HD2. We are Seattle Sports.
Swinomish Casino and Lodge is the perfect place for your next Pacific Northwest getaway. Cozy up in the lodge, enjoy a delicious meal at 13 Noons, or head to the casino floor for exciting games. Come stay and play at Swinomish Casino and Lodge. Must be 18 to play.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save, because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
At T-Mobile, you can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, switch and keep your phone. We'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device credit service and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Over 13,000 people in the Seattle area are homeless. Sarah is one of many who found a new life through Seattle's Union Gospel Mission.
I was in addiction for 9 years. By the end, I had no desire to live anymore. I thank God a friend told me about the mission. I've been clean and sober ever since.
And grace will lead me home.
To hear more, volunteer, or donate, visit UGM.org.
Hey Mariners fans, anytime a sore throat, stomach ache, or back pain takes you out of the game, Optum Care Washington is here. Optum is the official primary care partner of the Seattle Mariners, with top doctors recognized by Seattle Magazine, Seattle Met, and Seattle Times. Plus, they're proud to participate in the American Heart Association's 2024 Puget Sound Heart and Stroke Walk. Count on Optum for exceptional primary, specialty, and surgical care and back-to-school physicals. Visit Optum2024.com today.
At Valley GMC in Auburn, they have exactly what you need to work, live, and play like a pro. Like $12,000 off 2024 GMC Sierra Elevation with 5.3 V8 with the trade-in of a 2010 or newer vehicle, any brand. Or lease for $660 a month for 36 months with 0 down, plus tax license doc, ultra-low mile lease. So check out the selection today at valleygmc.com. That's valleygmc.com. Valley GMC, we are professional grade. See you in the Valley.
Gary Hill for my friends at Fireside Home Solutions. Mary and I had 2 fireplaces in our older home that didn't work, and we didn't know what to do until we turned to Fireside Home Solutions. They offer free in-home consultations. They came out, looked at what we had. We went to the showroom in Bellevue, picked out what we wanted. Easy as that. The experience was wonderful, and I know it will be for you too. Whether it's a new fireplace, garage door, outdoor barbecue, find them in Portland, Auburn, Tacoma, Spokane, and Bellevue, or at firesidehomesolutions.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. This is Mariners Pregame and the inside perspective. Here's Shannon Dreyer with a Mariners Clubhouse Insider.
Cal Raleigh has been doing great things at the plate and, of course, behind the plate, and that's what we mainly talked about today. The first thing, although, when you sit down with any player right now, got to check and see how they're doing. It's been a rough stretch. That's where this conversation starts with Cal Raleigh. All right, Cal, let's start with a vibe check right now. I know it's been a rough trip, but the sun is shining out there. You got a good starter on the hill. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, it's not been a great road trip, but, each game's important. Still got a lot of games ahead of us, and crazier things have happened before. So it's still a lot of baseball to play. We know I have good starting pitching. We know Bryce going tonight, which is huge. So we'll get out there, try to get him early lead, and let him take care of the rest, and play a good all-around ball game.
How do you get that lead? I mean, how do you lean into what your offense is and be able to kind of, if we go in this direction, we've got a better shot at it? Yeah,
we just got to, we got to get out there. We can't miss our pitch. Got to be able to get some people on base, have some traffic, get some things going on offense, whether it's bunting, moving runners, stealing. We got to get something going. So looking for the top of the lineup to kind of get something going today.
All right, talk about the guy on the hill. Bryce Miller and Brian Wu. I think back to a year ago, and they were getting into the part of the season where they hadn't been before. We're starting to see them fade a little bit. This year, they seem like 2 completely different pitchers. What do you see from them?
Yeah, they're doing great. They're learning. It's what happens. Young players start to grow up a little bit, and you're kind of seeing them learn tricks and certain things throughout the league, and you see them kind of growing into their own, which is great. And got to finish season strong and keep going, and try to, like I said, finish strong and kind of put a ribbon on the kind of end of the year.
How do you motivate a Brian Wu versus a Bryce Miller?
Yeah, I mean they're both like I said, they're both young guys. They're both very. I think the good thing about them is they both want to keep getting better. They both keep looking for answers. They keep looking for things that are kind of giving the edge or the next thing. So, they're easy to work with. They're great. They said they want to get better, and they're a little different how they pitch, but they're kind of similar in the same way. So, try to get the most out of them. So.
What did you kind of learn with Logan and maybe even a little bit of George that you take into the younger pitchers when you see them, and how you handle them both in game and out?
Yeah, I think it's just, managing game type situations. I think the stuff's always been there. It's understanding where they're at in the game and understanding, how to get the hitters out in certain situations, when to pitch the guys, when not to pitch the guys, and understanding, you don't have to strike everybody out. You can go out there and, get a ground ball and make your life a little easier. Stuff like that, learning how to get through innings a little quicker, maybe get them deeper into games instead of, trying to get deep into counts with every hitter and, running that pitch count up. So I think they've gotten better at that.
With a guy like Miller, he's got so many pitches. Do you go into a game thinking, okay, we're just going to use those, or are they all on the table for you?
Yeah, everything's on the table, but we know what kind of the bread and butter, what makes him work, and, the stuff that works for him, and kind of line that up with, hitters' weaknesses and try to see where we're at from there.
Has he shook you off recently? That story got out about a couple of weeks ago that you just stared at him. Have you had to do that before or since then?
No, he's great. They're allowed to shake off. I don't want to make it seem like I'm a bad guy or no fun. So, he knows himself and he knows what works for him. And if you have conviction in pitch, then, I want you to throw it. So my job's back there to try to make your life a little easier and try to help you work through a lineup. So.
I mean, you can correct the record if you want. Did you not give him another pitch? Did you just stare at him?
No, he's right. I've done that before. So that's not a lot. But I don't do it every time, just sometimes.
Have you done that with everybody?
Yeah. I mean, there's been times where I really want to pitch, and sometimes, it's just the certain situation dictates it, and I feel like this is really the right one. If I'm really convicted in it, then pitchers usually will trust me and throw it, and we'll go from there.
Your biggest battles came early, I'm guessing, all the way back to Logan Gilbert in the minors. Was that the toughest one for you?
Yeah, he's definitely the most hard-headed. So he had to fight him a few times, which just made everybody else a little easier to deal with. So
who's the second hardest?
Oh, jeez. No, honestly, they're good. Logan's hard-headed, and Bryce gets a little hard-headed sometimes, but they're all the guys are great. So
just trying to get you in trouble there. This is your first time here playing?
Yeah, first time at Dodger Stadium. Really cool. Yeah, it's nice. It's cool atmosphere. 50,000 on a Monday night. It's not too bad, and great playing surface. Loud place. Good team. It's fun. I enjoy it.
You did something fun earlier today. When can we hear that? You did a podcast with Mookie Betts.
Yeah. He invited me on to do his Bleacher Report podcast interview thing, kind of a sit down talk shop, baseball, off the field things, and should be coming up. I think it should be on the app, the Bleacher Report app. So it was a cool interview to do, and he's a great guy.
Did you learn anything about? Can you get into his head when he's at the plate now?
I don't know. We started talking strategy. I'm like, I don't want to show my hand too early. So he's a great player. So he's always a tough one to get out.
Well, I hope you have as much fun out there today as you did earlier today. Cal, thank you.
Thank you.
That, of course, is Cal Raleigh. You don't want to get too friendly with the opposition there. Don't give them any of the secrets. But, these conversations are absolutely invaluable to hear, and that should be a good one. That was the Mariners Clubhouse Insider. The Mariners pregame show is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Bigger, better, the best in the Northwest.
Bigger, better, and clearly the best in the Northwest. Hundreds of beautiful rooms and suites, rooftop dining at Smoke and Cedar, and the best gaming in the Northwest. It's all waiting for you at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Muckleshoot.
We're live after the Mariners game. Coach, once a base runner's aboard, how do you bring them home?
Well, we're really focused on stealing bases. Fresh steals mean free AM/PM fresh baked cookies and a 12-ounce slim Coca-Cola, plus the chance to win a Mariners VIP experience. That's it. If you need me, I'll be at AM/PM.
AM/PM. Too much good stuff. Proud partner of the Mariners. Only 1,000 deals available per game on the AM/PM app for 24 hours through September 19th. Only at participating AM/PM store while supplies last. VIP experience sweeps. No purchase necessary. See rules at ampm.com/official rules.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, I'm Rick Riz. It's time to honor another Teacher of the Week with a $500 classroom grant plus $500 for their school, courtesy of your local credit union, WSECU.
This week's Teacher of the Week is Angie Velasquez of Kenroy Elementary in East Wenatchee. Congratulations, and thank you to WSECU for honoring this year's Teacher of the Week recipients.
Great teachers truly inspire. To see this year's Teachers of the Week, visit mynorthwest.com/teacher.
As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust new Febreze car vent clips, now with 3 times greater scent control, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with new Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing, which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
When you buy tires at Les Schwab, you're getting more than just tires. You're getting America's best tire warranty, 60-day satisfaction guarantee, no hassle road hazard protection, and free maintenance for the life of your tires. Other places make you pay extra for that. But at Les Schwab, it's included with every set of tires, because more warranty means less worry, and nobody stands by their tires like Les Schwab. Get more from less. Book your appointment at leschwab.com. Terms and conditions apply. See leschwab.com for details.
Plenty of teams talk about a home field advantage, but at T-Mobile Park, the Mariners give it a whole new meaning. You could call it the J-Rod advantage.
That baby is out of here! A 2-run homer by Julio!
Or the filthy, dirty, nasty, untouchable advantage.
An absolutely ridiculous slider. It's the 12th strikeout tonight for Logan Gilbert.
Or even the big dumper in the bottom of the 9th advantage.
A walk-off grand slam for Cal Raleigh.
But there's one more thing that gives the Mariners the upper hand every night.
This place is going bonkers.
Make that 47,000 more. Mariners baseball. Tried and sup.
Be here for the next Mariners homestand as Cal Raleigh and the crew take on the Giants and Rays. The action gets underway with a 3-game weekend series against San Francisco starting this Friday. Then don't miss out on Mariners value game seats as low as $10 for all 3 games against Tampa Bay, Monday the 26th through Wednesday the 28th. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Now, your Star Rentals Sports Desk update.
News around baseball. Gio Urshela has landed with the Braves after being DFA'd by the Tigers this weekend. Orioles now have 5 starting pitchers on the IL as Zach Eflin hits the list with shoulder inflammation. And one big return as Justin Verlander will be activated tomorrow. This update is brought to you by Star Rentals, the preferred supplier to the West Best contractors. Find one of their 18 Pacific Northwest locations at starrentals.com.
You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Welcome back to Dodger Stadium. We are getting ever closer to the 7:10 first pitch tonight. Bryce Miller, I don't see him out on the field. I know he is there somewhere and was just commenting that it was not as loud today with the PA system. And the minute I said that, they turned it up. So I'm never going to do that again. Unbelievable.
Oh, loud.
It is loud. And Rick, I hope you can think because your pick is very important. It is time now for Picks versus Rick, brought to you by Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical. Who have you got your eye on?
Shannon, the Mariners are going to quiet this crowd tonight. It's going to be a packed house here at Dodger Stadium. Julio Rodriguez is going to hit a long home run out to left field, his 12th home run of the season. Mariners are going to back up the outstanding pitching of Bryce Miller tonight here in Game 2 of the 3-game series with a big first inning against Walker Buehler, making his 10th start of the year. He's off to a rough start, coming back from his second Tommy John. Julio Rodriguez with a home run. He's my pick to flip.
All right. Buehler.
Nice.
Buehler.
Going to have a day off today.
I decided to go very scientific in my selection today, Shannon. Polanco, when you examine his last name, there is an L and an A back-to-back. L-A.
No.
Mariners playing L.A. It feels like a couple of doubles for Polanco, a couple of RBIs, L.A.
I don't even know what to do with that, so I will not argue with you.
Yeah, it's happening.
And if it does, you will do the same thing tomorrow.
Well, yes, obviously.
We've been looking for traction. We have not found it. I'm beginning to think it's our fault.
I'm trying.
We are doing everything we can. All right, that's our picks versus Rick from Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical. For plumbing emergencies, call in Expert Relief for a big save. Beacon Plumbing is ready 24/7. Stop freaking. Call Beacon 1-800-FREAKIN. Coming up next, we will check in on the rest of the league. Is there help out there? There are games that start before the Mariners do, so gives you a little bit of an idea of what could be in store. That comes up next as the pregame show continues on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Rick Riz here. When considering a Volvo, people should come to Sandberg Volvo in Linwood for a great experience and state-of-the-art dealership. They've got an incredible selection of new and pre-owned Volvos with every make and model available, and Sandberg Volvo is the only Excellence Award winner in the entire Pacific Northwest. Come enjoy valet service, free towing, and lifetime warranty on parts and labor with any service visit. You'll come in as a friend and leave as part of the family. Visit Sandberg Volvo in Linwood or SandbergVolvoCars.com.
Jim Zorn here for All City Fence. In all my years of football, my reputation as a player and coach were important, but you still had to prove it every week on the field. Same can be said about All City Fence. Their reputation for building and designing fences is remarkable, but it doesn't build the fence. Their experienced craftspeople do, earning that reputation with every fence they build. So surround yourself with the very best. All City Fence, allcityfence.com.
The chance of finding Bigfoot in the wild is slim. The chance of winning a Miller Lite varsity-style jacket while enjoying a great-tasting 96-calorie beer? Slightly better. Visit MillerLite.com/Bigfoot to enter. No purchase necessary. Starts 4/9/2024. Ends 8/30/2024. Residents of Alaska, Idaho, Oregon, Washington, 21+. Official rules at MillerLite.com/Bigfoot for free entry method, odds, and restrictions. Sponsor Molson Coors Beverage Company USA, LLC, 250 South Wacker Drive, Chicago, Illinois, USA, 60606.
You gotta love baseball season, but when it comes to your windows, you don't want any curveballs. Rick Riz here, reminding you to trust your clubhouse with locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Experience the difference with high-quality products, expert installation, and top-notch customer service. It's always a home run with Pella. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Just go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
When you're on the pitch clock and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcasts on demand. How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought? Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
Scott Service is with us. The expectations are very high. I love all of that.
It is clear it was the right decision to keep your pitching staff as whole as possible.
Find us on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
My eyes have been opened. What can I tell you?
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Mariners.
We don't want to go to war. Nobody ever wins at war. And the big loser always is the children.
Custody of your children doesn't have to be a battle. There is a better way. It's Truce Law.
He understood the situation. His grace and his calm demeanor and his knowledge of the law got us across the finish line, working together for the enrichment of the child.
Sometimes the best way to win is to call a truce with Truce Law. TruceLaw.com.
Hi, it's Trevor Noah speaking to you from inside a giant birthday cake. Why, you ask? Because Smirnoff Ice taught me the power of an epic surprise. Whether it's a brunch or happy hour, plan your friends a surprise they will never see coming and never, ever forget. And make sure that surprise includes some delicious Smirnoff Ice original. Long story short, that's why I'm recording a Smirnoff Ice ad from inside a giant cake. That surprise looks exactly like me. My friend's gonna be like, oh, Trevor came to my birthday brunch. Surprise! Trevor is a cake. Surprise again. Cake is Trevor. You gotta keep your friends on their toes, people. Please enjoy responsibly. Smirnoff Ice, premium flavored malt beverage. The Smirnoff Company, New York, New York.
There are trucks, and then there's the truck. GMC Sierra. Not just any truck, the truck. Well-qualified buyers get 1.9% APR for 36 months on GMC Sierra light-duty models. See your Northwest GMC dealer. Monthly payment is $28.16 for every $1,000 you finance. Average example down payment 15%. Some customers will not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 9/3/24.
You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Another night, another great starting pitcher on the hill for the Mariners, Bryce Miller. Watching him develop this year has just been so interesting. He came into spring training with that splitter, and then he just kept going. Added a curveball a few weeks ago, looked over at a teammate and said, hey, I want that curveball. Took it. He can do that. Pitching coach Pete Woodruff calls him a mutant. He just gets close to other pitchers and takes their pitches. But he's got 7 or 8 pitches of his own. Walker Buehler, the same thing. So we'll be looking at kind of similar situations in the ball game tonight. The difference is Bryce Miller has been hot for a while. Walker Buehler has had some struggles of late. You hope they continue because you know the Mariners could use a win tonight. As for what is going on elsewhere, it is time for the Chevy Trax scoreboard. Bigger, bolder, and built for the Northwest. The 2024 Trax offers 5 great trims and a starting price of just $21,495. This is what we got. Guardians and Yankees knotted up 3 apiece right now. In the top of the 9th inning, Juan Soto and Aaron Judge hit back-to-back home runs in that ball game. Orioles with a 7-5 lead over the Mets right now in the top of the 9th. Anthony Santander, home run number 37 on the year. Not hearing enough about him. Braves lead the Phillies 3-1 in the bottom of the 8th inning. It is the Brewers up 3-0 on the Cardinals as they have one hit the Cardinals through 8 innings. Cubs lead the Tigers 2-1 in the middle of the 6th. Pirates blanking the Rangers 3-0 in Arlington in the 8th inning. Red Sox and Astros now all square at 5 apiece in the bottom of the 5th inning. Boston was up 4-3 the last I checked, and the Astros have come right back to score 2 more to knot that one up. Astros have won 12 of their last 13 games. Angels lead the Royals 5-2 in the bottom of the 6th inning. That's good if you're watching the wild card. Rays and A's just underway. No score as of yet. Same story with the Twins and Padres. Earlier today it was the Rockies over the Nationals 3-1. And the Blue Jays thumped the Reds 10-3. As for what we've got coming up here, go ahead and give you the Mariners lineup real quick. Victor Robles is at the top, followed by Julio Rodriguez, the DH. There was some thought that they could put him in center field right around now, but they took a look at the grass. We talked about that a little bit earlier, and with it such a fast surface right here, thought it wasn't a good idea. We'll probably wait until they get home before they do that. Cal Raleigh batting third behind the plate. It'll be Luke Raley at first base, Randy Arozarena at left, Jorge Polanco at second base, Mitch Haniger, not quite 100% with the hamstring, but good enough to go, they said. Josh Rojas at third, and Leo Ribas rounding out the 9 at shortstop. What's on Tap is powered by Miller Lite. Fans, it's almost game time, and game time is Miller time. Shed the day, grab your friends, and crack open an ice-cold Miller Lite. Coming up next, Aaron and Gary are going to hit on a really interesting topic in baseball right now. We could see something historic on the last day of the season. That comes your way as the pregame show continues on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
It's Toyota's National Sales Event, the perfect time to extend your summer fun with more electrified hybrid choices than any other manufacturer, including the all-new, all-hybrid Camry. Now through September 3rd, choose 5.25 APR financing on any new 2025 Camry with approved credit from TFS. Or you can get a great lease deal on a new Camry. A dealer doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Get details at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
For tank and tankless hot water heaters, for clogged drains, for leaky faucets, for toilets that won't flush. Stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is your trusted source to solve all your plumbing needs. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
Hi, I'm Steve, sales ninja at Blazing Bagels. We often heard from Dave, our Hall of Fame announcer, "Get out the rye bread and mustard, Grandma, it's grand salami time." His iconic home run call would whet our appetites, but he never told us where to get the grand salami. In honor of Dave, Blazing Bagels is now serving the Grand Salami Sandwich with portions of sales benefiting Toys for Kids. Sold only at Blazing Bagels in Redmond, Bellevue, Soto, the U District, and Issaquah. Go Seattle and go eat a bagel.
For reaction to today's game, tune into Wyman and Bob, weekday afternoons from 2 to 7.
The one, the only JP Crawford is here with us. From day one, all the guys we bought into our program. They're comfortable here.
On Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Looking for a great night out? Snoqualmie Casino's just the place to go to unwind and have some fun. It's Mike Salk here, only 30 minutes from Seattle. Snoqualmie Casino's got it all. Lots of exciting table games, tons of slots, sports, restaurants, entertainment, plus the views, too. Come check out the breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. So no matter if it's checking out sports with your buddies or a date night, make sure you're checking out Snoqualmie Casino. Go to snocasino.com for all the details. It is Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino. Please game responsibly.
Hey Mariners fans, this is Dan Wilson on behalf of the Mariners Partner in Health, Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. Do you suffer from heartburn? Did you know that chronic heartburn can be a symptom of something more serious going on in your body? Many people can lessen heartburn symptoms by modifying their diet, getting more exercise, and managing weight loss. However, if symptoms persist, it is best to consult your doctor as soon as you can. Find a doctor today and schedule your appointment at vmfh.org/Mariners.
McClendon Hardware is paying the sales tax on every in-store purchase Labor Day weekend, August 31st through September 2nd, during the We Pay the Sales Tax event. Visit Saturday, Sunday, and Monday and skip the sales tax on everything, including the big stuff like Dream Grills and Perfect Patio sets. Then keep browsing to save even more. Treat yourself to a splurge with their huge selection of locally grown plants, soils, and gardening gear. So make a list and let McClendon's cover the sales tax, Saturday through Monday at all 7 stores. The Mariners stretch before every game to be at their best. Shouldn't the fans arrive at their next away game stretched and refreshed too? On Alaska Airlines, you can upgrade to a premium class seat and enjoy an extra 4 inches of legroom in a spacious leather chair. You'll also get priority boarding and a complimentary beer, wine, or cocktail. And premium class upgrades start as low as $15 a flight. Live your best life and get more legroom in premium class. Go ahead, cross your legs on Alaska.
At Valley GMC in Auburn, they have exactly what you need to work, live, and play like a pro. Like $12,000 off 2024 GMC Sierra Elevation with 5.3 V8 with the trade-in of a 2010 or newer vehicle, any brand. Or lease for $660 a month for 36 months with 0 down, plus tax license doc, ultra-low mile lease. So check out the selection today at valleygmc.com. That's valleygmc.com. Valley GMC. We are professional grade. See you in the Valley.
You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Welcome back to the Mariners pregame show. The Mariners taking on the Los Angeles Dodgers here today.
Of Anaheim.
Yes, the Los Angeles Dodgers of Orange County. Something really interesting, Aaron. I think you'll find interesting. So, according to Fangraphs, the Dodgers are on pace for 95 wins this season. What's funny is there's no team on pace for 100 wins, which hasn't happened in a decade. But there is a chance that no team will get to 95 wins, which has never happened in a 162-game schedule.
Is that right?
That's never happened. At least one team has gotten to 95, and there's a chance that this year there's going to be no teams in Major League Baseball that crack 95 wins. And I was thinking about how interesting that is and wondering why.
I blame the American League Central. Because they decided this winter that they would be good collectively, with one outlier exception.
Yeah.
Being, of course, the White Sox.
Which the White Sox are actually helping out those other teams quite a bit, but carry on.
Yeah, they are. You're right. I mean, I don't know if this has any legs to it or not, but that was the first thing that came to my mind, is that that has been a punching bag division. Seems a little rich, but it's been a division where it hasn't taken a whole lot of wins relative to the other divisions to win it.
Yeah, and there's been three teams down at a time.
Three teams that are like 90-plus loss teams, or 88 to 90 loss teams, right?
Yeah.
And that's very different. They will very likely have 3 playoff teams, or they at least could have 3 playoff teams this year. I don't know if that's the reason at all, or part of the reason, but that's what first came to mind. I can't believe that there's never been a season without a 95-win team.
You know, I think part of it, I always feel like we go into seasons and there's always 2-3 powers in baseball, whoever they are. And I felt like this year it was supposed to be Atlanta and the Dodgers coming into the season. And I think because of injuries with both teams, like, Dodgers have still been good, obviously, but maybe have not reached their potential because of all the games missed along the way. And for Atlanta, it's been between injuries and also just underperformance up and down the lineup, which is still a mystery, I think, to everybody. They haven't nearly reached their potential either. Because I felt like coming into the season in the American League, there wasn't a true power, and it's played out that way. So I don't know if this is unique or like a new era where we're going to see, because of the new wild card era, new rules, that it's going to be a little more even. I don't know.
Boy. Yeah, you've kind of blown me away with this one, Gary. I would have never guessed that. But I totally agree on, like, there isn't the There isn't like that mothership team this year like there has been in the past. In the American League, obviously the Yankees and the Orioles are fighting it out to the very end. But even the Yankees had just a real swoon earlier this year. And if you look at their numbers this season, when Judge and Soto aren't good, the Yankees are very bad.
Yeah.
Which is wild when two generational talents don't perform, the rest of your team suffers. It's amazing how that works.
It's weird. Like in the American League, if you look at the top 6 right now and project the postseason, I don't know, you can make a case for anybody.
Right, and they're all basically 90-win teams or on that pathway.
And even the couple teams that are going to miss out after that are going to be basically the same thing. It's similar to last year. And look how last year played out. Like, we all had Texas, obviously, in the World Series.
Yes, I remember saying that early, probably in May at some point. How about the Rangers, by the way? Speaking of on-pace things, on pace to score, call it 200 runs fewer this year than last year.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
200. Now, they led the league, obviously, last year, but it does kind of go to show you just hitters can have bad years, and a number of them can have them collectively, which is one of the things that I was thinking about last night, Game 1 against the Dodgers. If you look at these like superstar guys that they have, and it's like, Mookie Betts doesn't really have bad years. Freddie Freeman doesn't have bad years. Ohtani doesn't have bad years. I mean, it's when I think superstar gets thrown around pretty loosely sometimes, but I think one of the criteria has to be like, oh, you do it every year.
Without exception.
For 5+ years in a row, without exception.
That's why that's the top. That's the best 1, 2, 3 for me in baseball.
It's incredible.
Is not, I know, ooh, big statement, but
you have been known to go out on a ledge every once in a while.